Is it good for us to use your? Yeah, I can hear it now. But
To
that means
hear
we'll not
us.
be able to speak.
Let me check something.
Is there any other audio?
Hello. where I have all those HDMI cables. On top that black blanket.
Come in this today.
One, two, one, two, one, two.
trying to equip us to meet those opportunities, right? So equip us to have the skills. I mean, we already have the talent, but we need to put that talent into skills, right? That would lead in the workplace. Awesome. Without further ado, I'd like to start with the first thing on our agenda today. We're going to have a keynote speech by a very interesting person. I googled him and I was like, wow, very impressive talk he has, right? And he's going to give us a talk on the future of digital transformation and career. He is on a mission to help Africans accelerate their understanding of digital transformation and to inspire them to make the world a better place through the use of digital for development and innovation. He has 2 decades of experience. Look at and he has this experience deploying and managing digital information systems. He also partners with people and with organizations to help them better understand, invest in, apply emerging technologies and business models for productivity and profitability. Without further ado, I'd like us to please put our hands together for Dr. Oyeon Apa. Before we have Dr. Odeon, I'd just like to have a really sweet word from our convener today. Thank you. Thank you so much, Faithfulness. Please, let's put our hands together for Faithfulness. I'm sure we're going to have an exciting time with Faithfulness Leading Church. So my name is Wande. I am the founder of the Talent Pipeline Company. You're welcome today. And before I start, I would like to apologize that we are starting late. We're supposed to pick this up at 10, but we're here 1 hour after, and I want you guys to be an exciting time for us. So thank you for choosing to spend your Saturday morning with us. I'm sure you could have been doing so many other things your Saturday, but you've chosen to be here today. And so it gives me so much joy and excitement to welcome you to the Future Talent Summit 1.0. Essentially, we're doing this because we want to create awareness for young people to know that there are limitless opportunities for you out there. Things might look bleak. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. By getting the right role, by seeking the right opportunities, there's a lot that you can explore and achieve for yourself. Today's not about me, it's about you. I'm not going to take so much of our time giving this welcome, but I just thought that it would be nice to speak to every one of you and welcome you and thank you for coming. And then we can just go into the event for today. Please just stay till the end. We have interesting opportunities. We have partners who you might have already engaged with. If you haven't engaged with them yet, please do so when we have the networking break. They have excellent opportunities for you to upskill yourself. You have the opportunity to get scholarships, to take a program to upskill yourself. So yes, they're going to come up at some point and talk about the services they provide. I'm not here to do all that. But once again, thank you, and I hope that you enjoy the event. Aside enjoying it, I hope that you learn. I hope that you network. I hope that you utilize this opportunity appropriately, because indeed the future is now. Thank you. Thank you, Wanya. Awesome. Okay, so we're just going to quickly run again to Dr. Odeon Akpan. Please put our hands together for his amazing work.
Okay. Wonderful. So good morning once again and welcome. I would join one day to welcome you to the Future Talent Summit. My name is Odion Akban and I would be charged with talking to you about the future of work, digital transformation and career development. Avi, can I have the slide? I'll run through slides just to help shape the conversation. Are we excited to be here? I know the hear that voice. Are you excited?
So that JP can adjust it.
So, my name is Odio Akwan, like I said, and I've been charged by one day. One day he invited me and I said to her, because I love what she's doing with Talent Pipeline, this pipeline company, Talent Pipeline company, I would be very glad and excited to speak to this crowd. And I will be talking about the future of work, which, by the way, I have to tell you, I don't know what the future holds, but I'll try to explain with some of my experiences what I think. I'll share my understanding, my thoughts, and of course my vision with you. So, let's go. I had this question. Evie, you showed this before I asked you to show it. I saw that you. Anyway, yes, so this time I'm going to start with why do you want to work? Because we take it for granted that everyone here wants to work. Why do you want to work? Any takers? To make money, how you make money?
You can see the audio is not good, so switch it back to your phone and use your phone. Put your phone on the DND. This is your iPhone.
It's a very important question, and I say that because we all take it for granted that everyone here wants to work. Who knows? I might just want to live a baby boy life, or a soft life, or a baby girl life. Even though the technology, there will always be technology that will come and replace how we were doing things before. And if I walk you through history a bit, you will then possibly see how some people coped with this in the future. Some people did not cope, some people adapted, some people didn't. And then you draw on some of those lessons to. So we started the first industrial revolution. Of course, mankind has been on Earth for as longer than all of us can even fathom. Different figures are pushed out there. But with the first so-called industrial revolution, what happened was that we discovered that you can use steam. Steam meaning you boil water, that's the steam now can be used to power machines. And so that's what was called the first industrial revolution. Now what happened then? We found that we could be more efficient with our tasks. Before then, people used to be mostly agricultural. So we're just going to farm to either hunt or gather what we eat. Then after the first industrial revolution, started finding ways to use machines. So that happened. I don't want to go into the details. I'm just going to run through just to give you a baseline. So the second issues we have today were experienced then, just in different language. Okay. The third industrial revolution, started around the mid 20th century, all the let's say distinct timelines. They're always estimates. But then we discovered the computer, maybe the microchip, the microprocessor, the computer, and uh, and then of course automated, computer-aided automated systems. And with that also came changes. I grew up in an era where I studied what's called Pitman shorthand. Does anyone know about Pitman shorthand? What was it for? All right. So we went through that era, and that's where we came from this third industrial revolution, and the fourth industrial revolution snuck up on us, which is where we are now, what we're grappling with. We're hearing things like AI, blockchain, give me some terms that are floating around. Anyone? ML, yes. LLM. Good. So you're hearing about things, and it's important to know that this audience is quite diverse. Some of you are real tech people, it's a tech core jobs, and there are people who will support the tech jobs. And this also happened back then. So when you had people in, let's say, when to the advent of electricity, you had people, the engineers and the mechanics of the equipment. Not everyone was an engineer, but there were people that would support them. So jobs always in the core of it, and also to support these kind of jobs. Why is it important? It's important for you to reflect on the jobs that are coming up, the changes that are happening, and see where you situate yourself. This is a picture of me. And it's a metaphor. I put up these pictures as a metaphor for what we're talking about today. First of all, the future of work. It's easy for me to claim, aspire to inspire, and say back then I used to be a tractor driver. No, it wasn't true. I used to just like to take pictures, and I've always loved to take pictures. That's a career for me that I thought I would take on, which was a professional photographer. And as we go along, you see the reason for embracing ambiguity and also embracing failure. If you're not good at something, might as well leave it. As you can see, the first picture was taken in 1999. I was a student then. And this one was 2022, the next one 2022. I say it's a metaphor because in terms of work, at the time I didn't know what work was or what I was going to do for work. Over the past 20 years plus, I have engaged with several kinds of careers. I wouldn't say I planned it out, but I kind of stumbled upon some interesting careers. In the period, I have worked in the corporate organizations. I worked as an engineer, tooling my hands. I have worked as a business manager, helping businesses to plan for sorry, in the technology area. I have also founded, and also been part of small businesses and startups. Uh, One of my other careers was the fact that I'm a teacher. I teach in a business school. So I guess that's one of the reasons why I should be able to speak with you. But at the same time, I always start by raising my hand to say, I don't know it all. I am still acting my career as I go along. So again, your career will change. You might not know what it's going to be in the next 20, 30 years, but it's important for you to gain some principles or use some principles to go through this journey. You know. Also, another thing you should check here is that the first picture was taken with uh, a non-digital camera. I don't remember what they call them. Okay, the one that you take. It's analog, but there's different names you call them. But let's say an analog camera. Okay, when you take a picture, you go print it, you take it still, go print on the paper and sell it. So that picture was taken by some guy from really called Lucky Dreams. That was a job that was existing at the time. They had a way of doing their business. Fast forward many years later, everyone uses the phone. So digital transformation. So when you think about your career in the future, think about the whole digital transformation. It's important for you to personalize it sometimes or look around you and think of how things have changed over the course of the years. Whether it's in the years once we've been aligned or even in history. Like challenge you to go back in history, try and understand what is what has been, see what you can bring to the fore from your learning, and see how you can unlock things that neither of us knows about. So, because I was trying to mix what I'm saying with digital transformation, it can be a very complex and technical topic. I don't want to go into it because we have a diverse group, but I just put this up here to let you know that digital transformation is not just about technology. You know, it can be triggered by technology, but not just about technology. It is about rethinking business processes, business model, thinking about your customer. If you're serving a customer either directly or indirectly, how are you changing customer experience with digital technologies that you have to do? Also, because sometimes it's not just about making money for business. We're all here to make the world a better place. So how are you impacting society with the access or knowledge of digital technologies you have today? So that's the way I want to think about digital transformation. And my job here is to help see on those conversations that will happen throughout the summit, because of course there are people here who are quite experienced and also know the craft well enough to go into the details. So I'm not going to take their thunder and let them speak about it or speak about them well enough. But for me, I will just share what I'm sharing, my experiences over the years, and also my recommendation and advice. So that takes me to the question about career development, because the topic is future of work, digital transformation, and career development. As I shared my story, I said that when you start out, it can be quite daunting. You might not know where you're going, you might be looking left or right, and people are showing you things that you wanted to do, or you're charting a course that is not very popular and you are having self-doubt. It is very okay. So I would I would always ask again, um, Evie, yes. So the question again is, why do you want to work? Because it's important to work through this question and reflect upon it whenever you're thinking career, talent, future of work. You know, I asked the question the first time, we had very varied answers. All answers I think are valid. Always personalize your answer. Um, this is a job advert. I don't know what year it is from, but of course, all of us here, most of us are looking for jobs or looking for to change careers. You see a job advert here that says, become a post office telephone operator. How many of you can relate to this job? Or which of you can apply to this job or have the skill set for it? Thank you very much. Round of applause for her. So this is a typical job from many years ago. And why it's important to give a quick context. Jobs are changing. It depends on what area you are in. You need to be skilled to do that job and be able to apply for the job, because there's always a job to apply for. It depends on the industry you are in or the work you do. This job, uh, this particular one is the one, this picture that I've done very clear. This is what used to be called a telephone operator back in the day. You can explain to me what was going on there. So back then, also don't know, if I made a phone call, what's your name, son? Okay? Yes, Clement. If I made a phone call to Clement, I picked up the phone and I dialed Clement's number 01888 something something something. It goes to what's called telephone switch. So this was the job. This person is going to pick up the call I'll say hello to me and say, hi, OG, you want to speak with? Say Clement, what's his number? Whatever it says. And then she takes, hooks out cable and connects me to Clement's line. And then says, you can now speak. So imagine that as a job, but you take it for granted. Today, you pick up the phone, call phone, and then dial. But before you reach the last number, Clement has picked up. Why is this here? It's again in the scheme of things of talking about the future of work. This was someone's job. These were sometimes highly paid jobs. They don't exist anymore because technology has changed. Digital transformation has happened. And if you're not paying attention and you're carrying shoulder, saying, I'm the best paid person, I'm the highest paid person, this is my job, you will be there and the world will pass you by. So always be curious about what's happening. Pay attention to technology because technology is actually here to stay. It might be different kinds of technology. It can be the steam engine, it can be AI or ML. Pay attention and you see that you will know how to chart your career path. But again, still also give that word of caution. A lot of things will happen that we're not aware of yet. And it's also okay for you to be aware of it. But as much as you can be aware of stuff, try and upskill and get better at what you do. This is another job advert. So it says men wanted. But the women will be happy because we don't do. We have to journey. Low wages, bitter cold, long hours to complete that list. Or complete that list. Safe return doubtful. However, the end with honor and success. Honor and recognition in events of success. So this was also someone's job, and you can see it related to maybe a voyage, sea expedition, exploration. So someone else not argue with you and say it's not the same that there is a making. This most somehow some people are going to have like this kind of job. Another journey, mental health. Go on a journey on a job. You are going to go and take longer hours. What are they 4 or 5 jobs at the same time? Because you want to do a remote job and local job. Low wages. Some people are actually doing a lot more than they were getting paid for. Now, I don't have a problem for around about low wages, depending on the context, but we can get there later. Bitter cold. Some people they work for office where AC, they mama them well. You know. But yeah, I just show you how job research is and job advice used to be, and today we have like the talent management company and others who are helping you get jobs. It's important to work with them. So from that aspect, for example, these are typically see that there are some say some men in that era, but also some tech groups and try to cause AI and prompt modern AI to give me an image trying to say, okay, who can get that job? Would it be the men who are the seafarers or the tech groups of today? Because I'm asking for men, right? I don't know what to reflect on this. So, having shown you all of this and giving you some historical context, I want to share this quote. I always love it when we're talking about the future of work. It's from a book, Abundance, by two guys, Diamandis and Steve Scotland. And it says the future is better than you think. A lot of people say AI is here to take our jobs, AI is here to destroy. But you've forgotten that where we're coming from, a lot of things we're benefiting today were not possible because of new technology to enable this. And things we benefit from today, whether it is remote work or telemedicine or say there are many things that can say but if you want to test it, ask yourself the information you have today, the president of America or the US United States have all that information 40 years ago. Access to it is not true. So you are more empowered to make decisions because of that phone in your hand. Okay, so the future, if we use technology well and ethically and responsibly, make life a better place for all of us to live in and hopefully live in peaceful. So, a few things, of course, future of work. A lot of people that talk about future of work. The World Economic Forum is a place where there's a lot of conversations happening about the future of work. And, this is just an extract from a publication from 2023. I couldn't quite place my hands on the 2024 one, but it's important for you to see that around the future of work, the conversations are about uh, who does the work. We all have started seeing that work has changed. When I started working, it wasn't so flexible. You have to go to an office. But today, we have full-time option, part-time option. Sometimes we have like a platform called InnoX. We use it for crowdsourcing work and also solutions. Gig workers, your Uber drivers, etc. Good example of work today. How the work is done. I've talked about new technologies. This is just a little a small list of a little part of the big list. AI, robotics, automation, ML, blockchain, etc. When work is done, said again, let's go to the office. For now, you can use co-working spaces, computer workspaces. You can work from home. You can have free work schedules where you can do time sharing, etc. And in that context, I'll say to you, open your mind. You can either get remote jobs or work around the world. You can travel to go get jobs. You can sit in your own house because of the skill set and the contribution you offer. The world your voice can pretty much. So think that way and try and contribute. Where do you find these jobs? There are many of these platforms, right? There are the Upworks of this world, freelancer. But we are here today because of how the talent pipeline company is working. And for me, I would say to you, because I also believe in the strength and resilience of Nigerians to build businesses that can compete with the global competitors. So I always push it beyond coming to this conference, patronize your local, because the more you see and support your local platforms and startups, the more all of us can be smarter and wiser. Look at India. India is where they are today because of how they have collectively built stuff for the world. So my final thoughts. I hope I'm taking the time. Why do you want to work? There are many answers, and all answers can be correct. These are just a few of the points I put together. It's important for you to identify why it is you really want to work. Because your reason will determine how you go on this career development journey. Okay? The first one that says survival. That's common to everyone, including people who were farmers or in the agricultural area. Okay? We just had to work because we wanted to eat. So survival is always a basic instinct when it comes to career development and work. The other one is purpose. Some people have to conquer the basic needs. They're thinking, why am I here? Why am I on this earth? Why am I say, okay, I want to work as its purpose. And that's why you see them going to work, regardless of how much you're being paid. That's why I talked about the wages. The so-called wages or salary may not be as comparable to what you see elsewhere. Some people love to purpose. Those are people actually enjoy working because they can see further. When you work the purposeful work, you can get partners to join you on that journey to make the world a better place and to also contribute to mankind. Progress. Progress can be anything. It can be the fact that you're trying to find another. It can be the fact that you are contributing to a nation trying to go from A to B. Different reasons that people want to progress. Connection. We work for connection as well. It's important to know that these things are not distinct with where we go to work. I have been in places where I was at work for all of these connection, meaning that you can do things by yourself. You can do a job where you are behind a computer by yourself. Some people are people they want to interact, they want their people energy. And so they say, I like the company culture of this organization. And therefore, I'm going to apply to that organization I'm going to work there. Because when you work there, connect with bright minds, connect with people who are not those connect with people and perhaps you're not making a lot of money, so it's easy to survive. So connection is now is my word. It's important for you to reflect on why you're working. So that when everything that they talked about during this summit, it helps you think how you can engage, how you can be better, how you can give yourself a chance at practicing a good career. The final one is fulfillment. Uh, I was talking about myself earlier, my different careers and stumbled. What does career, successful career mean? I honestly don't know yet, but I'm still on the journey. But am I fulfilled? Yes, because I've learned a lot. I've met a lot of people, gained a lot of unexpected knowledge. I have also built a lot of relationships over the course of my career. So I would say it's very fulfilling. So anything I do today, I try to do because it also adds fulfillment to me. So these are my own thoughts as to why you should work, why you want to work. And it's important for you to think through them yourself and determine why you want to work. This quote is always everywhere. I love it because as we go forward, context of the future of work, it's important for you to know that change will always happen. So, like I say, I people say, I get that before the property. Okay, so if you learn how to do one thing last maybe decade ago, like in my time, we used to learn how to program in C, Q basic. I don't come to you and say I'm the best programmer. That skill set is obsolete now. I need to upskill myself. So this one says that the literature of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn or learn and relearn. So do yourself a favor and build that capacity to understand what is required, what you need to learn, and perhaps when there's no need for that thing, you learn it. When there's need for it, keep it going. It's unlearn things that are not necessary so you can relearn things that are important for the world you're living in today. This is just a slide that tells you that beyond all this learning, because here we're talking a lot about tech skills, but you do a lot better if you kind of balance your soft skills and your hard skills. Hard skills could be everything from firefighting to even coding, computer design, computer assembly. Those are the hard things that you would, the hard skills that you require to do the actual job, to survive in the workplace, and to build a good career. You need to also complement it with soft skills. And soft skills include things like ethics, awareness, communication skills. How do you talk to people? How do you build empathy for the people that are building software solutions for technology for? So there are many things you need to come to the job market with that are beyond you learning technical skills. So find that balance, own that space, and come into the workforce a lot more equipped. So this is how I can wrap it up. For future-proof your career today, there are several bits of advice we can give to you. But I will give a few of them, which will be embrace continuous learning. I use myself as an example. I've been working for over 20 years, but it gave me a chance for a job career because I love to learn. The successes I've achieved, the incremental successes I've achieved, because I've given myself a chance to learn things and learn new things. The next one is network across industries. Related to what I just said now. Because I have people I know in different industries, and I'm always very curious, I ask questions. I can speak about pretty much anything. That's me just trying to be honest about it. So how do I get them? Because I try to network across industries. Okay, so some of you are doing jobs where you're front facing with people in different walks of life, apart from different walks of life. Take advantage of that. Learn and give yourself a chance to pivot when you have to. The third one is start a side. It looks like it's small thing, but it's very important. Some people call it PPE, some people call it side hustle, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be something to take away from the core thing. It's important. I said ethics is important. Don't be too tiny and be lazy. What is just being get curious about something that may not be in line with what you're doing. Think creative things. As you think of you're learning stuff, you're calling your friend and say, hey, what do you think about this? The more you build on that project, it's better it gets. It's the thinking and also the output at the end of the day. So I would advise people to look at your journey, not a small project, because it might not be today that you benefit from several years down the line. My very first thing that was when I was 15, what was it? It was a tennis board. What was for me? It was for play business. I used to collect about 5 minutes for a game. So that's it. So you try to give a discount and say you pay 500 times just to bring people. I didn't give it one to several years later, where I was trying to build another business. I started thinking about maybe how to do it. So I had to tennis team. My neighbor, several blocks away, had a snooker team. At some point, we had a joint venture where someone can pay for one, go play on two. It might seem like an unrelated question, an unrelated project. But a lot of the learnings I had then was when I finished, or I was finished secondary school. I still applied them many years later. So certainly a small project can be in the form of a small business or just a project that is a non-profit or not a business endeavor that you can build on many years later. Find a mentor. This is very, very important. A lot of us are not sure where we're going. And you are working at a space where people have traversed that road maybe once or maybe many times. Look for someone that either knows that path or sometimes has gone a different path, but has stories to tell you that will enable you make better decisions. So it's also important at this point to make a decision between a teacher, coach, and mentor. A teacher knows principles. A teacher can tell you 1 plus 1 is 2. So makes 2 parts of hydrogen, 1 part of oxygen, get water. So those are teaching principles. And a teacher has a role. But don't always make sense. Because a coach perhaps like a football coach. In many standards of playing football before. And so I can tell you do like this, do like that, do like that. And you probably hopefully you get to the promised land. That's a question. A mentor, on the other hand, may not have worked out properly, but that person can tell you, hey, see what you're trying to do, see what you're struggling with. I know someone who did something like this in banking. Maybe I should call the person, maybe I should tell the person's story. And because you're smart, you pick the cream of that story and go and run your business or your endeavor or even your career better. So mentors are very helpful when you can find the right mentor. Remember that mentoring relationship is two-way. You need to be able to give the person the honor of that mentoring relationship and be maybe you need to make time for the person, make space for the person, give as much information as possible, and give the person a chance to mentor you. It leads me to the next point. You being a mentor. You're never too young to be a mentor. So what I once call it reverse mentoring or otherwise, people like me, I'm looking for younger people to mentor me on new technologies. So that is me looking for a mentor. And so whilst I might be mentoring you on career and stuff, look around you, in your family, in your church, in your mosque, wherever you hang out. There's someone that needs the skill set you have. Mentor the person on how to go through it. The most common one is social media. A lot of older people don't know how to manage social media or how their algorithms work. It might be your opportunity to mentor and exchange so that as I'm giving you my own, you're giving me yours, and sharpening yourself and going further. And finally, volunteer. Again, I'm linking it back to that thing of the wages. Sometimes money is not everything. I benefited from work I did for free many times over. What did it do for me? It gave me the foot in the door. Because I was doing some work for free, someone would call me and say, hey, that thing you were doing, come, I want you to do it for me. At this time, I'll pay you for it. So it's a very, very understated thing to do, but volunteering opens a lot of doors for your career development. Think about it. So this is where I end. So have fun whilst you create and nurture a fulfilling career. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I have take a question? A question or two. Does anyone want to ask a question or two? Any question? All right, cool. Sorry, do you have another mic? Please note, I don't know all the answers. Lots of people going away from fear. It also can be the fact that beyond something development, the cultural and regulatory issue, the business issue, financial issue, family problem, that can also help you unlock the things you need to do and how you want to do it. So again, where you situate yourself, who you talk to, where you go to, but the process really depends on you. Just always keep asking, put it out there. You'll find, and it's not necessarily someone that's older than you. I would say someone that's more experienced than you. Not about age, it's about experience. Thank you.
Subject to voice isolation.
Okay, good morning everyone. Okay, my question is, this period you are uncertain about your career, about what to do next, how did you manipulate it? Like, how did you get going? How did you complete that particular move you are about to make at that time? That's my question.
This guy. Anyway, I think I was clear. I'm not going to do any aspire to inspire speech. Sometimes you don't know. Many times in my career, I did not know what was next. But the hack for me, for the preparedness was, I always love to learn. So just be curious, learn, understand things, and then of course in your current job, whether it's a job you are in or what you are learning, go deep, try and understand it well enough, so that when you are going elsewhere, you can speak broadly. So one of the things I do when I work in any organization is, beyond my core job, I'm asking what's happening across board, so I can speak about the organization. So it's not because maybe I am a data analyst. I do only what I'm being told to asked to do. What I'll ask is, what's happening in HR? HR people, how do you do your work? What challenges you? What keeps you up at night? What do you guys get flogged for? I understand HR, I understand supply chain, I understand finance, I understand operations, I understand safety. That way, whenever I'm going for an interview, whether it's in the same field or the same industry or anywhere else, I can speak confidently. And that's what gets people to, I think, notice me and say, okay, hey, let's have a conversation. This thing works for jobs, works for business, works across board for me. That's for me, right? I hope it's helpful. Does it help you? Yeah. So just keep learning, be diligent in what you do, go deep, and then hope for the best, because nobody knows what the future holds, really and truly. So I can't even be telling you prescriptively what you should do. But thank you, very good and inspiring question. All right, so, okay, one last question.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
To one level to praise. I'm an ALX. I got enrolled in the AI Career Essentials Program. So thank you so much, Dr. Odion, for this session. I know the fact that I learned from the fact that you have your hands going on in a number of things across different industries, like you mentioned. And although I think the first time I would get to interact with you was at Lagos Business School. So I just remember that I met you as I work there as an IT support specialist. So what would be your advice for a young creative that is willing to get a career path, but has his hands also in many things, like, getting to this, then coming out again, getting into some other things, trying to pinpoint a particular path. So what would be your advice? Because just to add this now, I get to interact with school students, secondary school students, and most time if they ask the questions, how do I get a career, it's just the clouds.
Yes, thank you very much. I would say that advice is a very delicate thing to give to people when you don't have information. So I was very tentative, because you just said to me, what would you advise a young creative? Right? If I sit with you for maybe 5-10 minutes, I will tease out more information that will help me give you the advice. But if I take it at a very high level, I would say that's life. You're always presented with different opportunities, but you have 24 hours in a day, even less when you talk about your waking hours. Start with your strengths, your interests, your passion. And if indeed, as a creative, let's say for example, I work in Mr. Biggs and I have to go report to work every 7 o'clock and close at 7 o'clock, I may not have time to pursue my creative interests, but if it's so important to you, you create time, maybe on your commute to work and back, maybe if it's music, for example, you're writing your lyrics, or when you get home, dedicate 1 hour to it, when you're in the bathroom or something. Then today that you have social media and a lot of ways to communicate, join communities, create communities. So crowdsource the thing you want to do. So I'm a creative, I know I don't have time, but I'm looking for people that can join me on this journey. I can create a WhatsApp group or a community of sorts where we meet every Saturday or something. I'll just keep thinking through. And thinking through even this question you asked me, the answer will come out and you guys can work on it and do better at that career development. So but again, just for you, I can give you an opportunity to talk to me afterwards. Let me get some more. Yeah, thank you. All right, there was a lady, because I think a lady has not spoken, so let's have a lady and then we shut it down. Abby, one in. Okay. Please give her the mic. I don't hold the mic, but we have a packed agenda for the summit. And
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. So, my question is basically on mentorship again. And based on the little information you gave, I was very curious when I was in school, and I like to ask questions and all of that. I was curious about what career path to go into, but majorly when it comes to mentorship, I see that especially when you have maybe. I don't know if, let me just use this example, like somebody like you, and you say, oh, I have a busy schedule, I can't take people, I did it myself, go and learn, go and do this. I had so many times that, okay, I want to do this career, somebody's telling me, go and read it on your own. Okay, I've read it, I need you to just put me through. I don't want to go through all of the route before. Of course, I'm learning, but I don't want to go through that wrong route you went through before getting there. And then people are just giving you excuse, go and read. So, what will you do, or what should I do? That part. Thank you.
All right. Good question. And I gave you some part of the answer earlier. There's a difference between a teacher, a coach, and a mentor. So some people go to mentors with expectations of a teacher or a coach. Okay, so when you know the distinction amongst these three different people, you burden them with the right kind of question. So for example, if you want someone to show you, it's perhaps a teacher you're looking for or even a coach, and you pay for those services. Mostly mentors don't ask you to pay because mentors are helping you. Because they are helping you, you also need to be compassionate enough not to burden them with time commitments. Okay? But if you want someone to teach you something, you go to ALX, you go to the pipeline company, you go to everyone that gives you teaching opportunities, and you pay for it sometimes, or maybe someone else has paid for it. So teaching is it's a noble art, but it's also a stressful thing. So when you ask someone to teach you, be sure that you are either giving them your attention and time, or giving them something worthy of teaching, and or coaching, right? Or mentoring is very different. So that's why I said the mentoring relationship is something that you need to think through well enough. You need to approach it skillfully, and with a mentor, you get what they give you. Just present yourself and be around. Oh, I hear you're going to go and play golf, or I hear you play XYZ. Can I come and join you and watch you? As you're watching, as you're spending that 15 minutes together, you can get a nugget of wisdom, and you keep it moving. So when the mentor tells you, go and do something and come back, that's actually valid. Because the mentor might not have the time. Remember that, and this is me, for example, I might live here, 20 people want to talk to me, but I have a day job, I don't go fit it. You understand? So that's actually how it is. It's not as if the people are being proud. Some people may be proud, but me, usually, I don't have time. So you show commitment, demonstrate that you have done something, and then come and make my decision easy. Tell me, hey, see what I've done. From the last time we saw, I went from here to here. What do you think? I can give you a better response. But if you tell me things, ask me things like, I want to start a new company. Come and walk me through the steps. I know you have started a company. Come on, So, but I hope you get the point. And recognize what you need from the person, and then take it. And you know what the person is. If the person is a teacher, go with teaching expectations. If the person is a coach, go with coaching expectations. And obviously, if the person is a mentor, reduce the expectations and just take advantage of the small time you have. All right. So thank you once again, and thanks for having me.
Please, let's put our hands together again. I mean, we've learned something very valuable, right? We've learned something. How many of us have learned something? Something we're going to use in our lovely, amazing, awesome. So we're just going to move straight into the next thing that we have today, which is the sponsor spotlight. So I know you've seen the flyers, you've seen, a couple of the names that are on the flyers. And I'm sure you've seen them around somewhere, maybe online or at some other events that they've thrown. I'd like for Ridwan Bello to come and tell us how ALX is pushing us into the future, right?
Awesome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to everyone. Yeah, good afternoon. So ALX, what do we do basically at ALX? ALX is a tech accelerator that has the, let me call it a moonshot mission. ALX people will know what I mean by moonshots, of transforming Africa by developing 3 million ethical and innovative entrepreneurial youth by 2030. So how are we doing that? We are basically doing that by offering innovative programs. Currently, we have programs like AI Career Essentials, which is why I'm very happy the keynote speaker spoke about the future of work and what AI is doing about that. So in the AI Career Essentials program, you learn how to use AI basically to upskill yourself, and it's actually for both undergraduates, graduates, career professionals. We all know AI tools are basically everywhere right now. So it's basically learning how to use these AI tools to facilitate your work. Yeah, let me use that word. So it's not like you're learning how to build AI tools, but you're learning how to use various AI tools. Last I checked, I think we have about 2,000 AI tools currently, more in development. So it's learning how to use these AI tools to facilitate your work. Sorry. Also, we recently launched another program called the Virtual Assistant. We had that back in 2022, went off in 2023, but recently launched in June 2024. And why did we bring that back? As I mentioned, we do innovative programs. We look at what the future of work is saying, what skills are basically in demand, and then we look and do our research and launch these programs. We also have the Virtual Assistant program currently, which is running. Applications are also open for AI Career Essentials as well as Virtual Assistants. You can always go to elxafrica.ng to actually apply for those programs. And interestingly enough, these programs are completely free. They are fully funded by MasterCard Foundation, who are one of our partners. In addition, we have other programs, the core tech programs. We have data analytics, software engineering. These programs are also fully funded by MasterCard. Programs are worth over $7,000, but you need to pay what we call an admin fee currently, which range between $150 to $200 for those core tech programs which I mentioned, which are data analytics, AWS cloud computing, Salesforce administrator, front end and back end web development. And interestingly, looking at the demography and what Africa is saying currently, Nigeria has a median age of about, I think, 18.1. So we have 50% of our population, interestingly, below the ages of 18. And we know that our educational system might not be able to take that currently. So we recently launched what we call the ALX pathway. And this program is going to be your gateway to partner universities where you can get scholarship as well as funding. The ALX pathway is going to be an 8 month program where you learn the what we call the 8 meta skills in ALX. You learn how to build those soft skills that will help you to develop your career as well as set you on the path to university education. So the ALX pathway is for people seeking to get a degree with partner universities. So that ALX pathway program is an 8-way foundations program which puts you on the course to partner and global universities. So for more information, you can always visit alxafrica.ng. And we also have what we call the ALX Ventures, because as I mentioned, ALX is offering these innovative programs for talent development as well as making Africa the next hub for tech. We also have the ALX Ventures, which is our entrepreneurial programs. We have what we call the Founders Academy, whereby you come and take the 3 month Founder Academy for which basically for founders. You do not need to have a business to apply for the ALX Founder Academy, but as long as you have an idea that can make impact in Africa, you can enroll to the ALX Founder Academy, which after 3 months, which you successfully complete, you then progress to what we call the Accelerator Program. Then after 3 months in the Accelerator Program, you move into what we call the Venture Capital, whereby ALX supports you to actually get funded by putting you in conversations with Series A, Series B, and all those venture capital funders actually. So in ALS, after saying all this, you then think of, okay, I take this program, I take the AI Career Essentials program, I take the Virtual Assistant program, what then do I get? The ALX community is actually our USP. And what do I mean our unique selling point basically, whereby after taking this program, you get access to our ALX community. What then do we do in the ALX community? You get access to have regular events whereby you learn how to build your career. Interestingly, tomorrow for our ALX community members, there's going to be a webinar session whereby you learn how to use Upwork. There's going to be a seasoned Upwork professional who has been on Upwork for quite some years. Who's going to come and talk to our community members how to learn how to use Upwork. In addition to this, we also have other activities, events in the alumni community whereby you learn how to build your career, because we all know that after you learn those tech skills, there are many people with data analytics skills outside you, true or false. So how do you now learn how to leverage those skills that you've learned over the years to now build your career? We regularly have what we call CV sessions, LinkedIn optimization sessions, how to build your resume, how to apply. Interestingly, we started doing what we call job application marathon, whereby we bring career professionals, HR professionals, and then we go on the 2 hour, 3 hours drive, not drive, but 2 hour, 3 hour session, whereby you come online and you are basically applying for job in what we call job application marathon. So those are the ways we actually support African youth to make sure Africa is able to compete with the Western world as well as China, Asia, in the next few years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Raymond. I mean, I've seen one or two programs that he's mentioned that I think I'm going to register for. Am I the only one that has seen anything that they're going to register for in ALX? You mentioned a couple of programs. Did we hear anything interesting that we want to check out? Okay. Awesome. So I want us to do something really quickly. I don't know whether I feel like some people are shy, but we're going to walk little bits today, right? So you know that Red One Fellow has given us things on ALX that we can do, right? And then we had our keynote speaker had very interesting things to say about the future of work, how to prepare yourself basically to navigate and be able to basically pivot into any new maybe AI jobs or any new job that you want to pivot into, right? So I just want one or two people who would kind of tell us something practical that they will do differently from what they learned. So I know some people ask questions. I'm going to give you a clue. Some people ask questions about mentorship, right? So how would some of the things that he mentioned help you propel your career forward? Does anyone want to do that? Just one person or two people? Okay, I see someone at the back. Can we get a microphone to her, please? Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Esther Chineme, but you can call me Wendy B or Madam Good, XBY. So, okay, so for me, what would I be doing differently for my career path? Because I have background with so many things, I would say from what the key speaker actually spoke about would be to find my niche and also find a mentor. So I also want to appreciate ALX for helping me with something called finding your homing bed in your community, someone that does a great work and all of that. So I think I would stick to that, and then probably when I do that, my career will excel.
Amazing.
Thank you very
so much. Please let's put our hands together for her. Awesome. So if you still have something that you learned, would like for you to tag that on your social medias, right? You can put that at talent.pipeline and just use the hashtag for future talent summits, right? So just put whatever it is that you learned and would love to read them. Just so we know that, what really listened today. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do today is a workshop, right? And I feel this is my favorite part of events like this because you hear, like you listen to so many people just, talk about things, but you also need to be able to put it into practice, right? So you need to be able to know that whatever it is that you're taking, you can actually put it in your life and it's going to yield fruit, right? So that's what we're going to do now. So we have a workshop that is titled The Digital Skills You Really Need for Limitless Career Possibilities. And we have two very interesting individuals that will take us on that journey. I mean, their portfolio is sweet.
is sweet. So we have Oluwapelumi Oyetime, and he's a distinguished growth manager and digital strategy expert. He's currently leading the charge as the COO at Pepper, and that's a social commerce platform with a robust background in software development, growth, and operations. Now, he's made a lasting impact as a digital trainer at Google in Nigeria. This is the person that's coming to teach you, right? Um, he's trained thousands of participants and collectively reaching over 1 million individuals across Africa. So not just Nigeria, right? He's currently mentoring individuals via ADP list, where he's the top 1% mentor in marketing. The next person we have, a lady, I love women, women who teach. Oh, I love it. Judith Asi, right? She's a ground up builder with over 8 years of customer facing expertise. She's a dedicated professional and she's committed to empowering businesses and exceeding customer expectations. She's worked with companies you've heard of, companies like GoCadem, companies like Eden Life. Um, and right now, she's the global customer experience expert, currently serving as a customer support lead at Senoa for Nigeria and Turkey. This is a Singaporean company, so she's international. You know? So if you also want to be international, you must as well pay attention so that you can learn some scope, gather some scope, right? So please put your hands together for Judith Ali and Pelumi Oyotimi.
All right. Thank you so much, Faithful, for that. Good, good afternoon, everybody. We are very thrilled to be here to be discussing skills you need to help you grow your career, right? And I'm here with alongside Kalili. I mean, we've heard the portfolio already, and so we're here to discuss it so that you wouldn't need to go through what we went through to able to like succeed in your career.
Okay. Well, you already heard the introduction. My name is Balubi. Me, I'm not comfortable sitting down. I like to move around because I prefer intercity sessions. So we work together.
Yeah.
So, all right. Let's talk digital skills generally. And of course, we're looking at points where skills in particular that we need to excel. And of course, we're not just doing we're not just talking programming, we're not just talking info marketing, we're talking actual digital skills. So, first assignment, before we finish, and this is to everybody here, the first person to find what my middle name is gets a gift from me. It's not common, but it's online. So if you can find it, first person to, we'll get to that point. It's part of research, and research is a digital skill. So all right. So generally, people would focus on coding, people focus on digital marketing, people focus on cybersecurity, and they're all good. They're amazing because the truth is, with the way the world is going, each of those skills are skills that you can definitely rely on at different points. My overall career is about 20 years in total. I've done from development, actual coding, software development to marketing, growth, evaluations, and at each point, right, there's been one thing that constantly go back to, and that's the ability to find stuff, the ability to learn. So there's no way at some point you're not going to come back to the basics, the foundation for everything that you have to go through, that you have to learn. You still have to figure out a way to one, know the resources that you're looking for. More importantly, uh, how to find it, where to find it, because a lot of the time, if you don't even know where to start, it makes it hard for you to figure out where you eventually end up. So you need to have the ability to constantly learn. It's not something that is negotiable. There's a quote that I saw recently, and it makes a lot of sense. The person that is going somewhere, let's say two people are going somewhere, right? You need to trek to that point. The person that enjoys trekking is going to enjoy that journey more than the person who just wants to get to the end of that journey. Both of you are going like different directions, but the destination is the same. The person who enjoys going through that journey is definitely going to enjoy it more than the person who gets there. That's why a lot of the times, 9 out of 10 times, people start out and say, "Oh, I want to learn this new skill," but at the end of the day, they never get to that point. Like Dr. Pan said earlier, if you come to me and say you want to start a new skill, I will give you resources and tell you to go and read up and then to a problem come back. It's that commitment that you have to sit down and say, okay, fine, this is the exact point where you know what, I've tried, I've tried this, I've done this, I've tried this, but then it got stuck at this point. And that's where you then have to go back, come back and say, okay, fine, I've done this part, but then I need help here. So one, the ability to find stuff. Two, the ability to learn.
Yeah, I think that was also like scholarships. So generally, I also want to pick from again our keynote speaker. It's been a picture here showing how people were making calls and things. Well, right now, you can just like pick your phone down. And if you hear customer experience, the next thing you hear is phone calls, right? How are you doing? Think about data analysis. So that's where you trying to skill up would make you set your path. Maybe when you're looking for a job, or you have like something that someone else wants to have, right? So they're looking for CS professionals right now. Oh, I'm a bit hard. So like, that's not what we're actually looking at for. What are you looking at when you finish making that course? Oh, you see, oh, data skills. So what are you looking at for data skill? What are you doing with it? So that's where if your skill coming in to do that. Also in growth, then we're thinking about growth or you're selling a product. You have to like campus talk, you have to dance around all the community energy and all of that before you could sell. But right now, you can just with the comfort of your phone, just look for hashtags. I know, I'm sorry, who knows this? Go, go, go. Who else? Like, it just leaves the rent free in your head. That's it. It is your skill. So you can use that rent to put stuff online to market your products. That's an honest look at it. Again, prefer not like you speak when you're talking about we look at all those things, especially AI. AI is here to take our job. No. We are feeding AI the data AI needs. So AI is here to make us do our job like smarter. So what you need to do now, you'll say AI will help me do ABC. The one who focus on other things that AI will still help. So it means that it's making us like explore more possibility and save time. So generally, we just need to skill up. Things we need to do are courses, research online. There are free courses. Again, the EX is here speaking about the essential. I think that you can roll on that. LinkedIn resources, you could do that as well. If you go on Udemy, like research on these things, freelancing, if you learn a skill and you're like, oh, I'm looking for a job in, I don't know why I just put the whole like, data analysis and there's no opening. you could volunteer, right? And what happens is you have like experience that you would now get another role. And if you're volunteering and the person is saying, "Oh, I think this is important to me," let me start paying you for what you're currently doing. So that's another thing. That's another angle to look at. When you've skilled up, you need to apply it so that it doesn't become, "Oh, I have a bunch of information and I don't have like hands-on experience." So it's very, very important that as you're skilling up, you're also looking at how to marry all your into like a useful thing. And when you look back, like, "Oh, I did A, B, C, D, and all of that."
Okay, so let's go to the practical session. How many people here are into digital marketing? Okay. Who else? Nobody else. All right. So digital marketing is easy-ish because they already know. What do you do? You look like any Thomas. Sorry, but what do you do? Yes. You sell clothes and accessories. Have you used AI before? What did you use it for? Work. Okay.
You.
We're listening. Yeah. Okay. So I'm picking people at random because, like I said, a lot of this is interactive. I don't like talking to myself. What do you do? Okay, so have you used AI before? AI before? Yeah. What did you use it for? Okay. So for car, so sales close, how do you take care of it? Okay, yeah, I should work with that. You was giving an idea.
So, business person as well. I take the one with elements as well. I did the AIC for them. So we have different AI tools they can use with it as well. So what I do is that I generate my sales content using AI. So that's why I said that she can make use of AI to get her sales content.
Okay. So, so you can use AI literally to run your business end to end. That's one example. So because she needs to generate sales content. But think about a business on a bigger scale. So we're talking content calendar, you're talking uh, copy, you're talking design, you're talking videos, right? And all of these things are things that you can basically sit in an hour, right? You're done with everything that you need to do, including creating a video, which, as I said, example, because as much as possible, the practicality of those skills is something that you need to understand where, how to use them. So you want to bring in AI. For example, and this is general now, right? So the biggest one will be ChatGPT, Gemini. So let's assume you go to ChatGPT, and a lot of these things work when you converse with it constantly. I'm trying to do A, B, C, D, E. What do you think about it? Get its opinion, think about it, give it feedback, let it return. Then it's possible that at the end of the day, what you get a more uh, clearer, what's it called? You get a more clearer output. You get a refined output you've done research with it, like she said, you've thought about it. But then one thing that people complain about is that when you create content with AI, it can potentially sound in a particular way, when people read it. But guess what? There is another tool that basically just takes that content and then humanizes it. So it makes it sound like, oh, an actual person. Thank you. Natural. It makes it sound like an actual person sat down to write it, not like an article that AI wrote. And it's something that you can take your entire workflow, feed it into it, and thankfully with data analysis as well. Because guess what? The data analysis that she's talking about, you can make it better with AI as well. So upload your sheet or Excel or even your SQL file into the platform, and then just ask her, okay, what are the analysis that you can drive from this particular file? Basically, let it think through it, give you the results, and then you can break it down. Say, okay, fine. I actually want to know this particular detail, and it gives it back to you. So it's something that you can take and refine as much as possible to say, okay, this is the different way that this will work. I want somebody else that is not doing business. What do you do?
My name is Akron. I'm a teacher.
You're a teacher.
I'm also a fitness instructor.
Okay.
So I use AI to generate my research materials for my students and to sort of create some kind of, I give them assignments using AI. So I also try to, for my fitness instruction to, I used to generate content or some kind of exercise that I never find online. So just try to give me something new. That's what I use. So
Okay, that's cool. So you basically use it to generate your entire curriculum, break it down,
yes, yeah.
and then of course, even for fitness ideas for people with different body types, different diets.
I use that.
Awesome. So next question. I'm giving you the first assignment, so the second assignment, more or less. While we're seated here, you've been in the session, what the session is about. So one paragraph, I need just one paragraph about what skills should be focused on as digital skills. Is it clear or do I need to explain for that? You have the title of this particular session. You don't. The title is our workshop. The title is digital skills for, yeah. So you already have it. So use ChatGPT or Gemini to generate one paragraph that you can share online. Yes.
Okay.
That's true.
Let me talk about growth mindsets. So growth mindset is embracing the change and leveraging it. Like you not being scared of failing, right? I think I'll keep referring back to Q speaker because I mean cover this. Like you would fail, but that does not mean it's not learning. So don't put it like, oh, I'm failing. Start something. And there's something I always say, working backwards. So if you want to start something, you imagine where is this thing headed to? So let's say I came from Ibadan this morning. I'm coming to Lagos. I'll ask myself, okay, if I'm to leave Ibadan by maybe 7 a.m. without traffic, I'm going to get to Lagos at this time. So at the time as I'm going to like get to Lagos, what time is that time? Would that route be free? So this is you walking like backwards. It gives you like the timing at which you should start your journey. But that does not mean that you've done that analysis and you wouldn't fail. So what it means that you know where you're headed at and you're not scared that you would fail. So once you fail, you're like, oh, this these are things that I have not like captured and it happened. So having a growth mindset is being able to allow yourself explore and grow, right? So generally, uh, being able to build yourself. Again, I'll capture what the business class speaks, like get mentors. There's like have friends around you that you could um, discuss things with, just to go in a direction that's this is who you want to be. So yeah, okay, let me hear you.
Yeah, trying to get them to project something, but I don't know. Okay, are we going to be able to do that? Okay. All right. So, I'm looking at you guys will be able to look at an article, watch a particular video so that by yourself you can see what's possible. But also what Judy was talking about. So when we're talking about the growth mindset generally, for everything that you have to do, for everything that you have to work on, at the beginning, you would always think it's easier than it actually looks. And that's the fact. Thanks. What my enemies actually people. So let's look for a business person on this side. What do you do? You're a teacher. Okay. Business person this side. Sorry, I need a team. No good team. The knowledge brands. You. Difficult thing about leading a team. Well, I think it's has to do with interacting with people with different kind of mindsets. Okay. What about like an open community? So it's not limited to who I've known before. So it's about accepting for who they have, then now it's able to work with them and just like at the level of quality find solution with excellence. Okay. So how many people here work in groups? Women's school? So how many of you are able to do that? Let's do it basically that use the money to run the entire group. Because that's what usually happens, right? At the time that you start, you feel, oh, it's your friends that are in the same group, so it shouldn't be a problem. But then, because it's work and not just, you have to start chasing everybody. Even at my level, the biggest headache I have is chasing people. That's, I barely have time to do one actual work. But at the beginning, I feel like it's easy because it's a matter of, okay, fine. You just tell them they're adults and they'll get it done. But someone picks a meeting and then they don't show up. And you ask them what happened, they went to buy show. You're in Nigeria, but you understand that yes, that could be a possible meeting, but it doesn't take away the fact that you pick the time, you set the meeting, you want to be responsible, you want to show that you can be trusted, you want to show that you're reliable, but you can't show up for a meeting. Worse, you didn't even tell other people that, oh, I won't be available. So at every point we start out, it seems easier than it's actually, and that's really is. And it's the same thing when it comes to career. Because if I look back at all the different times I've wanted to place, the only thing that keeps me going is basically I like enjoying it. I like to have fun. And the only thing that can make that happen is money. The day someone gives me enough money to never work again in this life, that's the thing. But before I get to that point, I have to show at every point that I am reliable, I can be trusted to get stuff done. And that is the most important skill that you'll be able to, the ability to be reliable. If you can't be reliable upon, somebody will discuss with anything, which means you're not going to grow, you're not going to move forward when you say that is a plan for you. Every time you think about it and think, okay, fine, what other ways can this thing go, this thing goes out? Whatever you think about, just assume that this thing can be worse than that. And then be prepared to put in the work. Because without that, the truth at the end of the day is to get to a point where to get work, when to not put in any work anymore, then you start to feel like actually that's what I'm going to like more than you can. And that's the simple part. Especially when it comes to growth mindset. Every point you want to start out trying things, you get stuck at something. It's saying, oh, you know what? I have a particular place I need to get to, have a destination in mind. I need to continue growing. For every new skill that I've learned at every point, there's the point, I mean, there's a point where I get to and I ask myself that, you know what, why am I doing this exactly? And it's something I do. So this will show you independent the biggest risk that I've taken different points, whether it's to leave a job that things is not working or to start a new career. I do it after I just finished my rent. Down, I know that for the next 1 year, that will not change. I can figure out data, figure out food, but I won't stay on that beach. And I'll go back to the it's at every point, no matter how you think, always make it harder, but you have to decide, you know what, just this point, let's go to the point, then you know, so back to you.
Okay. I think these are like my last words would be constantly trying to evolve, right? Learning, don't stop learning, push yourself, and be very, very brutal with your feedback. So people say, oh, get accountability person for that part of skill you're doing wrong. But when you look through the mirror, you could actually tell yourself, this is not right. And you can downskill from there, like constantly keep learning. Everything is evolving. Everything AI that is here today. First time it came up like ChatGPT. Now we have numerous AI. You want to do slides, there's AI for it. You want to have just put things in document format, there's AI for it. Everything, single thing you're thinking of doing right now, there's like AI for that. So things keep evolving, just keep growing and being brutal with feedback to yourself. And yes, building a community around you is fantastic, but then you should also look inwards and give yourself a true feedback. So really nice chatting with you guys. What's the follow-up?
Good afternoon. My name is David. See, there's a struggle. Let's be realistic here. Realistic, we're in Nigeria. And then the current situation wants you to get so many ways in order to survive. I don't say be comfortable, survive first. So while doing this, you have the passion. Passion is leading you. But when passion is not bringing many surviving skills, it lacks one. And then you try to dabble into another one, and then so you can fall your passion.
So, you as a person, how do you handle the world, let me say, pressure? Because it's really pressurizing because you want to do this. Yes. Okay, for instance, I'm a graphic designer and I have a small brand. So at the point I started doing something, trying to set up a small office just to have that brand standard. And then you see, for this concept, local government will talk this one, that, do that. Like, at the end of the day, you're frustrated. So what do you do in such cases? I think to use a personal example, I think about 10 years ago, my job at the time was paying 30,000 a month, which of course was barely enough to do anything. And of course, that means I had to get other jobs and other stuff like side. But what happened was it's a lot of sacrifice. Let me put it that way. Ambition is expensive, and it's not just money. It's personal relationships, friendships, it's enjoyment. So you at some point have to make those decisions. It's not, it won't be because you don't want to do them. It won't be because you're not interested in doing them, but you just have to. So you take on extra jobs. The deadlines are coming at the same time, and you have to decide. And that's where the tools come in. So, for example, if you want to speak with me, you want to get me, you want to hear my voice, let me put it that way. The best way to do it, because outside of yeah, um, is to book a meeting. There's a link that the people around me have that is, just get that link, book a calendar invite, and then get the meeting. Because every other time that you call me, it's not going to go through. If it goes through, I can't do it because the phone is somewhere. But I need to get some out by particular time. And then I'm using project management tools like Trello, like Sana. I'm using client management tools as well to say, okay, like this client that have this are going with their job, this what's next. For every person that reaches out to me, but I need to help me do something, it's a like when do you need it back? You what's the deadline to this? So when people are like that, okay, I need it by X day, even if I ask them because they've gotten used to it over time. But at that time, it was a lot, right? And you said you still have to deal with Nigeria here. So I remember that at that time there was a point where there was no electricity for weeks, and I had like 3 websites to deliver in a week. So I went to, if who is familiar with Yaba, I went to Ozone in Yaba. Now, at that cinema part, there's a lounge close that side, right? So I went there, started working from there, just kind of, and then after like a couple of days, they disconnected the sockets. When they disconnected the sockets, it was insane because, I mean, why understand? If you notice till now, some restaurants still tell that you can't just come, you have to buy something. And then there's cafe new at that point too. So I went to a friend within the same zone, that the shop was selling stuff. That the boss. I just told that, Shola, I'm going to come and work from the store. I'll buy you lunch. White House was not far from there. So even me myself, I'm not eating the lunch. But just so that I have access to lights that I can use to get the work done. So it's like I said, it's a lot, it's sacrifice. You're definitely going to have to make arrangements and make space for something. You're going to sacrifice something like substance at some point. Friends who they just I don't call, or girlfriend just because I work too much. But at the end of the day, you know where you're going to and you know what it means to you. So like they said, a lot of us in India was surviving. And government is there, or you have to constantly think about how do I rise above this point? Need to go above because truth is when you're competing globally, a lot of people don't put a lot of thought into it. Just say, oh yeah, global competition and all that. But when you think about the fact that you since protest started, MTN has had a lot of issues with. My colleague in the UK doesn't have that same problem. Electricity too. My colleague in the UK doesn't have to worry about that. But guess what? I still have to deliver on the task that we're given. So I hope I've been able to find ways.
My name is Vivian. Okay, I have a question. Well, I have two questions actually. And this question has been like so I just hope I get clarification to it. Like ACE course, which is artificial intelligence career essentials. Okay, we were told to use AI ethically, and now in what way? Make always make preference whenever you generate a content using AI. Make preference to the fact that okay, it was generated from AI. And on the other hand, they also tell us or advise us to use AI to create content, to do this, to do that. So I want to understand if I should create a content with AI, do I have to go beneath it just like you normally do? Maybe if you're creating a slide and you write source or image source Google, and after writing my content, maybe for my product or for maybe my picture capture, I will go beneath and write content generated from AI. I want to understand how do I tackle that? That's one question. Now the second question is don't believe I've forgotten it. Isn't I recall?
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
So ethical use of technology is something that's regularly debated, and of course, starting from hacking, and now we're at AI. And because of the power that that technology holds, there has to be, ethical use of it. For example, how many people follow hip hop? You guys, is it only Nigerian songs listening? Yeah. Sorry, who is a Jay-Z fan here? Let me make it. Okay. You're aware of the song that they did last year with Jay-Z and forgotten the other person using AI, right? So anybody listening to that song would think it's Jay-Z that recorded it. That's how good it was, right? The video that I wanted to show you were also generated using AI. But what I did was I fed it my voice and then told it to read out that content using my voice and then build a video around that content. So at each point, it's a case of, am I hoping to make money from this or is it just part of my organic efforts? So if you're trying to do a slide and you generate an image using AI, for most of the platforms now, they'll put a small symbol at the bottom left corner to say, oh, I generated this, or it won't be a lot of text, but it will have maybe like a star in the corner, say maybe generated it on Samsung or Meta or any of those platforms. They usually have that. And sometimes it's necessary, especially when it's public facing. So public facing is going on social media accounts and all of that. But if the actual content is based off of your feedback, so for example, I'm trying to work on content that talks about courage for the body, right?
I've given it that prompt. I didn't say, oh, just come up with content for me to do ABCD. I was not giving the prompt that, giving it specific guidelines and then helping with that. And then when it gives me that content, I change something in it so that it sounds more like my brand. At that point, it's still human input. It helped you, but the final product was yours. And that's where you draw the line. So, one, you're not intending to use it to defraud someone or scam people or, take advantage of people. And then two, final input was from you. Okay. All right. Because of time, final question. Someone should ask you the question too, please.
You talked about the tool that after generating with AI, they use the tool to make it sound like human. So, I want to know the name of the tool.
Claude.ai.
Is it?
Claude, CLAUDE.ai. So I take the text from ChatGPT, take it to Claude, and then tell it to humanize it. And by the time it does, even sometimes I look at it myself and I'm like, oh wow, this definitely works. Or another thing, because I used to write a lot, I still own a tech blog of some sort. So what I do is I feed it all my past articles and say write, so based on my tone of voice and the way I've written, so I give it the guidelines. This is the type of content I want, and then it brings that, and then I take it to Claude and just tweaks it there. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Hello everyone, good morning. So my question is directed to Judith. You talked about customer relationship, and I want to ask, how do you repair customer relationships that are broken? Yeah, there are some customers that you actually like and you've worked with them, but sometimes something just along the line, you guys just go apart. So how do you repair this kind of relationships?
Okay. So maybe to rephrase, you say customers are churned, they've left your product, or so you want to get them back to the funnel, right? So based off, you need to document why they left. So first thing to do is, why is this person leaving me? If you've acknowledged why they left, then you would have an angle to have conversation with that customer. Hey, I noticed you left because of ABCD. I would like to inform you that we've done ABCD and it's gonna do, so that customer will come back. And if it's maybe a service-based product, you could say, oh, because you're coming back, we value you and we'll fix this and this. We're giving you some certain kind of discounts. That would welcome back the customer as well. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Awesome. I'd like for Emily and Judith to stand for a bit to take pictures. Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. So we're going to have our next sponsor spotlight. And I would like to call on Damilola Emuze of The Bulb to come tell us how they're again ushering us into the future that is here and now. Okay. So while we're waiting for her, I'd like us to do a quick exercise. And it's something very interesting. So think of we've been talking about the future, we're talking about AI, talking about machine learning, things that we haven't heard before, seen before, right? And I'm really curious about if anybody has thought of something out of the box, something that you think does not exist now, a job description that you think does not exist now, that you think will exist in the future. I'll give you an example. For example, you could have something like virtual reality stylist. Someone said, really? The metaverse is coming. You guys know about the metaverse, right? Yeah. Someone can, their job will be to be styling things that don't exist. Yeah. Honestly. So even if you're in the fashion space, you're an entrepreneur, you're selling stuff, there are things that you can think around that would come in the future that you can actually position yourself for. So think outside of the box. There's like a lot that you can do. And that's why we love what ALX, the Bob, what Pipeline Company is doing here, making us think outside of the box as well, right? Anybody else have any other example that you can think of? Okay. Can we get the microphone over to her, please?
So I just imagine having an AI tailor sort of fashion designer.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Hi everyone. So you have like maybe this dress on Instagram that maybe Vicky James like made or something, and then you just take a screenshot and then upload it on the AI platform, and then it just gives you like the accurate styling and measurements that you can just implement.
That's amazing.
Yeah, like put in the prompts, like I'll like, because I'm sure for designers, they kind of do all this illustration and everything.
Yeah.
So you can just like upload the dress and say that, maybe hi Claude or hello, I don't know about ChatGPT or hi Gemini or something. Yeah. I am trying to sew this type of dress for a size 6, 5 foot, something pressing. I would like accurate description. Yeah, like what colors work for me and skin tone and all of that. Just put all of that, and then they just go there. Hi, according to all of this is what, and then even though it may not be perfect because there's supposed to be the human element. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's really cool.
Oh my goodness, that's an amazing idea. And I think if you're here, you have developer friends. That's something that someone can build, right? So create the job. Anybody else? Okay, I see a hand over here. That's what I mean. It's pretty amazing.
Hello, good afternoon. Just looking at the way where AI will go down to your dream. Interpret it happens, like decode your dream and interpret your dream. I'm still waiting for it.
Don't laugh. That is actually something. Because some of us here, we dream of where maybe one day we wake up, we're leaving pizza somewhere, then we'll now enter into the ocean to go and be talking with squids and octopuses. Honestly, and then it can mean something. And a lot of these indigenous tribes actually say that, things like flying in your dream, we will say they have come for you, but really, they mean something, right? So that's actually a really brilliant idea, and that's something that we've been seeing in a couple of films, right? We've seen a couple of films where like they interpret your dreams or things like that. So amazing! Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to move on to the next. I just want to confirm: is Damilola Elize here? Okay. All right, so we're just going to move straight into our workshop. But before we do that, we have some interesting guests online, right? So we have people online. We just want to wave to them, right? I don't know where they are, but yeah, we can just say the future is now again. Can we say that? 1, 2, 3. The future is now. Awesome. Thank you. I just want to say hi to our online guests. Thank you for joining us. You can also type "the future is now" on the platform if you're listening. And you can also tell us, interesting future jobs that you think could come out that we haven't seen or something crazy. We'd really like to read your comments. Right, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the panel. So we have a panel session, right? Very interesting panel session, and it's titled "Beyond the Screens, From Class Project to Global Impact." And I'm really excited about the fact that our panelists once again are really seasoned professionals that will, just take us into that world. Okay, so I'm gonna call on, I don't want them to come out yet, I just want to read their profiles first so you can get an idea of who they are. But, okay, I think we should do it this way. I'll call them one by one and then they will come out so you can see who I'm talking about. So, you can put a face to the names. Right. So the first person I'm going to call on is Adekunfe Odulon. Now, she is a seasoned strategy consultant. She has a strong track record in developing communication strategies across various sectors. Currently, the partnerships lead at ALX Africa, or ALX Nigeria. She has skills in strategic planning, brand management, and customer engagement initiatives. She's also spearheaded campaigns for prominent brands that you've heard of. Brands like Pepsi, brands like I think Super Commando, is what like energy drink. Okay. Brands like FCMB and Too Short. Please put your hands together for her if you can. Awesome. And next we have Lanre Ogundipe. He has this mission to bridge the digital divide by building digital and hardware technology infrastructure that would help increase access, delivery, and distribution of learning so that we can have the best career and knowledge outcomes necessary for nation building and globalization. Now, he's also, something very interesting that I see here in his profile is that he is the managing partner and board member of the Global Air Drone Academy. That's a drone training and development academy that uses drones for STEAM education and teaches adults and youth about drone development, safety flight regulations, and commercial services. Please put your hands together for Lanre. Next, we have Ogogo Ine. Now, I love, you see, how many of us here use LinkedIn? We're on LinkedIn, right? Awesome. I don't know if you're on LinkedIn. I'm pretty sure that she has come on your LinkedIn to say, right? Exactly. I'm pretty sure you see her. I'm sure you see her come on your LinkedIn to talk about Nexford University, right? She's the country director for Nexford University in Nigeria. And, before joining there, she was a director at the project management office at the Nigerian University of Technology and Management. And she has so much credentials. Master's degree in energy, trade, and finance from London City University. And her passion lies in equipping African talent with the 21st century skills to transform Africa. Please put your hands together for as she makes her way to the stage. Right. Now, I'm going to call on our moderator for the day, right? And I also find her profile very interesting because, she's the head of innovation and new markets at Old School Africa. She's an education technology executive with almost a decade of experience. Now, she's also collaborated with top alternative educational institutions, like, of course, Old School Africa, Decagon Institute, and Andela Learning Community. And she's trained over 500,000 people. And she's here today with us. So please put your hands together as I call on Rachel Onoja.
Hi everyone. Hey, let's get right into it. Thank you so much for having us. I'm super excited to be moderating this panel.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm super excited to be moderating this panel. It's so good to have everyone here. Hi, Landry. Hi, Vinci. Can I call you Ochi? Oh, thank you. So today we're going to be talking about beyond the screens, right? From classroom projects to global impact. Every single person on this panel has done really amazing work. And we are here to share our experience and also see how we could help you think like problem solvers, right? Because a lot of brands you see out there, a lot of businesses you see out there, every single one started with the goal of solving a problem, right? Yeah, you want to make money, but you solve problems in order to make money, right? So the idea is based on through this conversation, we want to see how we can push your mindset towards moving away from tutorials, moving away from just watching online courses to actually solving problems, building projects, building impactful products that can impact the world globally. So we'll get right into it. Now, a lot of us starting in school have been part of group projects, right? And sometimes you would have those group projects where some people, some of those projects started off as amazing ideas, or you just want to work on this project to pass your final year program. Some people have that mindset. While some people are intentional about, I want to see this project move from my supervisor's desk to actually going out there to do amazing work. So my question to our panelists, right? I think for this we would go around everyone is what are some projects that you have, what inspired you to work on your first final year project? Like the project that you enjoyed the most, right? When in school. What inspired you to work on that? Was it just a random, build a something management system? Or was it something that you were excited about? What inspired you to work on it? Larry, let's start with you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, once again. So for me, mine was based on an interest. I think my project, if I can remember very well, was around object-oriented programming and how we could build objects. I mean, it was quite a long time ago, so some people here might not really, because we're still using C++, and I don't know if there's anybody that uses C++. So then it was really about how we could build moving objects and virtual objects basically with the computer. At the time, it was more of just an academic thing. To be very honest, it wasn't anything I thought deep about. I wasn't and leave school, right? So, but on graduating, I looked back and I was like, oh, okay, that's actually one of the things that actually inspired my love for building products. Just the fact that, me and my lecturer at the time, my professor at the time, spent a lot of time around ensuring that the design, he was so particular about outcome. It wasn't really much about, whether we could use it. How it impacted me personally was just the fact that sometimes you have this winning spirit when you do something and it actually works. So it just inspired me to basically be very proactive about how I build things and all the thought process that was involved in building or doing that project. So as opposed to the project itself, I think the process of writing that project was what kind of helped me right, to build the business. Yeah.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you.
All right. Can everyone hear me? First of all, I just want to say a big thank you to the Talent Pipeline Company for putting this together and for each and every one of you for being here. So please give yourselves a round of applause. It's very important that you're able to find opportunities where you can learn from, where you can grow, and you can create the kind of impact that you want for your business. So coming back to your question, for me when I started, I just wanted to graduate. Where they gave me the course, I just wanted to graduate and get out of the school. I went to a federal university here in Nigeria. So if you think about how you have lecturers that are looking for ways to give you extra year, I just wanted to get out, right? Um, but that did for me as well, just coming to what Larry was saying, was the process was very interesting. So I did a science course in school, right? And my project of the day was working with cement pollution of cement dust on plants. But the process of um, just doing the research, understanding why it was important for me to get it done at the end of the day was what was very fulfilling for me. Now, coming back to another one, a very significant class project or something that has been done would be ALX itself. A lot of people may not know this, but ALX actually started as a group called the African Leadership Group by our CEO and founder, Fred Swanica. And it did start as a class project. It was while he was at the Stanford Business School, right? And he was working on a proposal, and he created what is called the African Leadership Academy, right? Which was supposed to be a summer school that was just made for you to be able to identify train young people on leadership and entrepreneurship, right? But it was so successful, and that was in 2004 by the way. It was so successful that it birthed so many other um, institutions. Currently, we have the African Leadership University in Rwanda. Yes, we have an entire university. We have ALX, as you know it now to be. We have Santec. And so that is how a simple, project literally from school could become something so big and impactful. So if you're looking to do something impactful, if you're thinking about your ideas as being too small, you can look at people like Personanica and say, hey, I don't have to think about it as a small project. I have the ability and the potential to create something impactful. Yes.
Thank you. I think my journey is very different from others because I started academics and corporate life. So I studied accounting, then I didn't choose project delivery, and didn't want to do the research. So I took extra exams, and that was like my first degree. But when I did my second degree, my research was on biofuel in Africa and figuring out how to use constant and all that to kind of develop biofuel. So as at that time, I've gotten older, and I think I was starting to get inspired to solving problems that were in my environment. So I was Nigerian, I had several problems, so I was trying to find ways from my environment to see if I could solve the problem. So as far back as then, I'm always been inspired to look at my environment and see what problems there are. And if I was going to spend time, then I should be trying to solve some of those problems. But to your question about how things in the classroom can then things in real life, and that would then take me to the beginning of my involvement in startups. So, like I said, my career started off in corporate, so Nigerian Stock Exchange, financial services. Um, so, so a lot of my experience doing that, which is corporate strategy, application, business, vision, we can get there. I simply just took that and then ended up in a startup environment by chance, right? But what I will bring up from that experience to your question is that project, that Nigerian University of Management and Technology, it was actually a classroom project as well. So the promoters, the people who came up with that idea, they were part of something called the Nigerian Leadership Initiative West Africa, which is part of ASPIN. So you know the types of people in that class. We say Ike Mokwede, founder of Access Bank, or Dr. Kenan Aman, founder of Africa Capital Alliance. The idea of creating this MIT in Africa was a classroom assignment, and as part of their class, it was a case of when you guys live here, what can you as Africans do that will improve you? And the idea that the class adopted was, we should create a university in Africa that is like, the IIT, the Indian Institute of Technology, something like Stanford, that fuels innovation on the continent so that they really exist. And it took more than 15 years for that idea, that classroom idea, because they all came back and they were very busy working on the different businesses they were running, to now become what today is the Nigeria University of Technology and Management. And my attraction to that is really about taking all of those learnings from corporate life that involves all the different anchoring the business in excellence so that it's enduring. And that's the attraction for me from what I've done to now doing stars.
Thank you so much. I love what you shared about how your experience started from services, business strategy. And with all of these services, is like they're trying to provide business value to their customers, but also trying to gain business needs for themselves as a business, right? They have to make money. So a lot of us get it. Every single person here is part of one education program. But behind the scenes, we also want to make money. Yes, it's impact based projects and money gives for them. At what point do you think young innovators in the world should start thinking about, okay, this is when I should start thinking about this next, when is too soon? Like, when is too soon and when is too far? Like, oh yeah, you've not said if you want to, this business is going to die. So when do you think it's too soon for the project?
I think let me even start from, I think we've talked about mindset a lot today, and there is research upon research has shown that, so think of Clay Christensen, who's worked with MIT, when he has that job to do theory. So research and research continue to show that don't chase money, chase value, chase that. So, I'm not the one saying it, research, seasoned people way before us have said it. They've come to discover that. So, and it's one of those advice that when you try to tell a young person, they'll say, no, I'm the exception to the rule, let me try. And then over time, an experience will come to show you that, yeah, you're right. Maybe I need to find a problem. So people don't give you money as a gift. You pay you to solve a problem that they have. So if you can anchor your mindset on the fact that I need to be solving a problem, then for me that is the foundation. In terms of when to start chasing money, I mean, I know we like silver bullets, but it's not going to happen here because there's no prescription for that. There's no way you should start chasing money. There are problems that are solving when turnaround time is short, and within a few months to a year, you are earning revenue. I'm not even talking profit right now. And then there are other things that take a much longer turnaround time, and you're making revenue, but you're still not making profit for years. So on and so forth. I'm in a business where, yes, you're making revenue, but profitability still eludes you. It takes a while for certain businesses to even after achieving product market fit, to then achieve profitability. So I don't know the answer. I think it's very contextual and it depends on so many things. The business model, that product market fit we're talking about, competition, the funding you had at the beginning, the start of strategy you had. It's like it goes on and it's really contextual. But the focus, if you just stay on the fact that you're solving a problem, I think that the money will come. So that's the idea.
Thank you so much. Larry, you've been businesses because these businesses in she just talked about the prospects and business is a hustle, right? Especially for education programs, because not a lot of people don't necessarily invest in education. That's why the fact that they all believe that education is what will drive economic growth, right? But generally, when you want to fund projects or you want to get money to fund your startup, you go out there, you talk to investors, you talk to different people. How do you think young individuals can access funding easily? Keeping in mind that a lot of them have already done this before. And because they've not done this before, that means they make more mistakes than. But what are some mistakes that they can try to avoid, and also what are some and they move away from the narrative I'm too young. Because there are younger people who are accessing funding worth $10 million, $15 million. And I believe that's possible. So what are some insights that you have?
All right. So first things first, I think the idea of raise of starting businesses and having funding in mind is something that started probably like say probably not popular maybe about maybe not up to a decade. A lot of businesses ran by starting the businesses and grinding, your business. I started my business in 2000, first business in 2000. That's the pyramid tech today. Started in 2009. We never thought about it. We just thought about, okay, this is a problem we want to solve. Let's go to the market and let's solve it. The first business that I have will be or is a funded business paid, and that's because of startup nomenclature. But if you're thinking about businesses, I think when founders or young people are starting businesses, they have this mentality that okay, because I'm a startup, I must go the traditional way, getting funding first, starting my business. I think if we think about the people that we're solving the problem for and getting the product or whatever it is to those people first, and getting some traction. I think that's number one. The other thing that I have also seen is a lot of universities are starting incubation programs where if you have an idea, you can actually go to your university. And for if you're in a school or in a university where they don't have that, it's something you can actually go and charge your school about and say, okay, we're building innovation, we're building businesses that we need support from the university. Typically, from what I've seen in universities, it's the alumni community really that will fund these kind of businesses. So I would also advise young founders and young startup founders to also think about going into like incubator programs. That's definitely one of the ways that you can easily get funding because even people that have been funded before these days are not getting funding. So I can almost guarantee you that if you are building a business with the mind of I have this great idea and I know that it's going to be funded because it's a great idea. You're shocked, and you might be demotivated to even drop your idea. So I don't think that building in this day and age, it might change in a few years, but building in this day and age should not be funding reliant. I think it should be solution reliant first because people will pay for value just like um, people said. And what we're going to now see is that a lot of people who are funding businesses now don't, not many people are funding ideas these days, right? People are funding scale, right? So at the very, very beginning stage, I don't think that even if you have an idea and you go and work for an organization, so there's something that we do at Pay. Um, we've had we've had some interns who had ideas that worked in our company, right? Who had ideas, and what we said to them was, if you can build or come up with an idea of a product or a solution that can be an add-on to the organization, and you bring that forward, we can now help to incubate that idea because we already have some level of brand presence. We can launch that idea under our company as a vertical and support you. So we've done that for two people, but we also realize that these people also really have the grit to just continue because they are going to get a lot of no's, they are going to get disappointed, but that grit to just continue and not give up, especially when you're solving a real problem. You have to give up when you're solving a real problem, when you know that this thing that I'm doing is definitely going to work. So the encouragement that I would give is, and also family and friends. If your friends and your family cannot support you, then don't go and look for support because if your own mother in your house, if you tell her your idea, she's not giving you money or your uncle. So that's always the first. I always say this story, very weird story. Our first our first investment at Pay came from a friend who just saw Pay and said, let me give you. I know not everybody has this kind of thing. So one of my guys was like, give you $50,000. I just don't get it. And that's the only funding we have received ever. And the business is currently valued at $3 million speak today. So that first check or that first belief, he definitely didn't know what we were going to do with it. He saw the idea and he knew me as a person. So the founder, you yourself, your integrity and how you show seriousness in the business that you're building can also get people to fund your business. Let me know about the
Thank you so much. It's so good. Great resilience and also being to family and friends, right? I think one thing that is when you don't always, there's this principle about like giving and receiving. A lot of people have this mindset that they will always receive, but they don't do. The idea is even as young as you are, you need to start investing into businesses because that's where you build network, where you build some sort of connections. That in the future you want to fund your projects, you can always go back to these people or because you have sold in one place, you can receive from somewhere. So that's something that you should also consider. Before we Elvis is here. Hi, Elvis.
Hello.
Elvis is an education advantage. Elvis is an education advantage, and he is the CEO, Chief Education Officer of EduGist, a social enterprise that drives to reform technology and innovation in education in Africa, with operations in Nigeria, Rwanda, and the United Kingdom. MBS has presented a lot of papers across technology integration in education and education-focused corporate social responsibility. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. So, you talked about ALS started as like a classroom project, right? And the role of social impact. At what point do you think projects should have this whole mindset of okay, we are going to should inventors have the mindset of my project is going to solve social impact, right? For some people, which is completely okay. Like Oji said, it's about providing value, right? And providing value sometimes can be purely business, right? But not everybody can be purely business. So at what point should we plan for a project would be able to provide social impact? Because I think that there are some projects, there are some companies, I think last month I met the CEO of Wayfair. He gave a bit of like a journey as to how when they started. When they started, we just he was working as I think maybe shop also. And over time they started with one filling station, 3 filling stations, 7 filling stations. And then now they're doing a lot of social impact with it. But when they started, social impact was not necessary before, right? While for some projects like impactful projects, they would always start with, oh, we're doing impact, and then later we'll get money, right? So when people are thinking about projects they want to work on, what should they look towards when making a decision? To what point this should translate into social impact?
Great. I think you should start thinking about it from the get-go because it's very important that you also look at how your business can scale. We talked about scale already, right? You already touched on it with how Green Oil was able to scale his business. Yes, it wasn't what he thought about from the beginning, but as a young entrepreneur, as a young innovator, you are learning from other people's experiences, right? So if he's telling you that he got to a point where he had to start thinking about scale and social impact, then you should be able to start thinking in your own and be like, you know what, from the get-go, it might not be something I am going to do on the in the immediate future. It's not a short-term goal, but it's a long-term goal. And for anyone that wants to be in business, at the end of the day, you want sustainability, right? So from the get-go, you should start putting that into your thought process.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. When an industry that's ever evolving, changing, today we're talking about AI, metaverse, talking about that, I think a year or 2 years ago, we're talking about blockchain applications. It's easy to get distracted. Like, super easy to get distracted because there's so much happening, there's so much going on. I think when I used to code, there was a time that JavaScript kept bringing up new frameworks almost every 2 weeks. It was how do you code with this? But as an innovator or as a founder, you should be able to stay focused on your goal. Right? How do you curb distractions that comes your way while you're working on all of the amazing things you're working on?
Thank you very much. And once again, for coming. How do you stay really focused and evolving more? So for me, I think we start mention what is innovation really. AI is the buzzword at the individual level and at the company level, at the country level. Do you really need to follow that bandwagon? Because for me, my definition of innovation at what particular point in time. So if I say I want to be one of the best developer. So today now when we are getting people into dev, we want to look at what the invoke language, the language that works. But I think for you to stay updated sometime in the innovation space, you necessarily do not have to run forward. You really need to go backward and lay the foundation. What is that thing that you really need to learn in your industry? So for example, people that started off with CC++ and then they did PHP and all that as the foundation, when they are moving from there to Java, JavaScript, blockchain, to AI, they have the foundation. So for me, for you to stay updated, first, if that foundation is not solid, whether it's prayers or opportunities brings you to the high table, people will see you for who you are. So first for me, for you to stay updated, you need to look at your foundation. Is it solid or you were just a one-time miracle? Are you going to let people down? So when you now get there, the next thing will be, where do you get the knowledge for your industry? I work in education, but at the intersection of media, and then it will be fully of me if the best content I read, no disregard, but it's strictly just maybe Punch, Guardian. Am I updated with the way the Economist write? Am I updated with the way the New Yorker writes and all those things? So I am subscribed to some of these things, and for young people too, if you say this is where you want to go, I think there are industry publications, there are communities too. We say that the gold mine of this present age is community. There are so many things you will not find in an MBA class, so many things you will not get in paid courses. But just because in a WhatsApp group you are conversing with people and in a Slack group, sometimes for those of us that have some very struggling background, when we got in, some people are using some slang and it looks normal. But because we know our foundation, you have to go back and say, what exactly is this person talking about? So for me, how to really stay on the curve of where innovation is, go backward and know exactly how did we get here? Because we are talking about AI today. Just 5 years ago, we thought the people from the research angle were actually just painting a future that will not happen. But here we are. But something happened. I mean, there was a confluence of hardware and software, and we are saying a time is going to come when you necessarily do not need big computers. Those were some of the background knowledge that has led us to where we are, where you just have a small mobile phone. There is no need for those things. So two things: go backward, and then know where your source of knowledge is coming from.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elvis. Identify your niche by going backward. Why are you doing this? And be sure of your source of knowledge. Thank you. Oji, a lot of us go into building projects expecting that things would be all good, we'll make money super fast. And sometimes we fall into get rich quick schemes, right? How can we as young innovators avoid these distractions or these temptations?
I think it's similar to what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So this idea of, what is making you fall into a get-rich-quick scheme is this chase for the pursuit of money, and well, the point about trying to solve a problem, right, and letting the money follow, it's a values thing, right? It's what have you placed value on? Have I placed value on the income? Have I placed value on the problem I'm trying to solve? And my angel also said the same thing, even as an individual, like when she talks about, don't chase money, chase something you love, and then in the process of doing that, the value will chase, and then of course in the process of doing that as well, make yourself so exceptional people cannot take their eyes off you. So I think the way to avoid getting into those kind of schemes is to still go back to fundamentals, which is a values thing. What are you placing values on? So what is the problem you're even trying to solve for yourself? And then in the process of chasing that, it's not, so really trying to avoid chasing money, I think, is the only way to avoid that. If you continue to chase money, it's almost inevitable that you will fall into that. I would just say focusing on values and going back to the fundamentals. So working on yourself, allowing people to value that, and let the reward come that way. There are other things that we do to, being good is not enough. We know that, right? Being good is, we know that's not enough. So what you do around making the effort to come to places like this, to gain extra knowledge, to build a network, to get a mentor that we discussed earlier. So there are all those things you do to further your objective. That is not just a pure cash chase, which then leads you to some of these pitfalls that you're talking about.
Thank you so much. Invest in yourself and don't get stuck in the rat race. I didn't think. I know that a lot of us, every single person here is an educator in one way or the other. What do you think is the role of educators in ensuring that projects are not stuck on the shelf?
I think the first thing is we have a duty as educators to help to nurture talent, right? To develop talent. And so if you're able to showcase and demonstrate that already, you inspire them. Then you also bring in, experts, people that are already within the industry that are doing amazing things, that are already doing this pretty much the same thing that they're doing or wanting to go into. So those are some of the ways that you can ensure that people just don't leave, their projects there on the shelf or abandon their projects, right? Because having the right mentors, having the right, being able to see people that have done similar projects, right, inspires the younger generation, and even putting them in the right rooms. So one of the things that we also do at ELX is this, right? You might be a learner, you might be a fellow, but I'm sure one or two of them here would have can attest to the fact that even when we come for conferences like this, they get opportunities to speak, which is very rare, for most places. I was at an HR conference a couple of months ago, and a learner, not even an alumni, had the opportunity to address people there. And when she was done, someone came to meet her to say, they're actually trying to do something around HR and data analytics, and if she's interested in doing something like that. And she ran to me like, oh my God, they're asking me to come and work. What do I do? I said, you go, you move. She said, but I'm not done with my program. I said, but yeah, this is how it starts, So being in the right places, bringing the right people to motivate them through industry, expert sessions, putting them in the right environment are one of the ways you can help young people get those projects going. Because as we speak, the same person I'm speaking about, she did a freelance opportunity for them for about 3 months, and she has started her own, HR company where she does CV clinics, right? So, hey, what are you waiting for? Get yourself out there and be able to, start doing good things.
That's really impressive. Please, let's put our hands together for ELX today. So we are pressed for time, but I'm going to ask In one word, every single panelist. In one word, what is it, or one word or a phrase, right? What's a critical problem-solving skill that you think every young individual should have? Language, let's start with you.
So for me, I would say collaboration. First of all, the ability to collaborate, research. I think a lot of times we underestimate the importance of research in our work, whether as a founder or as a staff even of an organization. Research around what you, okay, you said one word.
Thank you. Go with your gut feeling, but always research. Always.
Fail to win.
Sorry?
Fail to win.
Yeah.
We get into stuff and then we are thinking if we fail, what happens? But from every failure, there's something you've learned as an experience. So please just.
It's okay to fail. It's okay to make mistakes.
So that you win.
Yeah. Don't make the same mistake twice, but that would really help you learn more. Okay.
As a strategist at heart, so mine will be clarity of purpose. So if you are going to Ikeja and you are driving really well to Aja, there's a problem. So I would say clarity of purpose, clarity of vision, clarity of goal. So that would be mine.
Thank you so much. I didn't
Okay, I would say communication. It's very important because if you're not able to communicate your vision, how do people buy into it, right? So ensure you have the right communication skills. And one thing that people don't necessarily think about as a part of communication is active listening. You should be able to listen to feedback about the project or the business idea that you're putting out. And that's why it's important to create an MVP, a functional product that people can actually test and then give you feedback on how to improve it.
Thank you so much. I think on my end, I would say, as much as you have all of these amazing critical skills, you don't have every single one of them. It's very hard. So always have the right people around you. The right people will help you move farther and farther. Thank you so much, everyone. So we'll take one question from the audience. Unless you said I did a really good job at pushing my people to answer really well so you don't have questions, which would be a good thing for me. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please get guys together for our panelists. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Please let's put our hands together for them as they leave the stage. I mean, Ogogo said, you have to have clarity of purpose, right? I mean, you can't be going to Ikeja and you're driving really well to Aja, right? And I think for us to be here, it means that we're already on the right path. So we're already driving, we're driving to our Ikeja in peace, right? The next thing we're going to have is the partner spotlight. I'd like to call on Bukumi of Non-Tech in Tech. Please put your hands together for her. She's over here.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bukumi, and I'm a product analyst. And also at the same time, I am the operations manager for Non-Tech in Tech and the programs manager for Novo Tech Summit. So Non-Tech in Tech is basically a non-profit organization. And what we do is build a community of individuals who currently work in tech or are looking to transition into tech without having a technical background. So what I'm basically saying is you want to work in tech or you currently work in tech but you don't code. So you might be a product manager, product marketing manager, you might be in customer success, user experience design, Scrum Masters. Please tell me anything I'm missing. Program managers, quality assurance, risk and compliance, as just whatever you do in tech and that doesn't require you to code, that's basically what we do. We're a committee of over 4,000 individuals. And so community has been running for 3 years now. Yes. So what we do as a community is bring people together from different backgrounds, and it's not limited to Nigerians. So it's not only Nigerians that are in our community. It's like we're in about 7 countries. We have people from about 7 countries in Africa, and we come together to share ideas, share job opportunities. I remember when I joined Non-Tech and Tech, I joined as a member, and I just finished like a 3 months social media marketing course, and I was looking to get a job, so I just said, okay, let me join the community. I joined the community, and someone just shared like I think it was the second day I joined, someone shared like a job posting. I applied. What funny for me was, when I did my assessment, it was people in the community that actually guided me on how to go about it, and I got the job. And that was my first job actually. So it gave me an insight to want to give back to the community, which I currently run. So I call myself the errand girl of the community. So I run the errands. All right, we also host events. We call it Gist Connect Live. Gist Connect is majorly an online session and quarterly physical session. So we come together, share, you coming together to learn from experts. So we teach something like SEO, product management. Sometimes we take things like HR tips, how to ace your next interview, and our physical sessions are majorly the whole groovy thing. Just come together, come to eat, have fun, share ideas, and people talk about issues that they are facing. So we also co-host No Code Tech Summit. I know quite a number of people might have heard about No Code Tech Summit. It's just for us to celebrate non-technical individuals working in tech, and we also host the No Code Tech Awards. So if you want to join our committee, you can just follow us online, notech_IT. You see a link in our bio, then you can. Don't worry. Anybody that applies today, I know that you have to begin, and I'll make sure they have. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So, how many of us are going to check non-tech in tech out? Okay, love that, love that, love that. Okay, that's good. Right. So the next thing we're going to have on our list is we're going to have another workshop, right? And this one is pretty interesting because it's about us. It's about building your personal brand, right? But before we call on workshop experts, right? Would like for us to just do something really quickly as well. You know me, when you see me, I'm going to do something really quick. Right. I want all of us, I know some of us are using our phones, so it's lovely. Just help me to bring it out. Bring out. Crazy. People are looking at me like, where is she going with this? Okay. Do we have our phones out? Okay, awesome. Who wants to go to talent.pipeline on Instagram? Sure, we all have Instagram on our phones. I'm not going to ask people to follow them, no worries, nothing. But just to go to them, go to the question I want to ask is really simple, right? If you were to describe your personal brand in 3 words, right? Just 3 words, right now, what words would you use? And if you were to describe your personal brand also in 3 words, think about yourself in 10 years from now, what 3 words would you use? I also like 1 or 2 people to also answer on the microphone as well. But what I want us to do is, if we can, just find maybe the last post and just comment, drop a comment, as well as our online viewers as well. Would also love to see what you have in the chats. Please just put what you feel like your personal brand is in 3 words right now, and then in 10 years from now. Page, talent or pipeline. It's at talent.pipeline. So we can just go there, just the last post that they had, just put it down, put something there. Does anyone want to go on the microphone? We have microphones to go around. Do you already have one? There's someone here.
Okay, to describe my brand presently in 3 words, my brand on LinkedIn. One, motivational, um, passionate, techie.
Motivational, passionate, techie. And what about 10 years from now? What words would you want for people when they see you? These are the words that describe her.
Global.
Okay.
Impactful.
Nice.
Stellar.
Wow. I love it. You felt it. You felt it. It's very deep. Okay. Global, impactful, stellar. Amazing. Does anyone else want to go? But while we're still doing that, I would go. So I would say passionate, driven, learning, and in 10 years, strategic, influential, soft life. Thank you, thank you. All right, so let's just go straight into it, right? Workshop, right? So the title of this workshop is Your Personal Brand, Your Career Today in 10 years' time, right? We're going to call on Precious Odausi. And Precious is a professional marketer with over 7 years of experience using creativity, data, and content to build brands that users love. Her career has spanned over various roles ranging from copywriting, content marketing, product marketing, brand strategy, and product management. She's widely known as the chief mint officer. Hey. Hey. And guess what? She's also known as the goddess of creativity. I mean, you could see it, right? She spends her time outside of work teaching or talking about marketing hot topics, strategies, writing guest columns for Chili Papers, an urban media outfit, right? Please, when you are ready to ask questions, please ask our achievement officer, please, because I'm curious. Next, we have Adebola Williams. Adebola Williams refers to themselves as a brand storyteller, which is interesting, right? She has a vast experience working in marketing across different industries, especially tech. She's driven by the belief that marketing and storytelling can be used for growth and impact. She's also christened herself the 30-year-old fairy godmother. Interesting. That's her name on the internet, where she starts incredible conversations with her community members and shares tools for productivity and career progression. Adebola Williams. It's very interesting because on my LinkedIn, I refer to myself as the cloud fairy godmother because I work in the cloud space. So it's really interesting to meet a fellow fairy godmother. Please put your hands together.
Hello? Okay, mine.
Okay, hi. Hello, guys. I didn't know I got to share you. Why does it sound okay? Media, if you're ready for them, let us know. But I think we can get an introduction.
Yes.
Okay. What is it for? How picture there? Hi. Do you guys have it? Actually, not their fault. It's me that shared it. So where is it display? But good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all doing great. How are you guys feeling? Cold. Something cold?
Oh. Someone say cold.
I feel like it's cold already.
From this side, I get there. The middle eye. Yeah. These guys are cool.
Should we take
This
us
one's a bit.
this story? This morning, right, as we were doing final touching conversation, we were talking about how we had a wonderful night's sleep because it was very cold. I've not slept well. Not that I've not been sleeping, but I really, really slept like I don't know. I think about the weekend. Work is over. Thank Jesus.
Bless you.
So sorry for the cold. Again, the one is praying that we get back to that horrible weather that will catch you. Like I would take this cold any day, anytime. Like 55 days. In whatever.
That's just me. I'm with it. Not the heat. There's something called balance. How we have balance in this life? It's very difficult to achieve in our day to day. We have it in nature, please. Just the right amount. Just AI for temperature. Listen to this. You understand somebody's what's the word temperature needs, and you just adjust to it. Like me, I'm hypothermic. That's a condition that I'm always cold. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm going to sleep with a blanket. If my legs are out, I'm going to have to cover it. I wear socks to sleep, and they bore me in Nigeria. So I don't know what it is. But when people complain of the cold, I'm always like, please, I beg. So that somebody should build that AI to regulate, temperature. That's why I stepped down.
Sounds right. I'm too tired at this point. I think there's too much clarification of things. Everyone should rest in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Like, I mean, if the next minute I'm just start, but we'll try and wait.
Should we talk about? Should we start talking about like some of the things that we have in common, so that we can just bounce ideas off you? If you leave us here, this is how we continue. So please, when is ready to go up.
Fingers crossing. Yeah, cool. But let's do the introduction. You go first.
Since I was a child, because my dad used to call me Adibola Williams in the house. So I told people that I'm one of those people that my name or my surname is just you're gonna hear it and you're gonna be like, oh, that's a great name, that's a great person. So I've always introduced myself as that. And then growing up and coming into marketing, I realized that there's also somebody else that is Adibola Williams. So I would go to events and people will already be doing, oh my God, Adibola Williams is coming there. And they will call the name and it's me that will come and, everything will just go down. So I was like, oh no, nobody's going to treat me like this. So I was a ginger, to separate myself. So I started going by my middle name. So I started going by Adibola Zoe Williams. And over time, it caught on as AWZ from AWS that people use in olden servers. So I'm 30 years old. I turned 30 this year. And I made it my entire personality. I'm not even ashamed of it one bit because now only me know what I have gone through. So, fun fact, I work in marketing. She works in marketing. Our house we were neighbors once upon a time.
Like our office spaces are
We're in the same, different companies in the same compound. What else do you have in common? Similar personality type. I'm extroverted, I'm outgoing, I like having conversations. She's also like that. This is probably what you'll be like when you're 30, calmer, a little bit, we are very energetic as well. What else do we have in common? She writes, and I also write. Yeah, so this is a very interesting workshop conversation for you. Maybe we should start. Can somebody just give us feedback? Wait, no, that's not what I mean. Can somebody give us feedback? Because we keep looking back. Just let us know.
Do you need access to something? Like, do you need anything from me? You sure?
So, let's give it up for Precious.
Don't let them stop. They don't know me. It's fine.
No, they can. Come on. Yeah.
Okay. I'm actually just going to feed up what she said. My own name has had different durations since I was a child. I know it started with Precious Downsy. Then
Secondary school, I changed Precious O down C. Now in my professional life, I use Precious O down C, which is actually great. Funnily enough, funny story, which you guys do not even need to know. I've known my life that I had a cousin, but it didn't really set in my head that I had a cousin. And let me explain why. He's a guy, and his name is Precious. So there's actually like two Precious Oluwadams, like real people in the same family. I don't know what our parents were. That was the first, I came first anyways. I don't know what his parents were thinking. So now I'm actually grateful that I actually did my own surname as O'50, like AHNSI. So like you said, I'm a marketer, product marketer. I also now do product management. Don't do it, sir. Yeah, because there's no reason why you should be a PM or a PM. Like, it's like you're just choosing like the horrible things in life. But when I think about it sometimes, and I'm like, the other alternative was for me to actually pursue a career in law. So I don't know I like hard stuff. Because when I think about it, like some people like, maybe if what job is so chill, I don't even know. If your alternative was a good alternative, at least it's easier. Either way, my brain will fry. So like I love them, I do product marketing, it is what it is. But yeah, that's me. I work at a startup right now called Bumper. And like she mentioned, I also write a bi-weekly column for an urban media outfit called Chili Papers. You know what? Let's just start with the task, actually, right? Let's just start here again. All right, cool. So, guys, we did in our slide, we actually did have something called. Come on.
It's up.
All right, cool. So yes, our topic actually is your career.
I think I'm
today.
gonna stand too. I feel out of place.
Sorry, dear. Your career today and in 10 years, the role of personal branding. Yeah, this is the topic we have. So next, please.
Thank you.
Well, they're trying to find it. So yeah, this is basically a breakdown of work. Hey, the on-side problem, the downside. This is a breakdown of what we're going to talk about. We'll try not to waste your time. Please, someone should be telling us time, like when it's 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. That'll be perfect. Moving on.
Can we exchange? Because this place is colder.
No problem.
Yeah, I can feel. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So here is our 5 pictures. Do you know for this story? Do you have a picture of a dress exactly like this? But just like it might be
black.
I swear to God, it's black. It has.
You have used
I'm
it.
not joking. Oh, like how did you find it? On my Instagram. It was a dress from one of my birthday shoot in 2022. It was
You
this.
have used it, so
this
that would be
exact
20.
kind of exact. But I was like, it might be a little weird. But there's so much similarities. Like that's okay. Okay. Moving on. I've done this one. So interactive session.
You can move to the next slide.
Alright, cool. Let's get to know each other. Please pick 4 people. Like just pick yourself in 4. Please, like you can just say, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're a team. Let's just do that, right? First thing, tell each other your name. We have very limited time. Please just pick yourself in 4s. So say your name, what you do for work. If you are not working, say what your interest is, like what you like to do. Where you work, if you work somewhere. Then describe yourself to each other in 3 sentences. Yeah, in 3 sentences. Let's get this show on the road. Pick yourself in a team of 4 people.
Get names, so names,
Your
what you do, what you're interested in, where you work.
Then sell yourself in like 3 sentences at best. Alright? I need Alright, I think we've got the hang of that. That's perfect. Now share 2 social media with each other. So if you are following the team, right? Start giving everybody your LinkedIn and any other social media.
Your Twitter, the place
follow each other.
The place that you usually spend time on.
Perfect.
Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, LinkedIn. Share.
I'm not seeing phones. Open your phone. What's going on?
Yes. Bring out your phones to do this part. So let them go through your handle. Let them go through your social media. Just go through.
So just two. LinkedIn and one other one. LinkedIn and anyway, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat. If you have PG 14 something, tell them now or I beg. Your mouth is already free.
LinkedIn and another one.
All right. All four of you have to share with each other, not just one person. Like, each of you must share with the other, right? Right? Cool. Now.
Are we done with that? Are we done knowing each other?
I think I'm just speaking.
Wow.
At this point, you should have said your name, what you do for work, or what you
where you work,
if you work somewhere, or where you like to work if you work somewhere. Mm-hmm. Then describe yourself to each other in 3 sentences. Then right now we are currently on sharing 2 social media handles, LinkedIn and any other. Alright? We're wrapping this up very, very soon. Okay, cool. Now each person, right? Bring out your phone, either in your WhatsApp chat or something. I want you to write this down. If you have a note app, open your note app. If you have whatever, open it. Right? Now write down your thoughts on each person. So you say Samuel from his Instagram.
Guys. Hello everybody at the back.
Can you guys hear me? Hello guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Perfect. So each person, you have to write 3 people's names, right? So write Samuel's Instagram tells me that he's a baddie, right? And Bolanle's Instagram or Bolanle's LinkedIn tells me that she's not alive because they don't have LinkedIn. Dosubo's Twitter tells me that he's a banger boy. Just give me a description of what that person, what their social media tells you. Then the last part is compare it to what they've told you about themselves. Hello guys, can you hear me? Hello everybody. Can you hear me? Hello house. You are not quiet. Hello.
They're still
Mommy the teacher. We see everybody now. Mommy she was the retired vice principal. Don't play with me. Hello. Thank you. God bless you. Hi guys. Thank you. Good. So please, just so you know, we are going to pass the mic round just to hear something. Again, mind you, write your thoughts on this person even on social media. So their Instagram tells you that this person has a terrible fashion sense. This person's Twitter tells me that they are always in Caicos every month, so they love traveling, whatever it is. Now, compare whatever it is that you can tell on their social media to what they have told you here, what they told you before that they are, and then you are going to share your thoughts with me. You didn't align, you not align. I hope we're cool. All right, Deborah, should we enter the crowd? Let's start.
I will go to this side and you can go to the other side.
I hope not. Okay. All right. Okay, this lady was very participative. Hi, my name is Precious. What's your name? Cool. I'm just telling you one person that you met.
Yeah. Okay. Kaden.
Yes.
I'm gonna call somebody else.
You think that you also at tutorial? Tutorial. Yeah. It's a teacher. Same. Yeah.
It's personal brand seems to be on point. They will over to you.
So I'm gonna pick the person with soft life na the tech life. 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 We have called you 4 times. So we are gonna ask you who you met, what they do, and does their social media match what they told you about themselves? Who has met somebody here? Here. Yeah, quickly.
I'm doing, and I'm just going through LinkedIn, doing IT, and he does that. He's a recent graduate, and so he's serving, and he works in Axela. That one is Papa. He didn't say, but he's a youth couple. Yes, I can see Axela on the LinkedIn.
Is it aligning? Don't look at what they put on their profile or not their bio, from what they are posting. The picture, the comments. Okay, let me ask this question. Who checks someone's Twitter? That's what I want to see. You check someone's Twitter account. If we don't exchange Twitter, anybody, do you check anybody's Twitter account? Anybody? And I said me and one other. The other was anybody checking Twitter? Anybody? You are still checking it. And I don't like wait for you.
Okay, second.
Okay, cool. So let me go and meet you. We need to hurry up. So who did you check? What's her name? What's your name? What's your name?
My name is Larry.
Alright, cool. Who did you meet?
I'm
You have
not.
not met anybody, and you waited by climbing the stairs. Why? Why? Debola, do you have anybody close to you?
Let me pick this person. Soft life is the tech life. I wanted to pick a soft life is the tech life there, but they didn't have time. Here, please. So you're going to tell us who you met, what they do, where they work, and the other things. One person, just one person from all the people that you met.
This thing's not hard now. You know the deal.
No, I picked a girl, so I'm trying to do a gender balance thing.
Bros, what's your name?
What's the person's name? Let me be asking you, so that it'll be easy. What's the person's name?
Please put it in your mouth. It's not bad thing.
Is it on?
Oh, okay. No.
Okay. Her name is Chioma.
Okay. What does Chama do?
She's a sport.
Chama, what do you do? You what?
Chair coach.
Chair coach.
And then she's venturing into tech. So she's just new into this space.
Okay.
She's looking towards, she's getting towards virtual assistant. Yeah.
Okay.
Like managing things for people.
Alright. Did you check their LinkedIn?
Nope.
Did you check any of their social media?
Stop it, Felix, now. Bros, look at me. What was the first thing you should check? Why? Look at me. No, I know my
I think they have not finished.
So she was the one I was talking to when they gave me the mic.
Oh,
So
okay.
I was just about, you said 4 people, come on, I picked the
And
last
I said
one.
pick one, and why did you not pick the last one? You told me to when you didn't get other people.
It's a thing of choice. Yeah? It's a thing
You
of
can make the right choice.
Sorry, what's his name?
What's your name?
Timberlake.
Timberlake.
Did I argue a lecturer? Did I use argue lecturer?
Yeah, my lecturers never got along.
Don't watch that. Don't worry,
Alright.
them. I will take this last question. Hi.
Yeah.
What's your
Yeah,
name?
I'll just...
What's your name? Hi, yes, you. Kind of life is this. Special star. I have very few for this thing. Fantastic. What's your name?
Olafika.
Thank you. Who did you meet?
Cecilia. Ikemini.
No. Who? Mention one person.
Okay, I met Kenneth.
Okay, let me just finish this up. Cool. So what does alright, so let's move on. Is anybody that wants to speak about who they met? Anybody? Alright, cool. I don't think I should. Alright, cool. What's your name?
I'm Cecilia Olariwaju.
Okay, cool. Who did you meet?
I met Mr. Akinechu and Odieko.
You know his full name? Okay. What does Mr. Akinechu do?
Yeah, he's a data science tutor.
Nice.
Yes, very nice.
So what is the social media career?
He's what he said he is. Yeah.
He's what he said he is. Yes. You sound like a praising God. You're how you say you are. Master Jesus or something. But that's a good descriptor. Okay, so I mean, from that little test, it does seem that most people, which is quite interesting, I'm not even missing most people, a number of people, your personal brand on social media. Hi guys, so I think I'm hearing noise.
Yes. Can we wrap up the hello everybody? Hello. Can we wrap up the meet and greet? We wanted to just do that so that you will get what we are trying to do, right? So we are done with that part now. We want to get into the workshop itself. So this is the part where you listen, and if you have questions, you put it down and you take it at the end of the.
Hi guys, are you ready for us now? Hi. Hello lady in red. Hi. She can't hear me yet. Yes. Hi. Are you ready for us?
we have very limited time, right? I promise we'll try and make this as fast as possible and we'll be done. So before they want to take our next thing, I think the point of that particular exercise is a lot of times we know who we are, right? I can tell you who I say I am. But the truth is, because I don't live with you at home, I don't live inside of you, I may not know, or I may have a different perception about who you say you are. Do you understand? And then there's something people say in branding where they say, you're not only what you say you are, you're also who other people say you are, because perception is everything, right? So yeah, next slide please. I think Nicola has this one.
Oh, okay, so I think let me start by saying that this is not a workshop for if you want to grow your followers accounts, your number of followers, your engagement rate, or how to create content. This is what will I call it, an essential conversation for people that are interested in building a personal brand in 2024, and they want to build a brand that is going to span over like a period of time, say 10 years in this conversation, right? So we are going to be starting with what personal branding is. So people have defined personal branding to be many things, right? And I'm not going to be politically correct or marketing correct. I'm here to talk about what personal branding is to me, what I have seen it be to other people. So I know you have heard what personal branding is. I'm a little distracted, sorry. Let me move to this side. I know that we've heard what personal branding is from a lot of your faves on social media, and all of us want to grow our accounts. But leave that for a minute and think about yourself as a career person. Think of yourself as a business owner. Think of yourself as a person that wants to get to know other people, right? So this is how I define personal branding. Personal branding is going public with your person. It's as simple as that. You know, forget platforms, forget content creation, forget skits, forget influencers, forget UGC, forget TikTok and all those things. Personal branding is going public with your person. And for you to know what that really means is that before all these platforms and all these technologies came into place, people were public figures. Am I right? We know a lot of public figures before TV were made. We know public figures before newspaper was invented. We know public figures that were passed down from history through books like Jesus Christ, you know, like Muhammad, like all these greats that we never saw. Public figures, they have a personal brand, they have values that we still connect their names to today, but they're not here. So personal branding is not about opening a Facebook account. It's not about opening a Twitter account and deciding these are my content pillars, and then these are the things I will post in. This is what my content calendar looks like. All those things are consequences of you understanding what personal branding is. So personal branding is you are this great person on your own, and you're now saying, see me. Because there's something people say on the internet, which is, I don't know if you've seen one of those TikTok or reels where they say, me praying to meet my future husband, and then Monday to Friday to Saturday to Sunday, that lady is in the house. She's not going. And people are saying, no, I expect my future husband to come and knock on my door and say I'm here, right? So you can be a really great person. You can be great at talking. You could be a better talker than like all these people. You could be a better orator. You could be a better writer. You could be a better engineer. You could be a better teacher. But the people that the world is going to know is the people that came out to the world to say, I am here. And that's what personal branding essentially means. So personal branding means you're telling people that this is who I am. I am, people always say different things when you ask them to do this brand, persona and type. They'll say I am light, I am, all those things are big. Break it down to what, if you tell a 5-year-old that I am light, they're not going to get it, you get it. You know, so when you're thinking about who you are, for you to decide what your personal brand looks like or feels like, you need to come out of all those big sentences. Write poetry to yourself. Yes, call yourself truth, call yourself life, call yourself all those things. But when you want to get down to how people are going to connect with your story, come away from the big things and come to the things that you truly know about yourself that people can like see. So going public with who you are, what you do, right? There are people in today's world, because of capitalism, all of us cannot introduce ourselves without saying, after my name is Agola Williams, I am in. That next thing is going to be a job. And it's capitalism that led us here. Before, people used to introduce themselves for 20 minutes without even talking about like their jobs and stuff. So when I say what you do here, it's not just your work. I'm talking about the things that interest you, the way you think that you can add color to the world, the way you think that you can make the world a better place, the conversations that interest you, if you're interested in like equality, if you're interested in, what's it called, productivity. I have a friend that is a productivity nerd. Every tool, every principle, Pomodoro this, 820 something, he has all the techniques in his life to live a productive life so that he doesn't have to spend like 8 hours on his job every day, so that he can have a life. Like, he's into productivity. He doesn't do it as a business, he doesn't have a tool, he hasn't built a product, but it's something that he cares about. So he says he does productivity. He helps people to become more productive. If I get into a productivity funk, that's the person that I go to say, hey, they want to catch me, help me here. So what you do is also important, how you think is also important. So I don't know if some of you follow, I don't want to call them influencers. Let me just say people on social media that you follow, and they will write some things sometime and you'll be like, I don't think it's this person that wrote this. Because by virtue of you relating with them for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you can almost be an AI for them to be able to program what they say and how they say. There are some people that if you will never join some conversations like me like this. Precious is a troublemaker on Twitter. Like big time, troublemaker, noise maker, everything. Any conversation that is Precious is there. Me, I don't really like somebody to talk to me anyhow because I'm not anybody's mate. So I just like to, unless that conversation is something that is so obvious, like this is how this thing is. For example, the marketing conversation about the campaign that Chowdeck, Chicken Republic, and Howard did. I made it sweet, just one tweet. I didn't even do a CSS. I didn't call anybody stupid. If you find me call anybody stupid on the internet, it's not me, somebody acting to my account. I can think it too. I think a lot of things, like this person is so stupid. Or this thing that somebody said is so stupid. But by virtue of my personality, I'm not confrontational, so I cannot call someone stupid to their face, even if they're a child. But Precious will type and quote the person that said something stupid and say, you're a fool. Because I'm using you as my example, and that's so when I see something like that, I'm not like, Precious, why did you call this person a fool? Because that's just normal. Like, it's her, so like it's what she can do. So how you think is also important, because at the end of the day, whatever happens in public facing or when you're on the public face, people are going to first wonder, what were you thinking for you to do this thing, for you to say this thing? What you enjoy. So personal branding should not only be about like your work. Yes, I know, people are trying to hire now and they're thinking beyond who you are, what do you do also. All those things are really cool, but the things you enjoy, life is for what? Enjoyment. I know that it doesn't look like it because of what it is that we are going through, as adults and as a country, but life is also for the enjoyment. So things that you enjoy should also be part of your personal branding. And it's not just your work that you enjoy. You have friendships, you have relationships, you enjoy writing, you enjoy going out, you enjoy dressing up. That's how niches came to be. It's things that people particularly enjoy that they started niching down into. Food, fashion, whatever, that's part of it. And then the kind of vibe that you feel. Now, this is very important because this is just perception. At the end of the day, somebody can wear Louis Vuitton from head to toe, and people don't still think that they are rich because they'll be like, this person doesn't feel, and somebody can, this is my dress now. Let me give you a breakdown of this every time I'm going from top to toe, that I look like Cinderella like this. This week, I wore this wig like 2 years ago. I can't remember, but it was for a very, very funny amount of money. I even saw it on Instagram and I'm like, hope it's not going to be what I ordered versus what I got, because how can this nice bouncy wig be cheap? I bought it. I made this dress on my birthday when I turned 29. I was supposed to do, that was the first year I was supposed to do, what's it called? Photo shoot. I've never done photo shoot in my life for my birthday. So I was like, I'm going to get a dress. I have someone that makes my dress. She's a friend of mine. I was like, can you do something a little pinkish? I don't really wear pink as much too. I'm going into my feminine era. That was the vibe in 29. So I was like, pinkish, a little ball here. And she just designed something. I was like, can we use a different material? Can you just outsource something different? She went, after everything, 25K, look by plus the design and everything. Then this dress, this shoe, I can't remember this shoe, but I know it's from like a year ago as well. And I can enter a place and feel like I'm the richest girl in the place. But somebody can wear a dress that is times 10 of this, and they still will not feel rich, right? They are not only to themselves, but even to people. Because vibe, it's called a vibe check, and that one, you cannot force it. If it didn't day, it didn't. That's how vibe check is. And let me even digress on vibe check, right? My friends and I were on a call this morning. My friends and I, because we are 30, most of us are 30, we have like I have groups of friends in different WhatsApp groups. We have different conversations. So these ones, we change our name like every 2 market days, the name of the group, right? So last week we changed it to Tolu just got engaged because one of our friends just got engaged. So we changed it to that. And we are still in the euphoria of that love, so we have not yet changed it. I'm sure some people are ready to change it, but it feels like I don't want to go and change something of joy. So everybody's just living it there, right? So this morning, I wanted to do my makeup and I was bored. So I called them and all of them joined the call. They're in different parts of the world. I think it's just 2 of us that are in Lagos or in Nigeria. And we're talking about music. The last conversation we had was on Google Call, and we're talking about how the conversation for that day was how polygamy can solve Africa's economic problem. That was the against and for, and that was a 5-hour conversation on a work day. All of us at work, and we were arguing for or arguing against that topic. So somebody just brings topic and so today, Jerry said, Burna Boy is the greatest thing that Nigeria has produced in the entertainment industry. And some of us like this, like me and another friend of mine that is not really a big fan, they started arguing against. And somewhere down the line, Bukumi, one of my friends, they were saying, Debola works in marketing. She knows how this thing is. This is the way they are marketing Burna Boy. It's all the things that he's putting out. It's the clinic of founder. It's not that great thing. And I was like, well, that's not my own problem. I don't really know about Burna Boy's marketing, but I know about Ashake's marketing. And we started a conversation about his new album. I'm like, why is he trying so hard to do a rebrand that doesn't really go with what we have known him to be? You are a ghetto boy. You've worked all your life to come out of something. That's your story. Like, yes, you have seen the world, you have experienced it. You can still tell us that without necessarily painting a Yankee UK boy for us. You didn't. We were all here in Lafayette together, you know? So, like, he did it, and that's why diehard fans, like all the people in that conversation were diehard fans of Alake, and everybody was able to agree with me because we're like, we know you. We all grew up in the ghetto together, and we are all trying to make something for our lives. Yes, we don't have to sit where we've been, but like, we are products of that place. And that's a vibe thing. That's why you can do a song about skating and people are abusing him. This kid might have done a song about skating or about volleyball, and nobody will really come at him because there's a soft vibe that he has. Which other, I'm trying to think of other musicians that have gotten away with this.
See,
Terry G. You know, so that's what I'm talking about vibe. Vibe is something that if it didn't day, it didn't day. You can't force people to think of you in a certain way. And that's where authenticity comes in. Like me, I'm a serious Yoruba girl. This is the longest I've gone without speaking Yoruba. I'm trying so hard. I'm holding myself. Me and the mothers that have gone ahead of me, they are holding my dress at the back that behave. This is a tech space. This is a talent conversation. Normally in my day-to-day, I put it inside. I speak English, then I break it down, in Yoruba. But that tells you that I'm a language person. If you go on my Instagram, if you go on my Twitter, I'm speaking Yoruba day because that's who I am. So before somebody will come and meet me, right? So vibe is really important. Authenticity. All these things boil down to you. If you look at it, going public with your person, who you are, what you do, how you think, what you enjoy, the vibe that you feel. So if you think that Debola Williams is a great person to model after, you cannot be me. You are you. You have your own unique things. You have your own unique stories. Where you have come from, I don't know. There are things that must have happened to you, experiences that you've had, stories that your parents must have passed down, things that you have used your eyes to see. all of those things, you can't pack it in the cupboard and then come online to build like a different persona. Some people have done it successfully, but you know, at the end of the day, people can see through like all these things. And the reason why it's important for you to be authentic is because where you are is a very, what's it called? Can we go to the next slide? Where you are is a very smart place. Nigerians are some of the smartest markets to sell to. You might not have money, you know, you might not make a lot of money here, but you can test products, you can test brand. Nigerians are very aware, especially if they are serving young people. You know, they are very aware of what is happening. You can't bobo in Nigeria. Nigerians can see through, you know, all your muddy stuff. So authenticity is really important if you want to get your brand type. It's about you. It's not about the platform. It's not about followership counts. You know, it's okay to have those goals, but it's about you. Brand archetypes. So these are different from brand personas, right? These are like images that we wish to project to the world. And this is, somebody came up with this in the 80s or something, and every type of brand we have in the world can fit into this brand archetype. So, and the same thing works for personal brands. So we have, we have creators, and the quality of creator brands are innovation. So maybe think Apple, they're in the creator space, right? We have innocence, what's that? I can't really say safety. So we think of brands like, I made some examples. Let me just run through that. So that, a minute please. Yeah, so we have creator. I've talked about creator, yes. These ones are always like creative. Apple is an example. Sage is, what's it called? They're always seeking understanding, always seeking truth. A very good example of that would be TED, you know, TED Talk. Google, I think, falls into this category as well. It's always about, you know, seeking information. We have caregiver as well. I'm following the way I wrote it down. So the goal of this type of brand, you just want to help others. So maybe your creators that always talk about tools, like a Fisaya, not Fisaya, the other guy that does tools to help you. No, that's also review. Dimeji is a caregiver brand. It's always bringing on tools, new things that come up that you can use to, you know, better your life. We have Innocence. They are just there for like happiness and good vibes. So your Coca-Cola is in this, you know, is in this place. Then we have the Jester. That's the one that are just here for like enjoying life, soft life, entertainment, fun, right? Your brands, like I'm trying to find one in Nigeria. I think the best one in Nigeria would be Chicken Republic. They have a very fun persona in their stores. Like they'll sing for you. I think Domino's also does that. And then their online persona also works. Then we have magicians. This one's, their goal is to turn dreams into realities. A very perfect example is Disney, your Marvel universe, all those other things that happen there. Then we have rulers. These are the ones that they're just here to come and control us and make money and be successful. So we have Microsoft, we have and all the major fashion brands. And then we have hero. This is where everybody wants to be. You know, hero will, you know, change the world, improve the world from what it is to what it is now. They are here to motivate, they are here to encourage. So we have Nike, we have all those major brands. And then we have the everyman, like you and I. Their goal is just to connect with others. And then finally, we have the rebel. Those ones are always the outlaws, outliers. They just want to disrupt things, right? So it doesn't matter what you want to do. You have to sit down. After you figured out who you are, what you want to do, what you're interested in, you need to find your brand archetype so that you'll be able to draw out exactly how you want to serve people. I think, next slide. I'm trying to rush now because time has gone. So people will get personal branding. When I was making this, when I was gathering this list, I made sure I did not put people that have 20,000 followers, 40,000 followers, because people think that people that have gotten personal branding right is people that have the highest number of followers. A lot of time, that number of followers is not because they've gotten personal branding right? So I pick people that are normal people like you and I. Tomi say travels Nigeria. She's always exploring Nigeria. She carries us along. The way she takes her pictures, and she does it with just a phone. She doesn't have all the gadgets and money. So in case you want to say, I don't have money, they started with so maybe in 2 years now, she's going to be like her own thing, and she has all the tools and all the things but she travels around Nigeria. This was her recent trip to Suleja. This is Emmanuel Faith. How many people know Emmanuel Faith? Okay, I can see hands. So you put Emmanuel Faith. It does HR stuff. It just talks about people management, talent management. That's, even if you're his friend, that's the only thing that he just goes on and on about. Then how many people know Ama? Ama cooks. He says Ikwaba Simbong after every meal. He just shares his what's it called, his own recipes and lifestyle. I should have put Ama Piano there too, because he's always going on Ama Piano. How many people know Derry? Okay, Derry, if I want to eat in Lagos, for example, and I don't have time to think about where, I just go to Derry's page. She must have gone to a nice place. I trust her aesthetics, you know, her vibe is soft, you know, just want to eat out and have fun. Then Treasure, who knows Treasure? Okay, a few hands. Yeah, Treasure is, she's also a recent graduate, by the way, so in case there are younger people here that just finished school, you're like, oh, I don't have. She started building her personal brand from when she was in school, and it has transcended like the course she went to school to read. And she talks about marketing. She also talks about lifestyle, and she does fashion as well. And then finally, Folastag. Who knows Folastag? Folastag is the guy that took that what's that thing called? Can we go to the next slide? That took the picture of that Ojudioba man that went viral. So what's the point of personal branding? Why should you do it? Why should you take it seriously? Number one, for visibility. You have to be seen, you know. Okay. Visibility, for you to be seen and be heard. That's why you do personal branding. Like I said, if you are a great writer, if you are a great engineer, if you are a better marketer, I see those conversations on Twitter, like, oh, the founders that are really making money are not even making noise. The Kinikon that are really doing this are not even making noise. Yeah, cool, nice, yeah. But you have to make noise if you want to be seen, right? It's people that have made it, people that have reached some, you have exposure or you have connections that can afford to do that. But if you're just like starting off on your career, you want to be seen, you want to share what you're doing at work, you want to share your failure stories, that's also very important. You want to share where you're coming from, where you're going to. So personal branding is going to help you gain visibility, right? Especially in a world that is connected, like it's a very connected world. We should not be looking for you. If I search for your name, something should at least come up on Google search, even if it's going to be social media handles alone. Opportunities. Quick story, and this way I'm going to stop. Opportunities, all the jobs I've gotten in my life since I moved back to Lagos and into marketing have always come to me. I've always been, oh, I saw your portfolio on somebody's thing, and oh, let's talk about it. I'm talking full-time roles, I'm talking gigs that made me a lot of money, I'm talking gigs that made me enter some spaces. So there are opportunities out there. For some of those opportunities, people will not come and say vacancy, 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 because they are big projects, they are big brands. They want someone that consistently they can see your signature and your digital footprint, and you have something to offer. So they will find you themselves. You are easy to find, visibility, and then they will connect you with the right opportunities. And eventually, connection. Social media it's not what's it called? It's not vanity anymore. Once upon a time, maybe it used to be. Some of my closest friends today, I met them online. Some of the people that inspire me, I met them online. Some of the people that I want to do like me, I met them online. So that's also a place for you to find your tribe. And I cannot call you as my tribe if I don't know you, if I've not met you, if I've not seen your values, if I don't think that we have the same way that we think, we have the same vibe. So once you do your personal branding right, your core vibes people will find you and you're able to form true connections. So I'm going to rest now and then Precious is going to continue.
You actually say I've got one slide.
No, that's good. Go ahead. I think I've mentioned it.
Yeah. Okay, actually, fair. Next slide, please. I think we just so they can see it. Yeah, next. I think this was self-explanatory. Yeah, next.
We will just share this slide.
We'll share this slide because, yeah. Next, please.
Yeah.
Now we've got to details. Yes, perfect. Cool. So, I'll try and rush through this. Hopefully, I do not try to speak too fast to save up time. So, I'm going to speak about the intersection of personal branding and the workplace. So, there's a bit of a misconception sometimes. People look at your career as professional side and your personal branding as your personal side. But the truth is, they have a nexus. They come together. So, if you see what I've done here, I have basically shown a little bit of how these things intersect. And there's actually more than this. So let me explain. And you probably think that personal brand is overhyped. But like Ebola said in our own like career growth, even for mine as well, it actually started like on social media, to be very, very honest. So your personal branding is not just who you say you are. It's not just like words of mouth. Your CV is actually your personal brand. So let's explain why. You are writing your life story in a way that's not going to employ you, right? You're putting your work experiences. I am Precious Odamsi. I'm a product marketer. I have grown a product from 2,000 users to 250,000 users. That is you actually selling yourself. Your brand is not just what you say you are, it's like your entirety. So it's your work ethic, your reputation, the skills you've gotten, your where you've worked at. These are things that make up a personal brand. So if you think my personal brand is just like dancing on social media or saying this is who I am, you're very wrong. Even your cover letter, literally, when you write a cover letter, you're literally saying, have a resume or have a CV. But bro, this is why I'm going to Sanaka and sweet talk you so that you can actually take a look at my CV. You're going to brand yourself, and that's literally the point. That's why people are charging now to come and write cover letters for people. If you want to Japan, you want to go abroad for a master's program, whatever, and you're applying to like professors or faculties, you are also trying. That's why you see all these I grew up in Africa. I used to eat mud cakes and kiriko. Always a dirty, like you grew up in Alimbosho and you're lying that you have a mud house and stuff. People are trying to create compelling stories about their backgrounds so that people can actually employ them. So that's basically, I think, what I'm going to touch on. One other thing is there's work ethic, personality, your social media, your digital footprint. When I want to employ you, what is on your LinkedIn? I don't know if anyone is in the job market right now. I'm pretty sure you've seen roles where they're asking you for, what's the word? Your LinkedIn or your portfolio or whatever it is. Aside from your CV, these are things that also tell who you are. I'm sure you've also seen some people that like, they fire them because of something they said on social media, right? That's also because there are certain jobs that you just cannot. That's why they can have for some racist things they post and stuff. It happens like all the time. And that's why personal branding is also a part. Now, just to run through this, we have people skills, reports, entrepreneurship, promotions, experience. Now, if anybody here is working or you're going to like enter a workspace, one thing about promotions is, depending on where you work, you can be using seamless HR or whatever to do like your KPI or OKRs, right? Now, one thing, I don't know if this has ever happened to anybody here, but I know as a person, at the beginning of my career, it was a thing where I used to work, but I forget what I've done. And then, maybe it's that time for an appraisal, and I'm like, I want to be like, I'm trying to remember, like, literally writing how you contribute to the bottom line so that you can get a promotion is part of how you brand yourself in the workplace. One issue that some people also have in their workplace is visibility. You are working, but nobody knows you're working. So when it now comes to appraisal time and they are doing maybe peer-to-peer appraisal, they say, what do you think of this person? Do you think they deserve a raise? And what does this person do? Like they can't, nobody can, do you understand? And you can literally stay on the same like level or whatever it is for a year or for another like cycle. Just because nobody can see, you don't talk about the work you do. So all of these things also how you brand yourself. Next slide, please. I think there's something else I actually wrote down here that I need to mention, but let me see. What else would I, okay, I think I mentioned about your CV, your portfolio, and other things like that. Okay, perfect. Right, yes. I was going to speak about the role of personal brand in hiring decisions. Yeah. Thank God I actually checked for that, because it's very important. So, if you're here and looking for a job, she talked about how she didn't apply for a lot of roles that she got. I know that for a lot of things I also did as well, it was a thing where people had seen, even my current workplace, they had seen what I'd done for another brand as a freelancer, and they reached out to me and be like, Alpha, I want to replicate what I've done here for our company, and that's it, right? Now, one way your personal brand can affect the job you're going to get. So imagine there are two qualified candidates, right? And you guys have maybe the same skill set, the same range of experience, or very similar. Sometimes it can literally be your personal brand that's going to distinguish you getting that job or not. Let me explain why. If there is a current trend I have noticed, right? I'm not HR, but I help some of my friends like find people for roles, recommendation and stuff like that. Now, I have seen, I don't know if Adebola will agree with me, I have seen where
roles are becoming very specific. A good way for you to know a good company is by their job description that they write. If it looks very ChatGPT generated, or if it looks like they wrote it for a particular kind of person, I've had founders come to me and be like, we are looking for another marketer like you. Let me explain. That already mentioned that you have people on Twitter. Yes. However, when they also when she introduced me as like the chief ment officer, it was something I felt for myself within my company, because at my current company I'm the craziest person. But the thing about it also is that it now has a professional like effect to it. People sometimes look for marketers where they're able to bring personality into a brand, right? There's a reason why people like operate from Cowboy-wise. There's a reason why people like selling brands over. There's a reason why people like Duolingo and stuff like that, right? So a thing where who people think you are can also influence how far you can go in a, what you call it, an interview. And it's very important that you brand yourself so well that you're considered very good for a particular job, right? So yeah, let's move from that. So being a personal brand while doing 9 to 5. So I think I just stipulated these 5 key things and I'll quickly run through them. Now, you still have to have a personal brand even though you're employed. So I want to just create a solution where personal branding is not just to get the job. It is to get the job, to stay in the job, to grow in the job, and also when you leave the job. It's a non-ending cycle of things. So let me explain. This part is now where you are inside the company, or you have your employed, or you have a contract, or a gig, or whatever. Now, when you have a personal brand, it can sometimes clash with HR and company policy. But don't let me go to clash, but that's a loophole. Now, let me say how this can work. And that's also related to employee-generated content. One thing, Debola, I can't currently tell Debola's follower count on Instagram. What's that? What's the number? Let's go now, tell me. Like 15K? Okay, cool. I have 10.6K on Twitter, right? Now, sometimes I've seen companies where they beg their employees that personal brands, do you understand, to post certain things because if they post it to blow. I think you should understand. The company itself can just have 5K followers. I'm not joking. It's a thing where maybe they are just building it and you just join the company or something. Now, when someone like Debola now actually creates content she works for the company, but she's not putting into her own personal brand and doing stuff like that. The brand, literally, a brand can get goodwill. Like a company can get goodwill because of a particular employee, because they have a personal brand. I have seen that in my career. I'm sure Debola has seen her career. Like, I don't know if you work in tech here, you see people like Wadley Joshola. But I think they cannot go to another company now. I promise you that the love and respect we have for him is going to morph into wherever he moves to. And that's the power of a personal brand. Literally. If Ferrum Medicine works somewhere else, right? People are going to assume that. So if I were to, let's say he works at a company called Wood, right? I don't know them, but I see that someone like Ferrum works there. I may listen a little bit more because I feel like Ferrum knows what he does. Because I've seen him work at Cowboy-wise or stuff like that. So the personal brand is so important that it can actually affect. So it's something that when a workplace sees that you have a very good personal brand, they can hire you because of the good name you bring. In fact, this is not just even junior level, or senior level as well. They bring certain board members because of the goodwill and personal brand that they have. But don't let me bore you with all of that. Work-life balance. Each have a personal brand, and let's say you're also. So one of the different things I have Debola is Debola also has a creator side. I am just mostly like meant and business on Twitter. And I was telling her when we were going for this thing that my personal brand mostly transforms into just my professional life. It does not necessarily transform into me being a creator like that. I'm not a creator in that kind of sense. Like, I don't go viral for dancing or something like that, right? So now, if you have a creator side to your personal brand, then it becomes a thing where you have to learn to balance that creator side with the work you do as a 9 to 5. And it's that thing where you do not want the work you do to suffer because you're a creator. If not, choose if you can't balance it. Volunteering. So another way to build a personal brand while doing 9 to 5 is, so imagine we are both marketers now. I think the lady came here to introduce non-tech in tech. There are probably some opportunities now that's not like a piece of Binani, who is like the founder of non-tech in tech. She might get like a UN over someone like me. I don't necessarily work in communities like that. I do speaking engagements and I train people, workshops, classes and stuff. Maybe that can help you a little bit. But someone that has a community that actually does things to help, there's certain opportunities that you're opening for yourself. She has a job, I don't even understand, she has a 9 to 5. But volunteer opportunities also help with your personal brand, and it can open other doors for you. The opportunities to earn. When you work in 9 to 5, depending on where you work, depending on what kind of work you do, for example, let's say you're a marketer like me, you might work in partnerships. So say I work at Bumper, we've done partnerships with a lot of companies, right? And let's say that partnership for my company goes well, they can reach out to me as a personal brand. There's also a thing where, for example, this story just came into my head. I might get on a partnership with a particular person from that company, and the person said one very unsavory statement, and my boss was just like, what's this guy just say? And he had to call their CEO, like, hello, please, Alpha, you want to do a partnership with someone, you don't speak like this. And it's something where that kind of thing, even if it does not work in that guy doesn't work in that company again, that competition exists. And let's say it comes on that company, and let's say that guy leaves that company and goes on that company now, and they want to partner with us. We might refuse because it's the same guy that is coming. Do you understand? So even when it is where you're working as a 9 to 5, there are other opportunities to earn. A company can even want to hire you as a personal brand because you impress them on even a normal work call. These are just opportunities. Next, what do I have next? I think it's loophole, right? Next, yes. Okay. I promise this is the final part of mine. The downside of personal branding. So to be honest, when I say downsides, please don't take it literally. I am saying that, in fact, I was struggling between saying downside or loopholes. When you're doing personal branding, there are certain things that can also be issues in that kind of sense. Let me explain. So, let me start from positioning before building capacity. And I know this story because I've not worked with them personally, but I know that I've worked with them that have suffered, founders or whoever that I've worked with them have suffered. For example, that are creators sometimes, they struggle with working in 9 to 5. Because you are doing a freelance life, and then how much you 9 to 5 pay, right? If you are, this kind of company is paying you to go and eat in a restaurant or to travel or whatever. But here's the thing. Positioning has a lot to do with personal branding, right? Because it's on social media, it's on your LinkedIn, whatever. It's literally positioning. Whatever you're doing, you're posting, it's positioning. But here's the issue sometimes. Some people position so well, but they do not learn to do the work. So even when you're branding yourself, you're saying, you go for a training, I've learned this. Or, this is my opinion about marketing. Marketing is dope, blah, 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 blah. You actually have to do the work. And I was so happy when Deborah mentioned something about, that one was even different. Okay, there's this thing on Twitter, like she said, I have people on Twitter to speak, not that much, by the way. There's this particular founder that has a graph to people with marketers all the freaking time. Now, his graph is this simple. I think what's happening is, because one day I remember breaking down his issue with some of my other marketer friends. I'm like, did the marketer break your heart? Like, what happened to your life? But most likely what happened. He most likely hired someone who speaks a lot on Twitter or LinkedIn about, I'm the best marketer since sliced bread, blah, 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 blah. You now put the person to your company and the person did not do work. Growth every, users every, retention nothing. Now, now let the start tasting the founders like that's when they're good marketers and shit, right? Now, here's now where this point comes to the part where you actually have to do the work. When I say smart work does not, is not indicative of the essence of hard work. It is that you do hard work in a smart way, right? So when you position, please also have capacity behind it, so that when the opportunities do come, you don't lose them. That's your point. Now, moving on, workplace policy clash. When you are a creator, so I remember I was at an speaking event with a creator, and we were just speaking, and for some reason it came up that, imagine you work for a particular, let's say fintech now, and you're a creator, you're a popular creator, and that fintech now comes to say, we want to hire you, get your competitors, and I'm going to pay you, say, 2 million naira to do an ad for them. But you work in the competitor company. There's not a question of, is there a conflict of interest here, right? Would your knowledge of the faults of your own company play into what you're going to use to do the ad for the other company? That kind of a thing. Now that's entering into like legal balance and stuff like that. But sometimes happens. Another thing also, there's some jobs that are actually very, very sensitive where you cannot be a content creator in fact, some jobs require you not to have social media accounts. Some are that sensitive. Some people work in very sensitive like security roles that you cannot exist on social media. So let's say you lied, I don't have it, now find you, problem is big. Or you went to go and be bashing your competitor on Twitter with an account people know that belongs to you and they know you work in that company. You now pay them bad blood between companies that don't need bad blood. But even if there's not bad blood, it's a thing where sometimes some companies have policies where we don't necessarily want to start a war between and let's let it be fair. So even the things you say, so let's say you use that other people's product and it's bad. You cannot, because you're an employee of the other company, you cannot, do you understand? Like say some very, you know how we say, MTN Papa, never go fire you crumble, stuff like that. There's some more places where you cannot say stuff like that because, you know, they are just like, there are rules around competing fairly that guide like companies and stuff like that. Then I'll quickly try and move on, sorry. Work with exploitation. Now this happens where, when I say employee generated content, for example, a company that does a lot of EGC is this guy's, Pulse. And actually most media houses have that thing where, so, Pulse, because your face, if you work at a Pulse, right, Pulse TV or Cracks TV, your face has to be out there, right? Imagine that they employ someone that was already popular before. Say, imagine an employee who is popular already, Emanuela. Obviously, Emanuela might even have more followers than Cracks. I'm just saying, right? Now, what can happen is, let's say Emanuela she joined as a social media intern, but that's not her goal in life. She wants to become a product manager. She has done her 6 months, she's showing good numbers, and she's looking for an opportunity to go with the company. But the company wants to use her popularity for video. Then now imagine let's say she's not a junior product manager. Now say, this one shoot video for us. Maybe social media that brings 5 scripts, which is going to affect our own time, our work and stuff. So it happens sometimes where they're not paying her, they know she's a creator and they want to post those videos. They don't want to pay her because employee work, right? But this is something that she makes money from. So it sometimes happens where some workers can exploit you if you're actually a big or well-known personal brand. I was trying to explain this together, I'm so sorry, I'm so wrong. Sticky brands and rebranding. Sticky brands. If you know RiceVest, there's a guy called Nduka, I'm so sorry, Nduka Dicky or something. You will see his face as it doesn't have being videos now, but at the point he was always like doing videos for them. So something happens where which is a good bad problem, right? So let's say you were very successful in being the face of a brand. You now leave that place. People can still literally have your number saved as Nduka or RiceVest, even though you have left. And let's say your workplace is now very different. It can also be hard to get that image of how they see you as wiped off, which is a funny problem because image you were very good at what you did in that personal brand you built. But sometimes it's also a thing to watch out for when you're building your personal brand. Even if you're the face of a company, try and win yourself at some point of being the face of it if you have any projections to like switch jobs or something at some point. Then rebranding is sort of similar to sticky brands, but it's not necessarily sticky brands because you might need a rebrand. Let's say for example, Tacha. Tacha used to dance on Instagram before she went to BBN. Now she's a big brand with all of her stuff. Or Tonto Diki was very, controversial. And at the point she was doing like maybe UN, she said she was appointed to the UN, she's doing charity drives and stuff. There are people trying to wash away, maybe being very provocative before, like trying to remove, because people have their images. And this popular lady, her name is Mia, I'm not going to say her surname. Mia sometimes was crying on the internet that people still look at her from the job she used to do. My sister. You for laughing, you know what I'm talking about, okay. So that's the downside of personal branding. So yes, I think I actually did stop the slide at downside. I hope I probably have something to add, but I hope you've learned a thing or two that's going to help in your career and your personal life advancement.
Thank you. So just really quickly to take a picture with, really quickly. All right, and while that is happening, we're going to be calling on the next partner spotlight, Nextford University, Ore Omolaja.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ore. I'm from Nextford University. Thank you all for being here. Just quickly want to introduce Nextford University. We're a US university, but we are 100% online. We have, I'm sure we have a couple of people here who are either recent graduates or probably still in school. So we have our undergraduate programs. We have a Bachelor's of Business for undergraduate, and then we have our master's program. So we have an MBA program, master's in data analytics, a master's in entrepreneurship, and a master's in digital transformation, which we offer. In terms of our courses, I think the advantage that we provide is when you compare Nextford University with other US universities, we are significantly, I would say, a lot more affordable. So our mission is to make education a lot more affordable and accessible. A majority of our students are Nigerians who have gotten our degrees, and that allows them to be able to get access to opportunities globally. Recently, we also launched a partnership with a university in the US, which allows you to start your degree online, but also graduate in the US. In terms of how we also offer our programs, we have short courses and we have certificate courses, and all our courses are built to help you in the workplace. So our courses and our offerings are things that you can immediately apply once you get into a job. In terms of for this event, for this program, I feel like Oprah, we're offering everyone here a 20% scholarship. So if you'd like to take advantage of that, I'm just going to call out the code, but again, the code will be sent to you in your email. One second, let me just call out the code. So the code for the program is TFT S20. So TFT S20. So you get a 20% scholarship on our degree programs. And if you have any questions, I'm right outside, just beside the roll of banners. Thank you very much.
Sometime. For that as well, we have about 3 panel sessions after. Don't worry about it. It's short, it's quick, but I think that's actually the most important part of this. It's about career transition. So I know a couple of us have questions about like moving into something else, pivoting, right? That's the opportunity to meet people who have actually done that and give you like tips and tricks on how to do that, right? So after this panel session, we're actually going to have refreshments, right? So we'll have something light to cool our blood, right? But before that, please, can we stand? Let's all stand. Because everyone's just looking at me. Some people, their hands are like on their chin. Don't worry, life is still good. let's all stand. So we're gonna do something called the coconuts, right? Yeah. So we just stretch our body a bit. We're cold, we're great.
Start coming to the crowd.
All right. So we're gonna do a C. A C. O. again. Do it one more time, right? So you see. O, C, and O. Right? All right. And yay, awesome. Okay, how do we feel? How do we feel? We are back, right? We're good. Okay, awesome. Right. So the next panel session is called Opportunities in the Creative Space, Turning Passion into a Profession, right? Really quickly, we're going to call on our panelists. Again, trust pipeline to give you really superstar professionals. So we have Nancy Chukudebe. She's a Nigerian sales executive. I'm going to run through her profile and just pick interesting things that I found, right? She's an esteemed entertainment hub. She works at Pop Central, an esteemed entertainment hub that introduced its TV channel on DSTV in 2019, and it's Africa's foremost and largest satellite TV provider, right? And it's also very interesting that she came from a banking and finance university degree, and now she's, in the entertainment space. Next, we have, can we put our hands together while Nancy comes up? All right, next we have Mary Afolabi. Now, Mary believes that process leads to creating magic. And she's a creative director as well, and she's a mentor. She's contributed to the growth of over 500 amazing creatives who are leading, across products, across brands, across strategy and arts in Africa and beyond. Interestingly, she wrote a book to help creatives make better color decisions. She's also worked in businesses across tech, fashion, entertainment, governance, banking, venture capital, NGOs. Please put our hands together for Mary Afolabi. And then we have Excel Joab, right? Excel Joab is a leading figure in Nigeria's pop culture scene. Now, he's renowned for talent spotting. So if you're a musician, please, your ear should be open now. Okay, he also artist nurtures, and he's a thought leader who has worked with artists such as Simi, T.Y. Bello, Great Man Tackett, M.I., and then obviously the Wizkid Clan, or the Wizard Chan, I believe, right? Awesome. And then we also just call on our moderator, Erin.
Thank you, everyone. So I would love Adebola Williams to actually join me on this one. I hope you really enjoyed our session. So this panel session will actually be like a kickoff of that, but we're exploring something more different. Hello, hi. Good afternoon. I hope you're all feeling well today. Absolutely. I really love the setup or the makeup of this panel. We have someone from the music industry. We have someone from the business side of music. We also have a creator side of music. And we also have the entrepreneurial side of music. I said music, of creative, right? So, so I'm getting different perspectives, different inputs, and different experiences, right? So let me just quickly go through this. So basically, the topic is opportunities in the creative space, turning passion into profession. And creativity has extended beyond being a hobby or just being something that you do because I have the talent to do this. It's now a money-making venture. It's something that propels economic growth. The industries that are actually moving things in Nigeria is the music industry, the content industry, and things like that, right? So, since we have Excel Joab here, right beside me, I want to ask a question from your experience in the music industry and also how you observe things in that industry, basically. So the first question is, you are renowned for talent nurturing and spotting, right? What are the key indicators you look for when you're spotting potential in a young artist? And how do you differentiate between raw talent and hype?
Oh boy. That second part is rough. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. My name is Excel Joab, and yes, Excel is my real name. A lot of people think it's like a nickname. My parents are pastors, so you can imagine. And by being on this panel, I'm not doing badly. I tried. Shout out to them. To answer the question, I think that for me, I'm always looking for authenticity in someone who says or calls themselves an artist. So something that has happened with the creative space in Nigeria is that because we are a third world country, and because there's a lot of unemployment, young people must find opportunities, yes? So there are a lot of people in the creative space now, and that's a great thing. But there are also a lot of people in the creative space that have no business being in the creative space. Yeah, that's the part we don't talk about a lot of times. And so a lot of times when I meet people, I say, okay, I discover that yes, you can do this, but do you have what it takes to be here long term? I'm sure you guys have all experienced like situations where you see an artist come out and the artist blows up immediately, and 2 years later you're looking for that artist, and you say, the person has fallen off, you start insulting the person and whatnot. We've had a lot of that, and we're going to get a lot more of that, just because a lot of people are not authentic. Also, a lot of people don't want to follow process. Something that's happened generally in the world across all industries, and I found out that a lot of young people pay no attention to process anymore. Everyone wants to immediately have a brand. Everyone wants to be immediately a star. These are not bad things to look towards or plan on having, but there is a journey always, and it's the journey that makes you have longevity. And the music business is looking for people that plan on being here for a long time. So for example, it's easy for me to say now and predict that somebody like Burna Boy would probably still be touring in his 50s, just because of what he has built. Not even with the success of what he had been building before now. He has taken a lot of time. So yeah, he talked crazy, but when you think about the journey he went through, he's earned the right to talk crazy a bit. He's earned that right. So I look for people who are willing to put in the work for process. I don't want to be an artist who will tell me, hey, I'm just starting out and I want to be on the top 100 on Apple Music immediately. I'm not going to answer you. I'm not going to take you serious because I feel like a fraud. If we put money on you, you will disappear on us in due time. And we've had a lot of those cases. The music industry is a business first and foremost, and I feel like a lot of people do not know that there's a business to it. So for example, we currently have a problem. You have no idea how much the dollar rate affects the music business. So if a Nigerian artist, and this is context, if a Nigerian artist has a lot of fans from Nigeria, that means that a lot of his streams on Apple Music and Spotify are from Nigerians, yes? And that's a bad scenario. Because what you pay for Apple Music in Nigeria is like, what, 1,000 naira, 600 naira? So that affects what Apple Music can pay out for Nigerian streams. So if someone has a lot of fans from the UK, the US, what Apple Music or Spotify will pay them is way much more. So if you give a Nigerian artist who has a large 80% or 90% of his fan base here in Nigeria, if you give them like $100,000, it may take them 10 years to make that money back. It may take them 15 or 20 years just because our economy is very something else, you get me? So this now tells you how much you need to really prepare for the long run and the long journey. You have to go from conquering Nigeria to say, okay, I can take my music to the world, and that is process. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So my next question goes to Nancy, because it's interesting what you said. Some people don't have business in the creative space. And from reading your bio and checking out who you are, understand that you've had like a background in sales and finance. How were you able to manage that transition from that? There are two different industries. right? How are you able to manage that transition into the entertainment space, and how is things basically flowing, right? Just for people that want to transition from what they're doing now into other industries that are in the creative space, basically.
Thank you for that. I'm not going to sit down here and tell you I wrote a 3-year plan, 5-year plan, and this is what I wanted to say. I always tell people I'm a product of grace, and I work in a space where I work at Pop Central TV, where I've been able to grow. So my story, like she said, I studied banking and finance in Redeemers University. I come from a typical Nigerian home. When I mean a typical Nigerian home, I mean the Nigerian home that majority of us know. That back then, if you're not a doctor, engineer, you had no career. GS3, I knew my head cannot carry science. I told my mom, Mommy, this science is not working. I'm going to commercial. And back then in commercial, I just knew banking and finance, accounting, economics. So trust me, I went from career change from, oh, I want to be an accountant. No, I want to be an economics. Oh no, let me do banking and finance. So I went to school for 4 years and studied banking and finance. But the truth was, I didn't have anybody pay attention to me. If I had somebody guiding me, they would have known that I had something for entertainment. Funny enough, when I was still young, I loved acting. But my mom made it feel like that was a pipeline dream. You cannot be an actress. Not under my roof, God forbid. I didn't ask God for an actress. That was my mom, definitely. But somehow, one way or the other, I prayed. It was brokenness that made me pray. I said, God, I need money. And I went into modeling. Where I work now, I had done 2 jobs for them. The first one was Power Pension. The second one was Royco as a model. And I remember my boss just walking up to me and saying, oh, you've done 2 commercials for me. And this is the reason why he picked me. He said, as a model, they tell you to do a scene 10 times. Definitely, I don't know how many of you have been directing at all. You can actually do one scene 10 times. And he said, the reason why I want to work with you is for each time we asked you to redo it, your countenance didn't change. You still had your smile on you. You still did it. So he said, with that, I know that no matter the pressure that I'm going to put on you, because Nancy, I'm going to put pressure on you, you're going to do it. So I started off with a tele-shopping show where I was selling things on TV. Then I moved to an everyday show, Banter. Then my boss was like, do you want to go into sales? I was like, I don't like sales. Because of the conception I had about sales growing up. For you to be able to sell something, you have to give something. But my boss made me know that I'm ready to mentor you and for you to grow in this space. I'm not asking you to do what the outside world wants you to do, but if you're ready to walk and learn, I'm ready for you. So that was my growth. I'm working in a space that allows me to be a diverse person. I would be a presenter in the morning. Like, actually this morning I was on air. I have a show by 9 a.m. And after that, I have to put on my sales cap. There are times where I have to drop my sales cap and put on directing cap. Because then again, I find myself that I can direct, I can produce. But how do I get to find these things? I'm working in a space that allows me to try things and grow, which I would say is not common. And it will take the grace of God for you to find a place like that to work in. So when you ask me this question, how have I been able to handle it? I would say it is where I work in and my boss that has been able to allow me grow and be myself. And trust me, there are times where I sit down and ask myself, am I flukking this thing? They call it imposter syndrome. That's what they call it. There are times you have done something, and I swear to God Almighty, I remember we had a show that we did, Games Night. I was a director. Immediately after that, we were supposed to do another gig. And for some reason, my mind was telling me, you can't do it. And until my colleague told me, shouldn't you just do Games Night now? I was like, yes. And she was like, why are you doubting yourself? In my head, I was like, no, I don't know if I'll be able to do it. But most times you have to find that confidence in yourself. I always tell myself, look at yourself in the mirror. I'm a Christian and I'll say it. I know that I did not bring myself this far by myself. I know that God has always helped me through. So if God has not failed me from the beginning till now, why is he going to fail me? That's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very inspiring. I put myself somewhat in your shoes. I studied accounting and the program lead of a creative initiative. So interesting. So talking about mentorship, right? I think what I really got from what you said was how you had a boss support and mentor you through the process. And this leads me to ask Mary a question, right? Also looking through your bio, I noted that you've trained, or you've mentored rather, over 500 creatives, right? But what are the challenges that you feel like a lot of these creatives face, especially in Nigeria? What are challenges you feel like they face? What the people that you mentor, they constantly complain about something. What's the constant thing they're always complaining about?
Okay. Hi everyone. So, I mean, there are a number of problems. Hi, my name is Mary, by the way, and you can call me May. So, where do I start from? So, off the top of my head, there are some basic problems, yeah? So the first thing is, how do I even get a job, right? I can do a couple of things, I know how to do them well, or I'm still young at it, I'm just fresh at it, but I know that I can try. How do I get a job? But because I've been at the back door or back room where things are being done, where things are sorted out, right? You're getting on projects and you get to see that it's not just about being hungry to get a job and all of that. It's first process. So typically you would find people that have joined businesses, organizations and all of that, and the first thing that they're struggling with is structure. So how many businesses do you see out there that have detailed structure on how things are done? So from hiring to firing, of course, then to onboarding projects, clients, delivering, timelines, managing accounting, and all of that. It's like really crazy. So now people, for instance, when I think it was Precious that was talking about people writing JDs. So people are quick to know how to write JDs, but when they bring you in, then you find out that it's a mess, right? And you're like working every day, getting burnt out and all of that. I am privileged to be working in a place where over the years we defined our structure. So, and it's evolved over time. But I can tell you that what I've seen is that people get to build on their skills, and then they get to a point where they get hired and it's a mess in there. So the first thing that they're struggling with is burnout, because you're running from pillar to post. You're not even sure. I mean, imposter syndrome is like a baby in the midst of all the other things that you have to fight. You're fighting for your life sometimes, you know. You're fighting for to have a life. You're fighting to figure out the next steps for your life. And then there's where you just got hired into that has no idea how to get things sorted out. So everyone is figuring out what they're meant to be doing in the role. So of course there's the JD, you get in there and then you're scrambling around. So generally what I would say to that is that having been behind the scenes, building and creating structures around things, I've seen that the first thing that you want to do is have your own process, right? I think it was Precious that said something about being paying attention to the things that you have done and the effect on the business, right? And noting them down. So be clear about what do you call it now? What do you call it? More like creating a diary for yourself at work. So these are the things that I got in here to find. This is how I'm going to make it better. I know that they're going to rush you, they're going to push you around probably. But the first thing is, how do I get things done? So before you got a job, there was the way that you would approach things, say as a freelancer and all of that. The next thing, you're in a job, there's how everything is being done. You're scrambling around. The next best thing that you can do is to figure out how you are going to fit into your role and figure things out first, or bring things to subjection in some way to what you know to be your process. So you are iterating on your process, and you are trying to make it work for where you've just gotten into. So there's that. There's also, I mean, say you don't have a job, but you get clients and all of that. One of the things I've seen is that a client reaches out to you, you're not sure what happens from the beginning of, so after the call, what are the things that you discuss on the call? What are the things that, what are the next steps? Am I sending an invoice? Am I noting the things that I will deliver to my client? Am I clear on timelines? And of course, money, which is one of the things that creatives struggle to have conversations around, and it's understandable in some way, right? There are like a number of things, but the first thing is trying to figure a lot of things out and creating structure, or starting from structure from yourself. I mean, when we had that session where Debola and Precious talked about personal brand and all of that, one of the things that you would see is that you're finding ways to be centered, right? Finding ways to put structure around your life first, and then you get into a space. Bring structure immediately. I know that you're like, oh, we'll see as it goes, but it doesn't work like that. It doesn't, I promise you. If you can find a way around that, and I mean, it's interesting that the co-founder of Fort Canvas, where I work, created a tool, Full Gap, to help you manage processes. So one of the interesting things with that, for instance, is contract agreements and stuff. Most of the times, we don't pay enough attention to them because we're like, we've spoken on phone, we're clear on deliverables, clear on timelines and all of that. But you don't know that your client is going to, they're going to stretch you if you don't give them boundaries, if you don't put things in order. They're going to, if you mistakenly, I mean, they're honestly, they're not being mean. They are not trying to take advantage of you. Sometimes they are, but sometimes they are not. But because you didn't give them a boundary, a box to play within, then they can tell you that, I mean, you agreed on a call 5 weeks and all of that. They can take 5 months, actually, if you don't put things in order. And you'll be complaining, but there's nothing you can do because most likely their money, like your money is still in their hands. So figuring out how to, again, it's being centered. It's, I need money. This client has my money. How do I make it make sense that I'm working and I've gotten paid some portion at the beginning, maybe there's another part at the middle, then at the end and all of that, or maybe not at the end. Okay, these are the deliverables. You are clear on the things that you have to deliver. It's not, oh, we'll see how it goes. No, you are clear on it. If you want to stretch beyond that, but you are clear on those things. I feel like structure is the major problem, then maybe stuff like getting jobs and all. So yeah, I've spoken more on structure, getting jobs. I mean, I think there was something really inspiring that Debola said when she was sharing, when she talked about the fact that most of the jobs, or all of the jobs that she's gotten from, just someone seeing her and saying, or spotting, basically. So it's important. Sometimes it's first, who are the people that you really want to spot you, and then are you visible to them at all? Do you get? So it looks like I want to make plenty money and all of that, but where really is that plenty money at? And am I moving towards it at all? Or I'm just sitting and saying, oh yeah, I would get it. No, like there are people that write applications and like write. I think I've seen people that have written over like 100 applications and all of that. But the point is just that be visible to the people that you need or that you want to work with and all. So I think that would be, those would be it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for answering the question. And from what she said, visibility is also something I took, and structure. Let's not even go into details about that because it's a lot, it's plenty, it's the core of the problem, if I'm being honest. I feel like it's actually the main problem for a lot of people. Our country is not even structured to begin with, so there's so much from that, right? So on visibility, I'm going to be asking Adebola a question. And you being a brand storyteller, how do you think as a creative or a creative enthusiast, anyone that's in the creative space, how can they use storytelling to change or turn their creative vision into a, how do I put it? Is it a money-making process? Something that gives them financial leverage in a way. So turn that creative vision or turning that hobby in quote into something that helps them make money.
Okay, so I think that from everything that you've all said, people have figured out what their creative passion or their talent is very early on. I don't know whether it's because of the kind of country that we are in. You can quickly spot like talent. I have nieces and nephews, and I know like what they are really good at. I've specifically told their parents, send this one to a dance school. Oma Jolaye is gonna dance. Like, don't let him just be doing like normal arithmetics and math class. Take him to a dance school. Like, we are easy to spot our talents and the things that we're interested in. What the difficult part is turning it into a money-making machine. And one of the things that we've also been able to do is we can turn it into a once-in-a-while money-making machine. For example, me too, I have made some money on the internet, but it's not my source of income. I have a job, I have jobs, I have also, right? But my creative talent or my creative passion as a consistent source of income, the way 9 to 5 is a source of security to people that have a career, that's always the problem. People are not able to take that away. And I'm going back to what May said. You have to learn the business of your creativity. Every creative talent, whether it is that you write, whether it is that you sing, whether it is that you dance. I'm trying to think of non-platform creative talents. Even some other things that are at the back end, maybe directing, maybe producing. Whatever it is that you have as a creative talent, there's a business side to it. We are usually stuck on being the best at it, on the talent, being the best writer, being a great writer, being a great producer. But the business of things, how you're going to run it as a business, what the industry even looks like, that's the information that a lot of creatives don't have. And it's not also their fault because a lot of this information is not readily available. If I want to become a producer like Kemi Adetiba, for example, there's no place that I'm going to go to learn how to be one unless I join Kemi Adetiba program and I take that 3-month course that they're doing, or I go to Ebony Life and I take a course and I have to be there. Like, I have to leave my other hustle because bills we have to be paid. I have to leave that to constant 8 to something. I have friends that did that even live production something. They had to be there every day. They were not working those period of time, and they were living off of their savings. So there's first of all the problem of there's no place to get the information, right? So I think that people need to understand that if you want to turn your creativity to a consistent money-making machine like salary, you want to be making money from it constantly. It might not be monthly. Maybe you can drop your own end of maybe 2 months. It can be bi-monthly. It can be quarterly. Like, oh, this is the constant amount I want to be making from this creative passion of mine. You have to figure out the business of it. If you are into movies, if you want to be, maybe you shoot good videos on your phone. With your phone alone, people are like, wow, you're crazy. Like, look at the angles, look at the videos. And it doesn't matter that you're using an iPhone 6. It doesn't matter the phone they give you to do it. You will do like great stuff with a camera. And you are looking at one day you're going to become a cinematographer. While you're getting there, don't just be learning how to handle and platforms. Don't just be learning how to edit. Start to learn the business. They are cinematographers. They have LinkedIn profiles. They are cinematographers that have Instagram profiles. Send them messages. Intern with some of them. Some of them are always talking about how people just want to come and take from them because they've kind of already made it. But nobody really wants to. That's also the complaint of like our generation. Nobody wants to come and just like learn and come and learn the business. You know, first 2 months. How many people watch Karate Kid? Right, the old one, not this 2010 one. The very first Karate Kid. I'm not telling you that. Okay, I have some notes here. Yeah, I can say. You know, Karate Kid. Do you remember that when you wanted to learn how to fight for like a month or two, then Jackie Chan kept telling me, put your, what's it called? Jacket down, pick it up, put it up. And one day, he was frustrated, like, why am I doing this? I came here to come and learn how to fight. And then he showed me how all of that consistent, strenuous, unsexy parts of the training that they've been doing has made him a better person. That's how it also is. If you want to be a cinematographer and you want to intern with an already established cinematographer, he will not give you his camera today. It doesn't matter how great you are. He might not give you camera to undo in 2 months, but you're there. Whatever he tells you to do, you're doing it. You're paying attention. You're asking questions. By the time you finally get your opportunity, you are going to do well. So I think that it's time for people to come out of their, oh, I'm such a creative. Yes, we get it. You're talented. God loves you and blessed you with something that can make money for you. Then learn how to make the money. Learn how to pull that out from your head and make it something people are going to pay for. And another thing I'm going to say before I end the call, send the call. Hey, I'm used to joining Zoom. If I drop the mic, is that some of us think that creative talents and passions are things that everybody can see. Some of them are not very glaring to the eye. It's not like, oh, you are a great orator. It's not that you are a great actress. It's not that the camera loves you. Sometimes it's just that you can just, for example, that French guy that is black that doesn't speak. What's his name again? Do you know how much that guy is making consistently, month on month, since they have started in 2020? He has been entering Tiny People of the Year, innovators to look for, creators to look for. Every year since 2020, we are in year 4, and he's still there. They still release this year list. He's still there. He has consistently been making money. They use him for Olympics. Marvel uses him for this. You have to find a way. It might not be something that is, like singing or creating content. Find that thing that you feel like this thing can make money. And another thing is join your ship with somebody that can manage your talents. Some of you have an idea. You don't tell your friends. Like the people in your circle are people, you don't know what they even do for work. Some of my friends, I know their titles, but I don't know what it means. But by talking to them, I'm just saying, oh, I want to do this thing. And they're just telling me step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Because they are like operations manager. And from their advice, I'm able to draw like steps to do that thing. So get out of your ask that you are creating and learn the business of how to make money. It's as simple as that.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much. I can't discuss then, unfortunately. I wish this could actually span longer. But I do have a question for every one of you. So it might seem like a cliche generic question, but it's deep in sense. So where do you actually see the future of the creative industry in Nigeria? It's a very dynamic industry, right? It's a very dynamic industry. The government has not started taxing us yet, but where do you actually see the future of creativity in this country?
Why me? Why me? Okay. I mean, I went for the concert called Experience that happens in December. You guys know that concert, Experience, the gospel concert. I think it was 2 years ago. And the ambassador to the US was at the concert and he spoke. He said something briefly, but he said that they have projected that by 2050, there's going to be all over the world at least 1 billion Nigerians, both the ones at home and the ones abroad. Also, we have, I've forgotten what it's called, but for the first time in a very long time, the average age in Nigeria is between 25 to 35 or so, thereabouts. So we have a very, I think that's like 70 or 60% of our population. We have a very young population, and it's even going to increase. So what that means is, with young people, creativity is endless, and more jobs that seemed like they were very static, you begin to see more creative approaches to them. You see creative approaches to banking. You see creative approaches to medicine. And I think one of the best things about all this is tech has come, tech revolution has come, AI and whatnot, and these things are going to disrupt all those industries that we always thought were very suit and tie. There's going to be disruption is coming. Even churches are being disrupted. Like you can have a pastor now in this same Nigeria preaching with dreadlocks. Literally, there's a big one. So it's coming for all the industries. So the future for creativity in this country is massive. There's a lot that's going to happen. There's a lot that we still need, especially from the government, to enable the potential come alive. But I would always say that, if you're a creative person, make sure you think ahead. Don't think for 2024. Start thinking for 2030, 2029. What are the things you can start putting in place now to be relevant by then? Because what usually happens in the creative space, people come out quickly and they emerge very quickly and they are out there quickly, and before you know it, you're off. And that's because people get in the euphoria of the present moment. There's going to, whatever field you're doing that you're an influencer now, just remember, younger people are coming. Don't get carried away. Younger people are coming. So always think of longevity, sustainability. What can I do? How can I evolve that by 2030, I'll still be relevant? I remember that there was a time in Nigeria, if anybody released a song, they would use TikTok dancers. Remember all those dancer guys? And they still use them, but not as much. So always think, and I used to tell the dancer guys that they were charging a lot of money. I'm like, enjoy, you'll come down. Yeah, and I saw one this year and I was like, how far? I said, oh, he also has a 9 to 5. I said, well done, welcome. Yeah, because he wasn't thinking that far. So don't get lost in the euphoria of the moment. Think ahead, because there are younger people than you that are coming. No go Jones.
I mean, yeah, let me just give you a few seconds to clap. If you want to clap, I can clap. Yeah. So I wanted to say that one of the things that I've noticed recently is that now everyone is saying that I want to earn in USD at least, right? Wait, you guys want to earn in Naira? Yeah, you guys are quiet now. So there is something that makes it easier to learn to earn in other currencies, and it's that you are quick to understand context. So how you think about things here or how you serve clients here in Africa, in Nigeria, Africa is different. There's the cultural thing that's like a film that covers our faces and all. But the moment you break into somewhere else that is conservative, probably like, say, Canada or the UK or something like that, and you want to start earning in their currency, there are different things that you start to spot. Like, their context is quite different. So, to answer your question, I would say that first, everyone wants to break into something new and wants to plug into the global economy and also, like Excel said, you need to keep in mind that there is a time factor to everything. Like, I think he also said it when he first answered, I think he mentioned it when he first answered your question about time and process and all of that. So there's something that my husband says. He says that much of life is understanding tension and release. So there's a flow. If you understand that there's a time to sow and there's a time to reap, right? There's a time to be loud, there's a time to be quiet. If you understand that life dynamic, then it's easier for you to plug in as things are fast moving, right? So if you want to become something, start to plant the seed now. You want to plug into earning in a different currency. You want to start making friends that are doing that or connecting with people that are doing that. Start seeing your examples more. Then I think I also wrote something. Sorry. Yeah. So sowing your seeds early is very important. Just a quick one. Learning that you will, at some point, you will need to be fast with things means that you have sown early. So, for instance, there was a time that before you can get, okay, so I started as a designer, I still design, by the way. But there was a time that when you wanted to, do I have any designer here at all? Let me see. Okay, yeah. There was a time that when you wanted to create a particular effect or something on Photoshop, you spent some hours to learn some things and then you are moving around. Now AI makes things easier. So your clients can start asking, why is this taking time? Because there are actually tools that would help you be faster, right? So you can't then say, oh, this is what I'm so good at, and then you sit on it and everyone else has moved on. You cannot afford that, right? So it's very important that you are planting the correct seeds and you are quick as you have to be per time. You learn the ebbs and flows of your process, of your person, of your seasons too. So yeah, those are like very, very important. Start to sow your seeds now and be quick when the time is right. So yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, May, for that. I'm just going to say 3 things. The future of creativity, right? First thing, collaboration. Collaboration is king. Never you make the mistake to say you're an island or yours is your kiss. Definitely. You need to learn how to collaborate. And I see this happening a lot. Just like she said, and she also mentioned, being a brand. Personal brand works, but at the same time, you need to find people who you can leverage off, right? You're into something, you need to find somebody else that you can tap into that. Because that's what partnership is all about. Let's go back to our barter system before currency came in. It was, you have this, you have this. Is the value the same thing? If it's the same thing, let's go ahead. So collaboration is key. You have to learn how to partner with people. Second will be, it's something we say at Pop Central. You have to be fast to learn and fast to unlearn. Now, most people are quick to learn, but they are so slow to unlearn. There are some skill sets that you have now that you literally don't need it. And and it is causing a blockage in you because human beings, we are, what do we call this thing? We're creatures of habits. If you keep doing something over and over and over again, you get used to it. So you have to be fast to what? Unlearn. Then last but not the least, I know most people these days say AI is here to take away jobs. AI is not here to take creativity. Guess what? Creativity is something that you think about and God gave it to you. Definitely there's no way any machine can take that away from you. I would say AI is there to help you move to the permanent site. Most times we'll spend long hours trying to write up an email. You can go on ChatGPT now. Hello, young man, this is what I'm trying to do. Write it out for me. Oh, it sounds nice. Tweak it this way. And in 1 minute, you already have it. So, ladies and gentlemen, collaboration, quick to learn, quick to online, and embracing AI. That is the future for me for creativity. Thank you.
I wanted to say something to Mary when she was like, my husband always says something. Like, single people cannot rest on the line they are giving us. So every inside talent, future talent summit. Let's be taking it easy. Let's just be taking it easy. You know? So for me, I think that, I don't even have anything to say. Just one important point that I think that we forget when we think about the future of an economy or the future of the kind of people is that the fundamentals don't change. See, marketing has been existing since the eras of the eras. But marketing principles that work today are still the same thing. What has happened is that we are iterating it to fit our market and the current, dispensations and eras. So do all the things that they've told you, but all the principles, the essential foundations that, you have for your industry. What that problem you are solving for, the people you are solving for, their data may change, what they would like, all those personas may change. But the problem you are solving for, understand the fundamentals, understand the essentials, take it with you on the journey as innovation is happening, as collaboration is happening, as AI is happening, because it doesn't matter how the world becomes what the world becomes. If people is still what we will be giving birth to, they won't start giving birth to aliens and AI tomorrow. You are still solving people's problems with whatever solutions you are trying to create. So those essentials, those fundamental things is what you should carry. And a very good example of that is somebody that I know in marketing is an elderly person. Very rarely do you see an elderly marketing person. It does a lot of work for Indomie, Amstel Water, all the major FMCGs that you do, they pass through him. And he doesn't talk platform, he doesn't talk TikTok, he doesn't care about all those things. But when we are talking about gurus of marketing in Nigeria, everybody goes to him because he understands the principles and the foundations of those things. And no matter how much the era has changed, we are able to glean wisdom from him. It's still relevant in today's world. And that's how creatives will be relevant. Changes will come, eras will come, different tools and technologies will happen. Some things will become redundant, but the essentials, the founding blocks of your industry, learn it like the back of your hand. Thank you.
Give them a round of applause, please. Thank Japanese a round of applause. That was so good. It was such an enlightening session. Is there provision for questions or? Okay. So I think what we can just do is that later we'll share LinkedIn and their channel of communication. You can ask any questions. I feel like a lot of people have questions, so you can ask the questions after that. Does anybody have any question? Anyone? Okay, I can see. While pictures are happening, would like to call Gabriel from Nexford University for the next partner spotlight. Gabriel from the Ball. Gabriel from the Ball for the next partner spotlight.
from the Bob Africa, and the Bob Africa is a training institute where we equip new talent, people that are interested in tech skills. Just like I have seen some faces there from ANS, and I can see that these days what we are truly interested in is job that does not really take us, tie us to our desk at our company, right? A lot of people are interested in tech skills that you can work from your home, you can work from your own private space, you can work at your convenience. And tech skills is actually the way to go, is the way that you acquire all these skills. This is what we offer at the Bob Africa. Our program are quite flexible, where you can, for example, if you have no idea on what tech-related skills are, you can come and learn as a beginner. You can also come and learn if you have something, you already know about it. Let's say, for example, you've been doing some YouTubing, just like almost everybody in tech space. You start off by going to YouTube, by going to Coursera, going to Udemy. So what we do at the Bob is a physical training, which you have to devote your 24/7, which is your Monday to Friday to your learning. Of course, while you are learning at the Bob, you are not just learning just tech skill alone. We are teaching you soft skills, where you have to learn how to actually operate in a corporate space. So you are not just a coder that you are just coding, and you are not just productive to the team. We teach you how to behave in a proper work setting. So our program are quite flexible, just like as I said the other time. We have different programs like product development, project management, product management, JavaScript, which is the front end of product development. We have .NET also, and some other programs that you might be interested in. Our stand is outside, and if you have further inquiries, you can come and ask. We will definitely take some time to answer you. Our program, the payment options are quite flexible as well. We do loans, which means you learn now and pay later. We can pay in installments as well. And of course, if you have the money, you can pay it up front and forget about the headaches. So you are welcome to make your inquiries, and we will gladly attend to you. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Awesome. So you've had Gabriel. If you are looking to have further information, they're outside. You can go to their stand and have a conversation with them, right? Really quickly, we're going to kind of take the next two sessions. I know we're eating now, so I really hope that we can pay attention. Don't sleep, don't sleep, because you're eating. AC is blowing you, you know? It's a recipe for sleep, but we'll do a coconut after, right? In the middle of the sessions, right? So without further ado, we're going to go into the panel session called Career Transitions, Navigating Changes in Professional Life. We have Toyin, who is a co-founder at Woodcore, and it's a financial infrastructure company for banks, fintechs, and other non-financial institutions. He has a passion for mentoring and helping people transition into no-code roles in tech. So if you're looking to do that, this is a great person to listen to. He's also co-founded Treford, an edtech startup on a mission to help professionals and businesses upskill in world-class no-code tech skills. Please put your hands together for Tom. Awesome. We also have Hemi Lade, who is a passionate customer experience professional. She has over 6 years of experience in delivering exceptional customer service. She's worked for organizations like Jumia, like Safe Boja, Max, and Maisha Meds. Very interesting fact about Temilade is that she enjoys, her favorite place is the market. Yeah, she says that she enjoys the noise, the haggling, and the interactions in the market. So please put your hands together for Temilade as she makes her way forward. We also have Abdullahi, who is a brand storyteller. He's a content strategist and a communication specialist with 7+ years in the media space. He's worked with top brands like Cool FM as a content strategist. He's also supported YouTube at 1021 Creative. He's now at Alt School Africa, and he's responsible for brand building, right? And he has promotional materials that have attracted more than 60,000 learners. Please put your hands together for Abdullahi as he makes his way forward as well. And last but not least on the panel, before I get to the moderator, is Dr. Iyano Olua. Now she's very interesting because she's a dentist that is also an entrepreneur, right? She's a co-founder for the Women in Business Academy, WIBA. Now, she also founded Maple Street, an avant-garde fashion accessories label known for its vibrant, maximalist, and whimsical design. And she actually started this while she was in dental school. So she's been managing the two, and now she has made a bold pivot into a product manager. So imagine dentist, entrepreneur, and now a product manager. Please put your hands together for Dr. Iyano. And then we'd just like to call on our moderator, Emmanuel Faith. I mean, he was used as an example here earlier. He's an SDG5 advocate, 4 times TEDx speaker. He's an international sports writer, and his focus is on female football, which is pretty interesting. He's worked with major brands like Big Cabal Media, Cowrie Wise, and General Electric. And he's also contributed on, major platforms like Pulse and Nairametrics. Please put your hands together to the man himself.
Hello, my people. Hi, how are you guys doing? Are you happy? That's good. If you're happy, say, what's the name of this conference like this? Say pipeline. A round of applause for the organizers. Okay, my name is Emmanuel Faye. I'm super delighted to be moderating this very highly esteemed panel. I did a bit of research, and these are big men and women. It's not easy for a very small person like me to moderate this panel. Okay, so we'll get right straight into it. How many of us work like 9 to 5 alongside all the 7 creating jobs that we are doing? How many of us do 9 to 5? Okay, how many of us, those who are 9 to 5, have direct intersection with what we studied in uni? The hands have gone down. Please, what are you teaching us in uni? Okay, I think that this panel is very pivotal because half of us transitions. I mean, I studied economics and I did HR and sport journalism. I'm very sure that at least 50%, DJ, you won't give me ginger, thank you. I'm very sure that 50%, more than 50% of us in this room have similar stuff. So these are people that manage to transition through different careers. I particularly find Dr. Yin's journey very interesting. I'm going to teach you a lot. I'm giving this paper now. So I think that you should pay attention. I know you have been paying attention. You have to for yourself. Yes, so I'm an HR, so I study behaviors at the end. But this time, if your attention was 75, bring it to us. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start straight off with Toyin. You manage, I don't know how that was not the first thing I found. I probably have gotten out at some point. But one of my fascinating things about you is what you do with Trefford. If you know Trefford, say hi. If you think they're doing a good job, give them a round of applause. Yeah. So Trefford is that platform that I think of where tech talent wants to pivot, or you want to go from a non-tech role to a tech role. So my first question for you is, what are the challenges and hiccups that you see people that want to transition face? Maybe 2 or 3 bullet points.
Okay, so hi everyone. Good afternoon. So I think the very first problem is you not understanding exactly what you want to do, right? And you need to understand that it's fine at a particular point. It's fine for you to not be very clear on what you want to do, right? At the stage of your life, it's fine, right? And it's fine for you to be open to exploring different opportunities. And I'll be very practical about it. So when I started going into tech officially, it was like 2014, unofficially was 2010. I started out with creating WordPress and Joomla websites for a blog I was trying to build at the time. Then 2011, 2010, I did some stuff with an online gospel radio station. I was handling their social media handles at the time. And then when I moved into tech properly, I was doing customer success, then transitioned into product support, then transitioned into product management. So like there was a lot of rapid transition in my career, right? So first things first, you need to open your mind to the fact that it's fine for you to not be sure, to not have that clarity at the first stage, right? And once you're able to understand that clarity that you do not have, it comes with you just opening your mind up to all the possibilities and just exploring. Once you're able to explore, you definitely find that one that ticks the box for you, and you'll be able to just stick to it. That's pretty much what the key point is. The second one after that as well, aside from you not knowing exactly what you want to do, right, is now you have got to a stage of your career, you need to actually set defined and clear goals for yourself, right? And sometimes you find that some people struggle with that in quotes. There are certain things that you dedicate your time to in life, right? Some people, they like sleep. Some people, they like food. Some people, they like certain things about them. And why not dedicate just a little bit of your time daily to ensure that you are able to, define exactly what you want out of your career. Once you're able to do that, some things will become extra easier for you while you are trying to transition.
Thank you so much. So it's okay for you to know what you want to do. When you ask the question, what do you want for your career? I want to know. That's the only thing. I want to know that. I want to know that. Yes or yes? Yes. Great. Okay, so I'm going to come straight to. I'm glad that everyone agree with me. I used to like money. You understand my life. But my first book said to me, so now I like money. I look like money. Right? Thank you. Hi, everybody. Maybe afterwards we'll share some tips on how to navigate into my job. I hate it in fashion. I mean, delivering guys can't do me. It's one of the reasons why I came late today, so you can see. I think that your journey is very interesting. You had a background in education, you did a couple of things, social media management, a couple of things more, and then you have now been customer experience manager. What kept you going? Why didn't you give up at all?
Okay, so what kept me going really would be just the energy to actually give something out. So you know when you have a lot of things in your body and you're like, I can't
contain it.
Yes, I have to like give some out. And in that line it was just how can I help somebody else's life easier? And I think that's where the love for the market actually came in. So just
you have like a thrift page so that we can check out your thrift. And people have said you should commercialize, this side fashion. Maybe.
So it's just going about, I'm getting you vendors directly from the market instead of you actually buying from Instagram guys that are already having like 30 or 40%. And then if you want to buy something and you need somebody to accompany you, I'm up for it.
Please book after 10% of my
This is my comfort zone. So it was just a case of having a lot of things that I really wanted to
After working in radio officially for 4 years, I decided I am not applying myself as creatively as I want to, and I did. So I think yes, if you have that luxury, you have a good support system, you know that if you have people in your life, that if you are out of a job and you are jobless in 3 months, you are not going to go and be living on the bridge. If you have that, if you have that privilege, you have those type of resources, then the world is your playing ground. Just wake up tomorrow and like, I'm not doing, I'm out. I want to go kayaking for like 3 years. So yeah, just explore. But if you like to just play it safe, it's absolutely okay as well. I think you should also do that if that works for you. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Okay, so quickly, I have a friend I'm very proud of. In 2020, he finished on 2019, and 2020, now, the Nigerian graduates are leaving school, there's no work out there, that's what they see, right? And this guy studied psychology in school, and was trying to figure out what to do with his life, right? And luckily for him, he went into data, started doing some things with his uncle at the time, trained with his uncle, was able to get a gig that was paying him, I think, $150 USD at the time, or thereabouts per month. And gradually, was able to get an opportunity with a bank, and then fast forward to right now, he's working one of the top fintechs in Nigeria. He has traveled like the world more than myself, in fact. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you just have to evaluate your life and ask yourself. There's one question I always ask myself when I want to make decisions, and it is, what is the worst that can happen? I objectively ask myself that question. What is the worst that can happen, right? If I objectively map out those like possible outcomes in terms of worst case, and at the end of the day, I just compare, I'm like, what's the worst that can happen? I just tell it and move on with it, right? Not everyone can do that, to be honest, but I would advise, like you also said, if you think that you want something that gives you more fulfillment, or that you can find something that is more fulfilling than what you are currently doing, then don't take too long to make that decision, because at the end of the day, it's for you and it's for yourself. For people that are trying to transition because of the situation of the country, because obviously I know people want to make money as well and all of that. So just make that move fast and stay and keep being valuable, and you would never be disposable. So yeah.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for all my amazing colleagues. My own last word is be very mindful, be cutesy. See, look at this. Thank you. So my last words are 3 straight up bullet points. 1, your career is a marathon, and it is your marathon. 1, it's a marathon. That means that there are a lot of overtaking would happen. And then it is your marathon. It means that it is your own race. And it's easier said than done. I will put that disclaimer out there. Because you see someone that graduated together, and because he's traveling Bali, Greece, Mykonos, and you are still collecting 150K on that bridge, you can just take it down for. But it is a marathon, and it is your marathon. Something happened very recently, and the situation where I'm managing someone that we were campus ambassadors together, like in uni, and it was a very awkward scenario because we were just teammates how many years ago. So your career is your marathon. The second thing is that the cost of not taking that action today is a lot. So take that action today. And take it, like she said, what's the worst that can happen? Tomorrow, I'm just putting it out there in case you see me. You might not find me in HR. I might be at FIFA doing sports journalism. I'm putting it out there, right? So, but I've been playing around it, and I might just take it up full time, right? So the best time to take that action was yesterday. The next time is now. The last part is be very mindful, cutesy, and genuine. Thank you very much.
She's going to give us a brief
introduction to Weber. 3 minutes tops.
Okay, hi everybody. So I work with a company called Weber, Women in Business Academy. If you are a woman and you run a business, please wait. Okay, so a sizable number. How has that been growing the business in Nigeria? Just think about how has it been? Top. I mean, yeah. Okay, so Weber is basically a community of female undergraduate and graduate business owners. So if you run a very innovative business or a technical business and you need a community of people that are like-minded, please just scan this QR code. There's a tiny form to fill just to join the community. If you're in the community, there are a lot of things you can learn. We bring industry experts, people that have gone ahead of you, to come and teach you so that you don't have to trip on your own journey. You can learn from their own journey and just, I don't know the English anymore, but we'll help you get to where you're going basically. So just scan this QR code.
Thank you. And next we would like to call on Nifemi of Tech Point. Just come give a few words.
Hi everyone, I'm Lord from Kolawole and I'm the senior editor for Tech Point Africa. I don't know if anybody else knows Tech Point Africa. Anyone? Okay. We are a tech media platform, one of the top in Africa, and we talk about a lot of things in Africa tech, talk about the ecosystem, talk about startups, we talk about emerging technologies. We have a lot of things going on. It's not in doing a lot of things, but because I have a very short time to spend there, I want to introduce us to something interesting going on at TechPoint at the moment. And if you've not heard about it, I want to introduce to you. That's TechPoint Digest. Every day between 5 and 7 a.m., you get in your inbox news about what happened in African tech the previous day. And this happens every weekday. A lot of testimonials have been sent in about informative. It keeps you at the top of things going on in African tech. It opens you up to opportunities in the tech world. There's an opportunity section, there's a data section, there's a place where you get to know about our podcast. A lot of things that will be there. So you can go to techpoint.africa now. Techpoint.africa. You don't have to put www, just type it. You take it to the website and you need to TechPoint Digest. Do well to subscribe and get on the journey. And you also love the personality of the person handling it. That is Victoria from TechPoint. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Awesome, thank you so much. Really quickly, we'd like to just call on the last panel for today. It's called, you remember when we did the questionnaire, right? And I asked you to think deeply or think outside of the box on the types of careers that could potentially happen. And we stumbled across virtual reality stylists. We had a really cool idea from her as well. This next one is called Tech-Driven Future, preparing for jobs that don't yet exist, right? So we have, just really quickly again, we just call on Esther, Joseph Omumi, we'll call on Kende Olateru, we'll call on Damilola Ebuze, we'll also call on Vega Onalaja, and this panel will be moderated by Nifemi Kolawole as well.
Hi everyone, once again, welcome to this panel session. Let me just give you a thought. They're already telling me time up as I'm sitting down here. So we have very little time to spend here. And as I've been introduced by our beautiful host, she mentioned the job for the future. And I think sitting here, I feel like an hypocrite. And I'll tell you why. Because in 2022, I decided to learn one job that they said is for the future, and I dropped out. No fault of the school. No fault. I was just, it was the phase I was going through. But I know if I follow through with it, I will still be here maybe. I will still have my job. But I believe that whatever I have learned there would have been put into my job. And that is the conversation we want to have now. The prospect that skill out there, if I had learned it, I'm sure I would be using it now. So we want to learn how to know what you should learn now. That when you get to 2 years from now, 3 years from now, it will be useful for you, and you will look back and say, I still fit in the world. And I'm sure all the panels that have gone on this stage have addressed that. So that is what we want to address again now. And because of the short time we have, we are going to try to make it quick. Thank you for joining me on this panel. Yes. No, yes. Yeah. This one should go to everyone. I just mentioned two. So if you, off the top of your head, if you want to say this is one of the jobs for the future that people are not paying attention to yet, what would come to your mind? Everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
You can go first.
Thank you for that question. My name is Esther, and I work with Zindi, so I'm going to be very partial towards what I do. So I would say that in the future, skills that would be very indispensable. So if you're working in this particular area, you are definitely going to get a job. You're definitely going to be very well paid. Are fields that are digital skills. Currently, they are very important, but in the next 10 years, they are going to be very indispensable. One of them is artificial intelligence engineering. It sounds like a very big thing, so I'll just copy it down. AI engineering. Right, so what this means is you're someone who is going to be engineering and building AI products that everybody uses. And one other thing I would say is data science or data engineering. What we do at Zindi is we train people in data science specifically and AI. And then we connect these people to jobs in tech around Africa and Europe, right? So if you are looking for what you want to start with, one skill that you should learn, I would definitely point you towards data science and AI.
Yeah, thank you. Linda, please don't be biased to what you do.
I'll try my best. So my name is Mega. I lead growth for B2B tech firms. So I'm going to be biased a bit today. I think one skill that will always be relevant, no matter how advanced the future gets, is going to be the ability to sell. The ability to sell cannot be replaced by anybody. And it's a skill that we all can master. And I feel like that's a thing that we tend to run away from because we don't want to put ourselves out there. The gentleman from Trevor was talking about this earlier, about putting yourself out there, selling yourself. There's a gentleman over there who is German. Look at him.
He sells too much.
Not too much, just the right amount. And the reason why it's so successful is because that thing that he does, that he sells himself, you won't feel like we can't do it or it's too much. But visibility is a hack, and if you can master it, you can parlay it into anything. How many people know Kim Kardashian here? If Kim Kardashian started selling Amala today, would you patronize her? Yes. Why? She's Kim Kardashian. She's not even cooking the Amala. So that's the first thing. I would say that selling is a skill of the future. Another big one, maybe for a lot of the people in the room, because we are probably just starting our first job or going to, maybe our second job. We may not be thinking about it just yet, but I think it's a good time to start thinking about leadership. Leadership is a hack. Leadership, setting vision for the future, setting the vision for yourself. Somebody mentioned earlier that you are planning your life. The truth is, there are some people who would listen to you just because of the confidence with which you convey your idea. Right? Of course, leadership is rooted in knowledge, but the idea of leading people, understanding what they need and meeting them where they are, communicating effectively, articulating vision. AI cannot do that. It's going to be the people in this room who will lead the revolution in technology in the future. And that's not going to be led with facts and figures. It's going to be led with clear vision and the passion to drive that. So, yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Benga. I love that you went beyond conventional routes because I envisaged that this panel was going to be talking about tech and AI and stuff, and then you went to this side of selling yourself, being able to sell and leadership. Because we have a founder on this panel, I want us to go directly to, you're an employer, right? You see talent. Okay, you might not really get involved in recruitment, but I feel that when you see talent, because when I was going to be hired, I didn't know this until I was 3 years into the job, that my boss said, the first time you saw me, I was going to get the job. I asked, one day I will ask you, what did you see? Because probably this is what he was saying. You see something in a person and you feel like this person will be able to fit into this job. And I love that Linda mentioned soft skills, the things you mentioned are soft skills that will be useful for you in the future. So, as a CEO, as a founder, as a people manager, what do you see in people that you see in them that will make you say this person is fit for a job in the future, even though they've not gone into that route or they don't know what they're going to do, but you just know that this person is fit for a job in the future?
Okay, thank you. I think number one is ownership mentality. Right?
Ownership mentality.
I don't think that if you ever, so actually, something my mentor said way back when I was in school. Anywhere you find yourself, always with the golden goose and always the golden egg. Right? You can never be stranded if you're like that. Right? It means ownership mentality, and it goes back to selling too. So I will take it a notch and don't just have the capacity to deliver. Right? Show capacity, even if you don't have the skill set, but communicate that you have the capacity and flexible enough to learn. Right? Ownership is also important. Right? Nobody, even when there's downtime or when they need to lay off, they never lay off people that have ownership mentality. Right? Or just always find yourself in any organization that says, okay, which department gives more value, and strive to be among the people that are in that department that is providing value. Even if you leave the organization, somebody else will want to take care.
Thank you. Seems like you just let us a secret, and I hope somebody there just got that. Have an ownership mentality. I don't know how people managers smell it from afar. I just know they know when you're responsible. They know it. And if you've not imbibed it enough that you lose out the fragrance, you might be losing out of opportunities.
Okay, so let me add to that.
Okay.
So, even if you are entry level, right, and you have all the CV and everything, have you ever taken ownership of anything? Have you led before? Have you joined a group? Do you know what it is like? Like some people just fresh from uni, they never volunteered for anything. They never joined anything while they were in school. They never took on a project. Those things set you apart. Or maybe you're in campus fellowship, right? Or you're in a NGO group, or you were head of your class rep or something. You know, that's you taking ownership, right? So those things just put you on the edge. Even if everybody coming in, maybe you don't have the skill set, that will place you as, okay, this person understands what it is to take instruction, to complete a goal, and to take ownership of a project, right? So it's basic examples.
Yes. So you don't need something huge before you can take ownership of something. Let me come back to Esther. You mentioned that the skills that we set in the future are digital skills. And there's something that whenever it's mentioned in, say, our editorial meeting, I just roll my eyes. Anytime AI conversations come up, well, we still have to write about them. But we don't do like, the other day we were struggling to find AI solutions built by Africans. And many of them are looking like bots. It's still what it is. And I struggle to come to that fact because I report about the labor industry. Is AI really after our job in Africa yet? Is this something we should even worry about? Right? Of course, we know it's coming. It's coming. It's like we are usually used to be behind. We accept that. But is AI really after our job in Africa? In a few words.
Okay. I feel like I wouldn't say we should be worried, right, or scared, but yeah, people have pushed the agenda, people have pushed notions and said, oh, in a few years we're not going to have jobs, AI is going to take everything. So I'm going to draw from what Wenga said. And the reason I agree with what he said is because I'm a salesperson. And I started off at Trade Depot. I don't know how many of you know Trade Depot. After Trade Depot, I moved to Eden Life, and I'm currently at Zingo. Right? In these three organizations, over the 6-year career working in startups, I've seen that the major thing that's kept me always employed is like I've never stayed out of job when I did not want to. There are times I'll say, oh, I'm not going to do any job after leaving this job for like 1 month, so I rest, right? And that's something that I'm not bragging, but I believe that.
It's a bragging right.
Okay, she said I should brag. So I'm telling you that the best way to always be employable is to take ownership, right? Make sure that you are able to adapt in any situation. You are able to switch. I've moved from sales to data analytics. I took a course in data science and data analytics. I worked with Trade Depot. From my sales role, I navigated into data science in the same organization. It has to be very, very rare because most people, when they want to switch, they'll have to maybe go to another company, start applying, start from maybe scratch, right? But being able to network, I was just a very early out of school person. That was my first job. But I was able to get the attention of the CEO, and it's not a small organization, right? So them seeing that, well, this person is very good in their sales job, and she posted on LinkedIn. So he didn't even hear it from me directly. I posted it on LinkedIn, and somehow he saw that, oh, I had taken courses in data science, data analytics, and he called me one day and said, oh, Esther, does this seem like something? This was around COVID period. I was not even looking, because sales wasn't what I was going to be doing in the long term at Trade Depot. So I was confused during COVID. Everybody was at home. You couldn't go to meet your clients. So that was when I started taking those courses. So the next best time to start taking courses is now. Be very adaptable, right? Platforms like ALX, platforms like Nextport, platforms like Treport, they're here to help you. And then also ensure that you are easily adaptable. That's what I'm going to focus on. I can do any job, and this is not me bragging. Just give me a month to learn, and I will learn it, and I will deliver on it. So that's something that everybody needs to learn and adapt.
Thank you for that, Esther. I was having a conversation with Mohammed. I think we should give her a round of applause. She did a huge one bringing us all together earlier. And one thing she mentioned is that I think there's no job that doesn't exist yet. What we are finding is a new way to do the things that people already do. And I just want to clear that. There's no job that doesn't exist yet. Look at the name, it's nomenclature changing. They are just finding another way around it. So, all the things that are being mentioned here, I just you're finding a new way to address a problem that has already been solved. Like, if you're bringing AI into medicine, people already perform surgery while they're pregnant. Now, if you want to use VR in performing the surgery, it is a new way to solve a problem. So let's just clear that. Now, Benja, I want you to speak to this, right? There is this thing when maybe founders come online to rant and be like, maybe my team is not productive and all, they say it's skill injury. Like, you can see it. This person is not capable, this person is not capable. Are you going to make them capable, or you're going to find people that are capable? It's always a skill issue. Now, I'm bringing this to companies and employers. They have a role to play in what we're talking about here. So how can companies make themselves suitable to help their talent to become fit? Because come to think of it, if your job needs a particular skill and you're not making people that are there to be fit for that skill, you're either going to lose them or you're going to run yourself down. So what can companies do, or employers or managers do to help their talents to be fit for the job of the future?
That's a really good question. And I feel like the answer will not go down very well with Nigerian companies. I feel like Nigerian companies are disillusioned regarding how to engage employees. The truth is, the CEO is not the smartest person in the room. But sometimes we have there is something called the HIPPO, and that is the highest paid person opinion. And in Nigeria, that seems to be a thing with founders and even with leaders, where as a leader you feel like your way has to be the way. I feel like we have a lot of leaders and CEOs who are caught up with being right instead of arriving at the best possible solution. Right? We have CEOs who are in the business of winning arguments instead of finding solutions. And I think, I'm not saying that there are not a lot of fantastic founders. I've been lucky to work with so many brilliant founders. And in fact, I feel like, and maybe, you'll be able to speak a bit more about this. I wonder if founders have a sort of therapy. I use that word loosely, sort of a group where they sort of share with each other what kind of work at scale, right?
They don't talk to themselves. Research is true.
Yeah, it's a bit concerning. But I say that leadership is the hack. When you see a company that is being led by great leaders, you know their P&L is solid, they are running sustainable businesses, their businesses are lasting for years and years. But I feel like the reason why you ask that question is also to help employees position for companies like this, who may not maybe have the best leaders, right? And there are hacks about this. And I'll just say two things. There is a sense of ownership. Every CEO can pick that up, right? CEOs don't need a special skill to pick up that this person has ownership. I've known one since 2015, and one has a strong sense of ownership. And honestly, there's a big round of applause to her again. Yeah, she's a force of nature. And all the companies that one has worked for, she's always like in that role of a COO. She's always in that operation, at the center of things. And that ownership is something that you have to be able to signal. Because all the CEOs, they can see it, they can smell it. The second thing that I want to mention is managing upwards. Is it confusing? Like, how can you manage your own manager, right? You're probably wondering, that makes no sense. But, as I mentioned earlier, the CEOs are not the smartest people in the room. It's easy to see them and feel like, oh, this person knows everything. But they don't. They have so many knowledge gaps. And that's why they hired you, to help them fix those knowledge gaps. And every single time, you are able to present a few things. Like, this was what I did last week. These are the gaps that we're looking to fill next week. This is how you can help me. You give them a specific to-do for them to know how to help you. And that's the starting point. What begins to happen is you begin to earn their respect because they see that you have a clear vision of where the company is going and where you fit into that system. It's a really long step, but I feel like that's a step one. I'm sure you'll have a lot more to say about this.
Yes, okay, Dave, before you say what you want to say. I'm sorry. Okay, I want you to answer that question and also this, because well, you're actively in it. What framework are you building? What framework are you building as a founder, as a C-suite executive, that you believe is preparing your workplace to assimilate these people who have gone ahead to build their skills for the job of the future? What framework are you building, and you will also advise other founders to make available in their workspaces to fit these people in? You can also answer the question of.
So is it because I sat here now? Well, okay, so I run zero complex AI, right? It's an AI startup. And at Zero Complex, we have the opinion that AI is not necessarily going to replace you. You will just be replaced by someone that leverages AI.
Please, can you say that again?
No, I don't say it again.
Okay. He said AI will not take your job, but the person that knows how to leverage AI will take your job.
So, same with organizations. Organizations that leverage AI will eventually catch up, like take over organizations like those. And we are seeing companies already using that already. We have some companies already integrating AI into their everyday day-to-day operations. Of course, it's still early days. So for an AI startup, you can imagine we have to walk our talk, right?
Yeah.
So that's that. Some of the products that we are rolling out before the end of this year are products that we are using, but we're getting feedback, then we're now exposing to other people. I'll discuss it with Gerald some of the things that we're doing. Right. So maybe you might get to know about it in the coming few months. So that's just been the mindset. So it's always like, how can we help? How can we leverage it to make us more productive at work? Then we now scale it up from there. As regards the question being asked, I don't know which one I should answer now, whether we have a founder's therapy. I think, to be honest, yes, let's not mince words. Yes, there's some founders that have bad behaviors. Right? I don't mean everyone. I don't know, to be honest. We sort of like hold ourselves accountable because we know that any bad word that goes out there has a way of hurting all of us. Right? I mean, we're still talking about some issues that we're having in the ecosystem and how it's impacted not so good ways to other founders. But I also think that employees also have a role to play too, right? Personally, I don't really like to get involved in all of these things because I'm not an expert in HR, and all these things, right? But I just think that our society is also a reflection of how we behave, right? Truth is, a lot of us are either first generation, sort of like, there's a lot dependent on us, whether first generation to sort of like break out of, my friend calls it the poverty cycle. Like all of us were rising in the rat race, even if you are making a lot of money. Right. What technically, right? As a country itself, we haven't broken out of that ability to just work because I enjoy work. Right? Maybe some of us are trusting kids. Right?
Anyone here that is a trust fund?
So that's, of course, it's always there. That itself puts pressure on you, and society, like it's also a reflection of our society. Yes. We always want to give each other. Employees want to also want to gain the employees. Everybody is trying to, and we don't have systems that work here, right? So I think everybody takes the blame. Founders, of course, misbehave a lot, right? What he said is true. And sometimes it might just be from pressure. Maybe there's a lot of pressure on the founder to get to the next milestone. And it's like, look, if this company should die, you just pack your bags and move to the next one. Me, I will not be faced with. So, do it my way. Well, yeah, it's better I find out you did it my way and fulfilled than sometimes do I trust you enough to go your route. So there's that too. Sometimes employees take up this aspire to perspire thing so much that sometimes when they say some things, I'm like, do you know the ramifications of what they're going to say?
You're not even in the system.
Exactly. You don't have electricity.
I guess because I cover a lot in that space and I get to speak to founders and their struggles. So I get exactly what you're talking about. And you might feel like why did we have to separate stuff on that? Is because it is something that has a lot to do with where you even fit when you go to learn those skills. It is in the mindset of those people that will eventually hire you. And now I want us to end this conversation, this panel with this. If you get to sit, we're going to do this in a few seconds. If you get to sit anyone down here in this audience, what would be the thing you tell them? In a way you're trying to tell them, don't be left behind. How will you say it to them that don't be like, why are you here if you want to be left behind? If you want to look back on yourself 3 years, 4 years from now, and you can't even tap into what is in vogue. So how will you tell them, don't be left behind?
So I would say don't sleep, wake up. Exactly. So I'm going to be very brief. Your career is your baby. You're the person that can design it however you want. I mean, there's the God factor. There are your bosses who can move you from department A to department B. But if you take ownership of your career and carry it like your baby, make sure that you are in charge, right? Someone said it earlier, make sure that you are the boss of your life. And this could be hard when maybe you are just scrambling to get any job. You just want to get something to start. Great, right? Get that available job, put your foot in the door, and then work your way up from there, right? So that's what I would say. Don't sleep. If you see any door open, walk into it, right? But make sure that at the back of your mind, there's a goal, there's something you want to achieve, and that this is where I want to be in X number of years. So again, don't sleep.
Don't sleep. Coming from a talent selection specialist, don't sleep. Okay. Benga, please.
Yeah, I will not forget that one. I would say two things. A question first. How many of us are familiar with the T personality? The letter T. Letter T. Okay, so I'll just describe it very quickly. So T personality means that on the horizontal line, this is the horizontal line.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on. On the horizontal line is where you explore, where you learn so many things. You learn data analytics, you learn filmmaking, you learn drawing, you learn calligraphy. And in the vertical line, you pick one of those things or a combination of a few of those things and become an expert at it. That is the personality of people who are incredible downstream. So that's the first thing. Try right now. Being a beginner is such a fantastic thing. I wish I could become a beginner again. Actually, I'll probably try maybe in another 2 years or so. Because you don't have the overwhelming pressure to succeed. Right now, if you fail, yeah, you're young. This is the time to make mistakes. So I feel explore across the horizontal axis, then pick one or two, three things to specialize in. That's the first thing. And there are so many on-ramp gateways to this skill. There is YouTube, there is, somebody mentioned a few earlier as well, Tripod. And there are also free ones online as well. I know that completing online courses is so hard, honestly. There is TikTok, there's like, do you guys know that there's a TikTok Learn these days, where you can go to TikTok and learn like this skill very quickly? Yeah, so you can also give it a try. I became a home chef in the last 2 years, and I learned all my recipes on TikTok. So,
how do you know you're a chef? Is this because you cook and eat your food?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good one. No. Actually, that's a really good one. Well, my friends love my food, but then I can't trust them. One is laughing.
One of your friends.
One is.
Can we confirm? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Anyways, thank you, Wani. Cheers to friends like Wani. The second bit I wanted to mention is the people who are most effective are the people who are able to combine very many different things in unique new ways. Everybody starts with the same template, but if you're able to combine filmmaking with data analytics, and you can present that as a solution, there may be something exciting there. So that's what innovation is. I don't think I'm articulating it very well, but what I'm trying to present is that if you learn all of these different skills, somehow the dots will connect when you're looking back. And I think that's something worth exploring, especially because now there's no expectation. You probably don't have, I know a lot of people have responsibilities and say nonsense, but it's probably not, you don't have to joke like that. So, you know, just explore, that's it.
Thank you very much, Vega. Friend, please.
So, now it's going to be different. So, number one, take personal responsibility for your life. No matter cards that you were dealt with in life, take personal responsibility. And the second one is a bit mysterious. So I just feel like, sorry. First of all, I'm a Christian, so like 90% of things that will happen to you, it's going to be time and chance, right? So I read a lot of biographies, and my friend used to have this proverb when we were in school. Now we read brilliant, now we pass exam, sabi book. Right? So it's always like think about it. There were people that were smarter than you. There were people that were better than you. But maybe you were working somewhere and a door was opened up and you got into a position and all of a sudden people discovered how intelligent you are. Right? It's not like people were not that intelligent. They were more intelligent than you, but they just did not have the opportunity. And you see that opportunity, I don't know, whatever God is, just pray that God shines his favor on you, right? That's it, like time and chance. Think about, like, I was reading the other day the story of Habet and Ababigwe and Ike, how they started Access Bank. Like, there were people smarter than them, there were people who were further than them. They just started, and everybody that maybe were on their level, they're not the same again. I read about Jim Morgan, right? The same time he started Zenith Bank was the same time Shina Peters built the biggest house in Lagos in Abuja Ibadan. Right? Like, what are the odds? Right? And when I read how he went to get the banking license, he had worked in one American bank, just woke up that day, just went to CBA. I think I'm qualified to own a banking license. And maybe that day, the person that approved it, just like this, I just gave him like, but now we're celebrating. He says intelligent banker, but probably there was something more smarter than him, right? They had more opportunities. You know, one of the guys that started GT Bank, I heard his story. Somebody just mocked him that you don't know what it takes to start a bank, you're an accountant. And I just wanted to prove to that person that I can actually get the license. And look at the millions of lives that have been touched. So, but the commonality about all these people, they took personal responsibility for their lives. Right, so that's one. Second one also is, just ask for favor, time and chance. Think about anything, the big things people are doing today, it's time and chance. Like, I just feel like it's time and chance. Just favored you at that particular point. And everybody got to know how brilliant you are, how intelligent you are, right? Funny examples, there's so many. I remember when Facebook started, I think it was a very funny story. Somebody was supposed to be a founder of Facebook or something. No, it was Microsoft. And his father just told him that don't roll with that boy. Like, do you know how I would feel if I later found out that my classmate that we were playing together, if father just woke up one day and said, from next one, I don't want to see you without Bill Gates, boy. Like, they were wealthy parents. Probably Bill Gates was no future ambition. Some people, how would that guy be thinking every day, like, wow, just by being in the same class with Bill Gates or being his neighbor, I could have just, everybody would think I'm smart and brilliant, yes. But there were people that were way smarter than Bill Gates. Do you get? So that's what I would just say. You know, take ownership of your life. Just pray that, you know, people say it's the universe, people say it's God, whatever you believe in has favor on you, you know, so that you will not miss the big opportunities. Right? I was sharing with Gerald about a friend of mine that had the opportunity to invest in one of the biggest startups from Nigeria. It was a weird conversation. The guy just said, guy, I need $1 million for, I think, 5% of my company. And the guy just said, see this $1 million, where you want to? I want to open up for club. He did not believe in the startup. And every day he tells me, every day he wakes up and he realizes that if I just give him, I don't want to mention the name of the startup, this boy is $1 million. I probably will not be working he works in Microsoft now, where I am now. People say I'm brilliant. But me, I know that, you know, like, it's not your fault you're talking to me like this. If I'm giving my guy this $1 million, maybe I will not be genius. So, pray God has favor on you, whatever you believe in. Pray that you are at the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. That's very important, you know.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. I love how beautiful this panel is because it went beyond what I envisaged, and I love that everyone played their part. We went from tech to soft skills and university. Thank you very much, Esther, Megan, Kendi, for giving a piece of your brain to this congregation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. So just stay together for pictures. And while they're taking their pictures, I'd like to call on Gerald Black of Glass Ops Catalyst. For the partner spotlight. So we're about to wrap up. We just have one fireside chat talking about making career choices. 10 minutes. That's what it's with Emmanuel, Faith, and Eunice. So just stay for that session. Please. After you later.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Are you cold? Let's try that one more time. Hello everybody, good afternoon. Okay, good evening, yes, thank you, good evening. And first of all, let's please put our hands together for 1 minute. We're putting this together, right? Because if you're in Nigeria, and with everything that's going on, you know that putting something like this together is very challenging, right? Because a lot of people do not have the means, getting support right now is really difficult. But she went way beyond her way to make sure this happens. So if you're really excited and grateful to her, you put your hands together and one more time. Awesome. All right, so I'm Gerald Black. I'm Gerald Black from Black Ops Catalyst. And no, it's not Call of Duty, right? But I know some of you might be thinking about that. Black Ops simply means Black Operators, right? So bringing it together, Black Ops, right? And it's a community for operators. Do we have any aspiring operators in the room? Operators, tech operators. Okay, I thought as much. So a lot of you do not know who tech operators are, and I'll explain, right? So in the tech startup context, right, there are a lot of, we have a lot of words for startup like runway, founders, this, that. But when you're referring to non-technical employees in a startup, right, the umbrella word for them is operators. So you're talking about people in sales, you're talking about people in biz dev, customer support, legal, HR. So if you have interest in any of these tracks, then you are simply an aspiring tech operator because you are responsible for everything that goes on behind the scenes, right? So before now, a lot of people do not appreciate, when you talk about tech, everybody thinks you are referring to just engineers or product guys, designers, but behind all of that, we have people who are responsible for selling the product. We have people that are responsible for, the operations of the product. We have a lot of these people, right? So they are referred to as operators, right? So Black Ops is a community for these operators, right? So now we have two communities in Black Ops. We have Black Ops, which is a community for experienced operators. So we have like C-level heads of departments, senior managers. We have all of them in the community across Africa, right? So not just Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda, different places. But now we recently launched Black Ops Catalyst. This is our non-for-profit arm that is for entry-level, aspiring, mid-level operators. So if you're looking for a community that supports the work that these operators do, if you're looking for a community where you can network with operators from around Africa, if you're looking for a community where you can find opportunities for operators, whether entry-level, senior level, whatever role that you're looking for, then you should join Black Ops Catalyst. Now, our website, if you want to find out more about Black Ops Catalyst, is blackops.community, right? So just go to www.blackops.community. You'll see everything there is to know about Black Ops, and of course, we're looking forward to welcoming you to join our community. Thank you very much. You're not clapping.
Awesome, thank you, Gerald. So we're just going to go straight into the last session for today, which is making career choices. 10 minutes, we're going to have our moderator, Eunice John, and Emmanuel Faye. Are we tired? Energy, good energy.
Hello everyone, I'm sure we are all tired, but I just wanted to say thank you for staying to the end. It's like, I don't know if anybody likes the bottom of the pot when after you eat jollof rice. That part, is the under part, it's always the sweetest. So we always need to get the sweetest part. So but before I introduce, the OG here, I just want us to do 4 things. So I want you to go to IBM Skill View if you're a young person here and you have a bit of problem trying to figure out what you want to do. Go to IBM Skill View. There's an assessment there that will help you to just ascertain what you want to do. Then the second one is to download this book called Ikigai. I can't really explain a lot about it, but it's going to really help you. Then number 3, please follow Talent Pipeline on Instagram, on Twitter, and everywhere. Do that, please. Then finally, subscribe to my Face channel. Because last night I binged on it, and guys, the resource there is so helpful. So those are the 4 things that I would like you to do. I'm sorry? Download the book Ikigai.
IKIGAI. Yes. So we can just get right into it. This is a HR expert here, and this is a career session where you can talk about, just everything career, HR. You have your guy here, and he's going to answer all the questions for you. So we're here being all very cutesy,
very mindful.
So let's just get into it. So, but before we dive into it, I just want to say that career choices shouldn't be made lightly. I feel like, aside from relationship, this is something that a lot of people feel that, you're going to plan your dresses, your shoes before you go for a wedding, but when it comes to the boys that you're dating, you don't really do your research, and then the career path that you want to go on, you don't really do your proper research. So making career choices is something that's, you have to be very mindful of it, alright? You have to be very strategic so that you end up, doing something that's actually good for you. So life is not straightforward, and I just wanted to ask our expert here, while growing up, I loved Disney movies, like, the one where the prince comes to save the queen, yes, it's really pure, like, and then there's reality, right, where it's never always going to happen sometimes. So, first of all, I just divided it into like 3, that's why, what, and how. So why should people choose the career they choose? Because, we have a lot of career paths. So why should I do it? Should I do it for the place of, I want to solve a problem, I'm making parties all rosy, people see me as a Hall of Fame, or I'm really so broke and I have people to feed. So what should be the defining factor as to why I make this career choice?
Very great, thank you. First, shout out to you all that were there. You guys are the OG. Secondly, is there a way to call the volunteers downstairs to come up? Especially since this is like the last session, if they're not doing anything. So how do you choose a career? As she was talking, the first thing that came to my mind was, poverty woke me up and sat me down on the Saturday morning. I never do that. Okay, so 3 things. One is, and you will be surprised, I'm not going to talk about passion or interest or anything. The first is, how financially viable is this career path? And because I'm from a third world country, I'm someone that refers me the first one that has bills, I'm thinking about what's the long-run plan and what is the most maximum amount I can make from this career. And I'm not saying like be very money focused. Some people's, there's something we call career trajectory. At some point there will be a peak where you'll be able to command anything. Let me give back an illustration. Do you know that, and that's why I love the challenge technology, do you know that one of the roles that people look down on most is customer success in tech? In the two tech companies that I work with, our customer success manager and as high as our senior product manager. Now, at the beginning of her career, she was earning the 100K, 120K, 150K. But guess what? She's 5 years in, and she has been able to build competence that can make her competitively compete with senior product managers, senior designers on our level. And she's still doing customer experience. So when I say financial viability, I'm not saying what can give me the money quick. I'm saying, what is the long-run financial trajectory of this career? That's one. Number 2 is, what is the demand for this career where I am? Right? How many of us, we all probably have heard about UK, they are looking for health workers. Yes or yes? Nigeria cannot look for health workers. Do you know how many nursing and medicine students we join out every day? But UK will look for health workers because people are running away from that industry. That means that in Nigeria, if you are health worker, like Dr. Yadu ran away, in family, you exit roads. But if you are UK, you are hot cake, my darling, very hot cake. So, in my geographical location and in my predicted next geographical location, what's the demand for my skill? What's the demand for the career that I want to put in? And then the last part is passion, right? What are the things that come to me easily that I can do? One of my favorite books to read is Calm Airport. So good, they can't ignore you. By the way, she recommended Ikigai. Please read Ikigai. I beg of you. So Calm Airport basically came to say that you don't have to be passionate about what you do. If you do something for 10,000 hours, I don't know if you all heard about the 10,000 hours rule. If you do something for 10,000 hours, either you like it or not, you'll be passionate about it. Right. But it's always exciting to also find things that you're passionate about, things that come to you easily. things that you might not have noticed. For example, when you have medical jobs, you are the one that moderates. There is fellowship, you are the one that moderates. And you don't know that that's from PR, anchor, career, like for you. So what are the things that jumps at you today, and how can you commercialize those things like the policy? Yeah, so this is
So I recall you talking about financial viability, and I also believe that it's very important that people go in that, like think like that when they're trying to choose a career for themselves, because the economy have other factors. So my next question would be like, how do you even know these jobs that are like viable? So that's actually really demands some sort of research from people and some sort of self-audits to know even what you're passionate about and the interests that you have. And because I've seen young people and I write CVs, so once I write CVs, I then see that a lot of people don't even know what they want and how to even go about it. For example, most especially people that just finish their NYSC, they don't realize that the fact that they need CDS is volunteer work. They don't know that that's something that they can maximize, they can be resourceful even with the little thing that they do. So I don't even know how to put this question on because I've said a couple of things, but how does research aid you in choosing the career path that you want? If someone wants to start researching, how to marry their maybe technical skills to their passion and the financial viability, like how do they bring all of that together with research?
Okay, great. That's a very good question to ask. And one of my favorite things to do in this life is to take personality tests. And one of my favorite personality tests in this life is 16 personality tests. It's also called Myers-Briggs. How many of us have heard about it before? Okay, so if you have not taken a Myers-Briggs test before, it is free. 100% free. Take it. Myers-Briggs. I do not just love the fact that it tells you, your ENFJ or ENFP. It has sections. It tells you the kind of people you should date, the kind of places you should work, and then the career path possible for you. So take a personality test. Second is, I randomly do this. Who are the 5 people that inspire me? And of those 5 people, whose path do I want to walk? And like one random, how many of us are on LinkedIn? Great. And you guys are superstars. I'm so proud of you. Okay, so for example, I want to be the HR business partner at Bank of America. I literally just go to LinkedIn and search HR business partner, Bank of America. What has the person done that I have done? What has the person done that I have not done? What did the person do at some point that I can also do at some point? Right, because my ultimate goal is to be HR business partner at Bank of America or any related company. And I can work across board. And the part of how do I even find the financial valuable stuff and how to research. So three ways to research. Research similitudes. So similitude is the first thing I described. I want to be the HR business partner of Bank of America. That's a similitude. Research disparity. So I do not want to work in edutech, or I do not want to work in health tech, but I want to know what people that work in health tech do. So I go to health tech. Now, you'll be surprised that because I don't want to work in health tech, and I'm literally going to do, in football, we call it 8-watch. So, how many of us watch football? So I'm a Chelsea fan, so I hate Man U lately. But I'm going to watch Man U because I want to see their downfall. So I'm going to do 8 research. But trust me, in that 8 research, I will discover a lot of things. The day I discovered what investment bankers earn, I'm like, when did I need finance for HR? I'm just my HR career. So there is like disparity research. And then the third one is what I like to call concentration. So concentration is you've done similitude, you've done 8-watch. Now, bring all those information back to you. How do you map out like step-by-step path? I remember there was a time that I was really obsessed about going to an Ivy League or going to a Russell group of schools. So Russell group of schools is what Ivy Leagues to the US, right? Just because what the HR guys saw, they're working in the other companies I want to work, all of them have degrees for either Ivy League or Russell group. Do you get? Now I'm thinking of switching, leaving HR, we had it here first. So going to sponsorizing fully. I'm researching, I'm actively researching. People that work in ESPN, people that work in BBC, people that work in FIFA. I'm talking to someone in FIFA, literally, to say, hey, what does your day-to-day look like every day? What are the things, and I'm listening, what are these things that this person is doing that I can do? What are these things that this person is doing that I can't do, I can learn how to do? So, that's how to do research.
Fantastic. So now that we've done the research, the similitude research, constitutional research, like how can we prepare and what are the things that are worth investing in? Should I invest in the course? Should I invest in personal brand, or should I just do it myself? So how can I prepare for the things that I researched for?
Okay, great. Thank you for asking that. Now, guys, please start preparing your question. I can also ask questions from the previous panels. So, one, back to my point of your career being a marathon. You should know that things does not have to happen now. So, for example, I will work at FIFA one day. I don't know where. That one day might be 20 years' time, and it might be 4 years' time. But I know I will work in FIFA. Between now and then, I might get an MBA that is not sport related. I might get an MSc that is not sport related. But you know what? I'm going to work in FIFA. So because I know at some point I'm going to work in FIFA, I am writing for global platforms. Right? I'm sitting my 9 to 5, I'm one of the baddest teacher you've ever made, right? But I'm still doing sports. So I feel like the problem with Nigeria is a concept of immediacy. We want it to happen now. I'm doing customer experience, how to become a product manager now. Yes, you can move now, but yes, it can also take you 12 to 15 months to move. So what are you going to do between that now and that 12 to 15 months? Are you going to sign up on ALX and take a course? Are you going to pick a course from Treford? What even kind of course? So product management, you can take product management from Treford, but can you also take a data course on ALX? Such that when you are interviewing for your entry-level product management role, you are not just interviewing with product manager course. You are also saying, alongside my product management, I've taken a data course on ALX. I've taken a customer psychology course on Depop. And so you are better than every other person that just only took a product management course. Now you are saying, where is the time? How many times do you spend on TikTok? How many times do you spend on Twitter? Divide it into 2 and start investing. So do not say your career transition or navigation and things that has to happen immediately. See it as a long thing that you are dumping something in. So every sport article I write today, either is one article, I'm dumping into my future career of getting to FIFA. So that in 10, 12 years when you say a man of faith, public relations, FIFA, you know that it happened here today.
So just to wrap up this chat before we have the questions coming in, what is an important skill, one important skill you think everybody needs for the future in work?
On learning. Learning. I feel like we talk about learning a lot, and I think there's one of the panelists that talked about it. Nigerians do not know how to learn. Like, it takes. I'll just use practical things. I moved to work from one company to the other, and I had to unlearn everything about Coda. I started using Notion. Oh my God, I hate Notion. But I'm stuck with it. Sometimes you have to unlearn Microsoft Teams. Jesus. There's one company that I did payroll. I was doing payroll on Google Sheets. My God, that's what is stressful. Because I'm used to doing payroll on Excel, where I will do if so, do this. If not so, do this. And I'm going to Google Sheets where it's exhausting. And you can still do the formulas right there on Google Sheets. But because I've done Excel all my life, I have to unlearn all the formulas I do in Excel and start finding the similitude of those formulas on Google Sheets. So it's very important that we learn how to unlearn. When you get to a new environment, when you get to a new God, I see it on Twitter, my God. When you get to a new interaction, a new social class, you have to unlearn some things that you have been so accustomed to. I'm working with someone, what is ALX virtual assistant? I think that's going on right now, right? Yeah. So someone is working with me. I'm like, please don't use SAR. Nobody has used SAR for me in the last 8 years. And like for 1 hour, she used SAR like 17 times. I'm thinking, please don't use it. Just call me by name, Emmanuel, Faith. You can call both of them. Call me here, right? So I think it's very important that we all learn how to learn. That's what you want.
Thank you so much for that. Please, can we have the questions now?
Ask me questions, so if you send a DM after this, I will hear you. I promise. So maybe one mic should go around.
And then the questions are not just related to this chat. You can just
so career, HR,
everything related to
for the
career.
next 5-10 minutes before we run away. If you don't have a question, I'll call names soon. I'm very happy to see that. Okay, 2 questions. Yeah, thank you. 3 now. Okay, so maybe I have this mic go and then I'll take another one.
Thanks so much, Manu, for this session. My question is from Precious and
Debola Williams. She's my friend. You cannot forget her name. Thank you.
So I want to ask, there was your thoughts about branding.
Okay.
Where you spoke on
So if I get it, you have a personal brand and your workplace is looking to exploit that personal brand. Yeah, I get that question a lot. And the default response is, oh, build your workplace, oh, let them know you can't do it for free, yada, yada, yada. But at the beginning of your career, you need every leverage possible. So I'm going to use 2 illustrations. There's a man of faith, and there's a man of faith of Carol Rice. There is a man of faith, and there is a man of faith of being carbon engineer. Someone reached out to me recently, referencing an article I wrote when I was at Taxi Professional Services. Trust me, I've forgotten I work in that one. Right? But I wrote an article on NSITF. NSITF is one of the many ways government rips us off, but it's supposed to be an insurance trust fund. So your employer actually pays on your behalf, but nobody else makes paid. So they have done 2 corruptions on the funds now. But something is that the person Googled NSITF, tax aid came up. The person clicked on tax aid, went to the blog articles, and my article was one of the most explanatory things on NSITF. And the person reached out to me for a consultation. I will not tell you how much I paid them, but it was good money. I left tax aid 6 years ago. So while yes, it's expectation, I'm not even going to lie, but sometimes if you analyze the scenario objectively and you see that there is some sort of benefit, you can do it. You can even let them know, and I've had a talent do that for me. To say, hey, this is how much I do for this role, jokingly or seriously, but I'm doing it for free. And what that says to them is that they are, yes, you know that they are trying to exploit you, but this is the value that you are giving them for free. So, if it's a company that makes sense, like my own stuff, let them exploit you, because there is some advantage. In fact, you can go and quote it and say, I am glad to say I shot this video for. I'm not joking, there's one of my friends that they campaigned for, I'll not mention the name because everything is private, and I've told her that, she said, oh, they can't talk about the work they do until 6 months. And I told her last month that 6 months in December, if you don't add it to your year review, I'll come for you. Because it was a big brand, and she did something out of her daily duty to work on that campaign. I've told her, you must know your chocolate about it, right? So yes, they're exploiting you, but how can you leverage that exploitation to your advantage? That's something you should be thinking about.
Yeah, just to add a bit, I think 2 things: be confident and also have boundaries. Because boundaries may not just mean saying no to the expectations, we just be letting them know that, oh, this is actually this work, the worth of this work that I'm doing, and this is why I'm doing it for you. It doesn't have to mean, like, I think a lot of people, because of the economy that we are in right now, we are so money driven, a lot of us are just sacrificing our time for peanuts. So it's very important to be confident and let your employers know that you're doing this not because it's free work. I'm not saying you should like go and be in their face or anything, but be very strategic and also have boundaries. If it's something that's going to affect your work, the delivery of your work, please just be very strategic and say no. Alright? You have to have, as you're coming into any role, don't come up with this, I don't know how to say it, but like,
don't be combative.
Yeah, don't be combative. Also come in as someone that knows their value. Because you're going to be paid to be there. Do you understand? You have to understand your value, be very authentic about it, and be confident. So that even when opportunities come like that, and there's an opportunity to be even paid and not be exploited, you can also stand up and also offer your value, confidently.
Yeah, thanks. Next question.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Thank you for the lecture so far. So, my question is basically about mentorship and career choices.
Okay.
So, when we talked about mentorship earlier, you mentioned reaching out to people, that are in the same career space with you or where you want to be. So, in a case where you have reached out to some persons or a particular person you feel like this person is someone that you want him to mentor you, and he has given you advice on what to do and what not to do, and then you actually follow suit, and then you don't know how to. He doesn't try to check up. I don't know if it is on the mentee part to always go back to give feedback on what you have done, and even at the point where you reached out to the person and told your mentor that if he has any kind of work he needs to do, that you are willing to volunteer to help you. All he needs to do is to just tell you what to do and how to go about it, that you're willing to do that. And the person says, okay, noted. And at the end of the day, he doesn't, check up or even give you feedback on that or get some things for you to do.
How do you keep the relationship going?
Yes, how do you manage the relationship?
Okay.
Okay, the second is when you've taken you've done your career research and you arrive at a particular spot where you feel like this is where you want to channel your energy at, where you want to, navigate into. And then you've done what you need to do, you've done the research, you've taken the courses, you've done some volunteering, and the opportunities that are out there are always pointing at something that you feel like you cannot fit into it because the expectations are usually maybe some level of experience, like 2 years, and then this frustration.
Okay, great. I was waiting for your questions. So the first one is interesting because the questions I was hoping you would ask were not the one you asked. So you're very lucky, to have a method that you expected to you. One, you should know that people are busy. People are actually very extremely busy. There are people that are here since 9 a.m. They are speakers that I met here. One knows that this is my third event today. So they saw in my WhatsApp saying they are not responding to my message. Sorry, I'm not responding to my younger brother's message. I was just showing my friend. The message my brother sent to me about buying a dinner. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to dinner myself. So people are very busy. Two, you should know that out of sight is not out of mind. Especially for senior people. So some people see your message, like they genuinely see it. There are people that I've seen on social media that have tagged me a couple times, that they sent me DM that end. But guess what? I've also referred those people for opportunities. Because I remember that they reached out to me. There's one girl, she did 100 days of design on Twitter. She does not know me, I do not know her, but I've referred her for a lot of opportunities. And she will not even know who mentioned her name. So sometimes you do not have to keep the conversation going. Sometimes, see, the life cycle of that mentor mentee is 18 months. And that's all. And some will be 18 months and they will come back to you after 1 year. Say, hey, what's up? How are you? What's up with work? And they have a 30 minutes conversation and they will pick up from where they left you 1 year ago. So the fact that you have someone, you send a message and respond there and you send them a response, my sister, you're lucky. Very lucky. See, people are saying you're lucky. Now, to the second one, I do think that life is about taking a bet on yourself to do some things. And my favorite things about career is that you can be listening to Dr. Liana. You can actually up and say, I'm not doing it again. I want to do something new. But not before you've done that exploration. So, there's something that my friend, Destiny Ogeleke, for those that are Twitter, Mr. Possidus, he said that if you give all of yourself to something, he thinks that, people say, oh, so now you give everything to something and it's not for you, it's not for you. He says that if you give everything to something, it would work for you. And I believe it's because my guy applied to 800 jobs before he got his job he's in now. 800, not 80. 800 jobs. For context, in the last 1 year, I think I've done about maybe 102 to 112 applications, and I think that's a lot. And my friend did 800. So, to what extent have you even applied yourself to that thing that you want to give up? That's my response for you. I think there's, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to add, first of all, I think a lot of us need to get off this entitlement mentality. Nobody can do that. I think if you want someone that you want to really mentor you, use mentor and respond to you, you can invest in a coach. And I believe the first key is we can talk about coaching. So if you want someone to hold your hands and it will help you to make all this journey, this career journey, please invest in a coach. Also, I think that it's just get rid of the entitlement mentality and also be responsible for yourself. I remember the speaker said it. So if this person, and don't take things personally, like people are busy, just don't take it personally. For whatever the person has asked you to do, you can just start from there and just keep on reaching out until maybe they respond or they never respond. But don't take it personally because you're on the right path and you know what you're doing.
Okay, so I think the person at the back, I think that's the last person. You don't go. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and that's all. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Who said Let me take the numbers again. Let the hands go up again. 2, 3, 4. It's you before, it's not me. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, so 4 more questions and you're out of there. One is your people, it's not me.
My name is Ekwe Mabel, and I'm currently on the ALX Virtual Assistant Program. So I met you earlier before, but you said you might not be applying DM, so I want to ask you a question.
Thank you very much, my sister. God bless you.
So I'm actually into sports. Yeah, I play football, but I feel my place is not on the pitch. I feel it's around. Yeah. So I want to ask, how do I access opportunities for me to be able to put myself out there, even though it has to do with volunteering? Because I've really been searching. Maybe I've not been searching enough, but I really want to participate more. I really want to be in that football space.
Okay, great. So as a passionate football lover that I am, so there are 3 parts. You could be in the administrative part, which is where you have to go the education way or you have to go the nepotism way. Secondly, you can be what I would call like an influencer-ish, which is sort of what I am with women football. It means that where key conversations are happening about the place that you have been researched in, you are sort of involved. I do not think that there's any conversation around Super Falcons, around women football generally in Lagos, in Nigeria, I just say, that will not be involved in because someone will just start money, someone will come attention. But how do you get there? By sharing knowledge. You are in a very interesting space because there's scarcity of knowledge. They are just noisemakers. People do not watch the game, and those that watch the game do not understand the game. And that's how I started. I started by writing threads about African football, women football globally, women football in Nigeria. So when people are saying, oh, Asisa Kushola is shit, I'm not joining them to say it. I'm sharing real-time information about the things that Asisa Kushola has done over the last 6 years. And so, right in the noise, someone says that, okay, this guy has knowledge about what he's talking about. And I can get 20 followers from writing the thread about social. So, share knowledge. Also look for clusters of communities. There are people, thankfully, thanks to Africa's performance last year, there are people, conversations are now kicking off, are happening simultaneously. I can give you like 20 Twitter handles to follow. Third, also like Adebayo Ogunesi. I literally tweet at radio station. He invites me to come and say, my friends know, BBC, are you not going to invite me? Pulse TV, you people person that know women football. I literally, I tell myself shamelessly on Twitter. Right? So I tweet to people, so I won a brand called February. I focused on telling the story of women football. We've been published twice in the last 1 month. I was zooped. I said the rest was a cocoa. You people, Olympics is coming. Are you not going to do something? And I said, yes, that's what we should do something. Yes, that's where I come in. And then I write an article for them, and they publish, right? I have a lot of international brands, all of them heard me, one listen to me. I share my knowledge, they publish, right? So you have to, it will not come to you, you have to like also like whatever you want to see. Thank you. But not the step, knowledge, share knowledge, let people perceive that this angle is, I remember the first time I was on a Zoom call, someone saw that I was a guy, the person thought I was a lady, right? So that's why I started posting my private pictures so they'll see I'm a guy. Yes, so share knowledge, people, the knowledge is scarce. Noise is plenty. And guess what? Within that knowledge, they will see that, okay, this person is knowledgeable. Follow communities, find yourself in that clusters, and then also like Adima your place. Thank you. If you don't Adima your place, please Google it. You will know what I said. I think Brother Boy sang about it. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody.
I'm not hey!
So I just want to start by thanking the organizers of this event and all the sponsors. One, I really appreciate this opportunity of giving to us to be here today.
Everybody say thank you, one.
I really appreciate you. So my question is very straightforward and it goes like this. Have you ever had imposter syndrome? And if so, how do you deal with it?
If you this tell you, or what, I'm not sure yesterday when I was even doing, people show up. Will you never slide me? No, I think that, yes, I think that the answer, any successful person, we answered yes to that question. How many of us know Selem King? Yeah, so I think of all the answers that gotten in this life to that question, Selem King's answer has resonated with me. Selem King says that imposter syndrome is a good kind of problem to have because it means that you are doubting why am I here? It's a good. It means that you are questioning why do these people believe in me? So it's okay not to believe in yourself. Like, very okay. And there are a lot of things. I think I'll still tell you someone who said it, sorry, I don't know what I'm doing with this, but my friends know. So talk to my friends, and they might be able to guide me. Right? So it's a good kind of problem because it means that some people believe in you. So what I say is that I don't believe in myself, I don't believe in the capacity I am, I don't believe this thing should be happening to me. But some people believe that this thing should be happening to me, so I believe in their own belief. Right? My first lead role was Carol Rice. I was straight out of GE, 2 years HR, and I moved into a lead role in HR. Bro, I did not believe in myself. I remember that my final chat with Razak Mahmoud. Razak said, oh, we like you, but there's a problem, you are too young. But I don't do for job. What do you mean I'm too young? And then I went to that conversation, told him all the things I would do. And today, you cannot write the history of HR with Carol Rice and erase my name. Like, I can say I've done anyway. Google Carol Rice and the man of faith, you will see the things that come up. But as a day, I face imposter syndrome. But I wake up every day saying, Razak hired me because he believes in me. So I do not believe in myself, but I believe in Razak that believed in me. So I'm going to do good work. I remember the first time, so I've spoken at BBC before, I've spoken to Chelsea's former women coach before. I remember the first time that was going to be like a live conference, football conference here. And I was journeying from Lagos, Nigeria, where generator of my next labor was making noise. And I'm like, do I deserve to be here? Do I deserve to be here? But I volunteered with a global platform. And they said, oh, we are afraid to be joining this live conference with IMAIs. Fam, I don't need to believe in myself. They believe in me, and they believe that I will do a good job. So I just went there and do a good job. The last thing is, I think again, Celeb King. It talks about having appreciation notes. So anytime I have that of myself, I just read good things that people have said about my work. Also document your work. Sometimes I just go back to read my old works, old LinkedIn posts, old something publication. Sometimes I literally just Google myself, Emmanuel Faith, HR, and I read everything that happened. Hey, just like, do make this and this like. I've asked Meta AI before, who is Emmanuel Faith? And Meta AI says, oh, Emmanuel is a global leader, global HR. I'm like, thank you, that's it. So, believe in the people that believe in you if you don't believe in yourself. One, should document your small wins so that you're able to go back to them. Three, document your journey. So that when you face the next challenge or you face where you don't believe in yourself, you can at least go back to your previous wins and know that you achieved those things and then let that call you to occupy the next space. What will you have been doing?
So let's keep going to that. I think sometimes we take ourselves too seriously. And then we believe that when we take ourselves too seriously, then we now start saying, oh, I don't deserve to be here. Try to treat yourself as an independent subject and be very objective. I have done this, I have done that, and all these things I have done has brought me here. Therefore, I deserve to be here. Because 2 plus 2 is 4, not 6. Do you understand? So you have to be very objective, except for the case of divine favor, that God divine, and even with divine favor, there must be some elements of that exactly. So, except you know in your heart that you scam your way into a place, then imposter syndrome can thrive, right? But if you know that you did the work, just do 2 plus 2. Just believe that. Not even believe the facts are there. So you deserve to be. So be very objective about yourself, especially when emotions like imposter syndrome try to take place.
Thank you very much. 2 more questions and we are out. Who are the last 2? Okay.
Good evening. And my question is about introvertedness.
Hey.
And when it comes to networking.
Okay.
As an introvert, you're always like at the background. You don't want anybody to see you. You're not mixing. When it now comes to selling yourself to people that matter, or people that can give you those jobs, you are now hiding.
Yeah.
I don't know how best to break that shell, come out of the shell, and sell myself. I don't know how to do that. I finished virtual assistant training in 2022. But since then, I always face, anytime I want to send that cover letter, that CV, in fact, even typing the CV.
Okay.
I'm
I'll just answer. So first thing, chat with you this after. Second, before, how many people have you met today? Nobody. Okay, you met her. What's your name? Eh? Goodness. Goodness shall follow you. So before you go, meet 5 new people, including my friend Debola. So Debola does not meet you, there's problem. Yeah. So, one, this is 2024. I'm sure it's not a cat phrase. Yes, sorry. Starting from that. So I'm introverted. My friends, my closest friends know, but like when I say outside people don't believe it. Till now, my 16 personalities is ENFJ. E is extrovert, but the extrovert is 52. That means that I can easily switch back to like 48. Poverty woke me up on a Saturday morning. I came for a very poor background. So, 3 very important things. And introverts are my favorite people because my younger brother is an introvert, my best friend is an introvert, and then I switched because I know that poverty will surely shape me. So, 3 very important things. There are many ways to catch attention aside talking. Me and my friend Debola were just talking about the mutual maintenance, PL. They are always standards wherever she goes. So, I don't even think that PL is an introvert. But guess what? Every room that PL is, you will notice. Why? Because she always wears bright color. Nothing concerns her color much. If they say something, it's like a black dinner gown. My friend will wear black dinner and yellow berets. Or black dinner and yellow. And so she doesn't even have to talk to you because you come and say, oh my God, I love your berets. Oh my God, I love your neckerchief. And then conversation starts. 2, one super amazing tip that I've seen people do is they wear their brand or they wear what they do or they wear a tote bag that talks about what they do. One of my favorite brands, I can't even it's just like I remember right now. She makes cakes and everywhere she goes, it's either in a tea or a tote bag that carries that. And like you wouldn't want to talk to her because she does this very beautiful tote bag, right? Now I don't know how to say do a tote bag sales and a virtual assistant. But trust me, if you do that tote bag and you come from this conference, 2 people will say hi, yes or yes. So you don't have to even say, oh, I'm a virtual assistant. You just have a tote bag to say, oh, maybe your favorite virtual assistant or your best virtual assistant, something like that. People will talk to you. And then the third one is actually that you need to talk to people. The rule of networking is to be interested and to be interesting. People focus on the interesting parts. They don't focus on being interested. So just be interested in other people. Oh my God, hi, Eunice, I really love your makeup and denim jacket. Yeah, I do. And she would respond and she would say, thank you. And then you say, oh, what do you do? Because she will smile. Maybe she was smiling before because she's thinking about the traffic that she will face when she leaves this place. She will start smiling. And then you will say, oh, what do you do? And then she might spend 1 or 2 minutes talking about that. If she's nice enough, she might ask, what do you do? And if she's in a hurry, you say, oh, that's great. I am a virtual assistant. Try it before we leave this. Try it with me. They will not slap you. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Oh, my friend.
Sorry, this is a very important conversation for me. I usually talk about extroversion and introversion a lot because I understand your pain. Sorry, it's not our fault that some of us are.
She's an extreme extrovert.
And I get you. So you should use one of your strengths as an introvert to connect. One of the strengths of introversion is listening, right? Everybody wants people that will listen. So when you meet people, it's not about talking to them. Because even extroverts that talk may not really connect, or the connection might be very superficial. At the end of the day, what makes connection forms strongly is listening, right? So listening already comes easily to you by your introverted nature. So listen to people, ask questions as they talk. Like, oh, what do you want to? Oh, there. So they feel like this person hears me, this person is connecting. That's the real networking, not just collecting somebody's number or collecting somebody's email. Then secondly, read a book. I have it here, sorry, because I really care about this thing. There's a book called Quiet, The Power of Introverts in a World That Won't Stop Talking. You need to read that book. It's going to help you to connect in today's world. Thank you.
So just wrap up and to just answer my question. Shyness is I read a couple of years ago that shyness is the fear of social judgment. Introversion is not. Introversion is just a personality type or a trait. Shyness is something different. So like poverty, you don't like I'm sure you need money so you know what to do. So without further ado, thank you so much, Emmanuel, for this session and thank you everyone.
Thank you.
For staying to the end. Really appreciate you and respect you.
Okay, picture.
going to have a quick vote of thanks from our convener, Mwani. Please put our hands together for her. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying to the end of today's event. A lot of you have been here since morning. You've been here even before 9 a.m. So thank you for staying all the way. I hope that it's been an insightful and inspiring day for you. So I'd just like to quickly say thank you to our sponsors, ALX, Evolve Africa, and our partners, LTGH, Trefor, Cup Central, Weaver, Nextford University, Tech Point, Africa, Non-Tech and Tech, Emerging Communities Africa, Black Ops Catalyst, RC Cola, UAC Foods. I'm sure that we all had ice cream, snacks, we also had soda to drink, so thank you to our partners and also Zindi. Thank you to you for being here, and I hope that all the things you've heard here today, you've learned, you would go on and practice, connect, network with people. I'm hoping that when we come again, we'll have more stories to share. Please go ahead, share everything that you've learned on social media, spread the word. The future is indeed now. The sky is just the limit. You have a lot of potential. I would not end this vote of thanks without the volunteers who have helped us out today. I had an interesting volunteering team. So aside from the people who have coordinated and ensured that everything went today, we had people who supported the TTPC team in ensuring. I would just mention their names. Most of them have left already, so we have Benumi, Rachel, Eunice, who just moderated this session, Ariella, Yano, Fumi, Joshua, my superstar team, Francis. God bless you all. And I cannot end this vote of thanks without saying a special thank you to my family. They've been here throughout today. They've supported me even in the plan today. So thank you everybody. And see you at the Future Talent Summit 2.0.